Then she remembered she had the day off, so she didn't rush to get up. After all, lazing in bed was a rare treat for her. She'd never done it in her past life. And in this life, she could count the times on one hand. She lay there for another 5 minutes or so, and just as she was about to get up, the bedroom door opened and Qin Wenhua walked in. "Wife, why are you up? Isn't today your day off? You can sleep a little longer." After all, she'd barely slept last night. Of course, the main reason she hadn't slept was because of him. Fu Mingxue shot him a look. "I'm getting up." "Well, all right. I'll go cook the wontons. Breakfast will be ready soon." Fu Mingxue was surprised. "You made wontons this early?" "It's really simple." For Qin Wenhua, it wasn't a big deal. His wife was busy with work, and he was more than happy to learn new recipes from the kitchen staff. "Aren't we having zhajiang noodles for lunch?" "I'll make them." Fu Mingxue's cooking skills were decent. After all, she'd spent years cooking in her previous life. But ever since she was reborn, she'd hardly cooked at all. First, she barely had any time. Second, her mom had taken over all the housework, including cooking. She hardly ever got the chance to do it herself. Even when it was just her and Qin Wenhua at home, he usually took care of the cooking. When Qin Wenhua heard that she wanted to make the zhajiang noodles, he couldn't bear to let her tire herself out. He immediately said, "Wife, let me do it. Even if my noodles aren't as good as yours, you can at least try my version." Seeing this, Fu Mingxue didn't insist. "All right then. Wife, there's a market in town today. How about we go together?" "Sure." Fu Mingxue hadn't been to the market in ages. Now that he mentioned it, she thought it might be nice to go. "Then you go brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll go cook the wontons." With that, Qin Wenhua headed out. Fu Mingxue didn't waste any time either. She got up and got dressed. By the time she finished washing up, Qin Wenhua had the wontons ready. When he saw her coming over, he quickly called her to sit down. "Wife, come eat." Fu Mingxue sat down and was surprised to see there were still some meat buns left. She looked up at him. "Don't tell me you made all these buns yourself this early in the morning?" "Of course not. I got these from the canteen. The mess hall made meat buns today, and they're always really tasty." That was true. Fu Mingxue agreed with that. After all, this wasn't her first time eating them. The two of them quickly finished their breakfast. Qin Wenhua swiftly washed the dishes. Then he called out, "Wife, are you ready? If you are, we can head out now." Fu Mingxue walked out. "Let's go." Today, Qin Wenhua was driving the unit's vehicle. As soon as his wife got in, he started the car and drove off. It was only after they left that the people in the family compound realized what had happened. Fu Mingxue hadn't gone to work as early as usual today. And she hadn't ridden her electric bike either, so were the couple heading to the market together? Some people really were lucky. Their men would actually accompany them to the market. Their own husbands rarely did that. By the way, have you noticed, why hasn't Fu Mingxue had a child yet? Is she really unable to have kids? As soon as someone said this, the others thought about it and realized it was true. After all, she'd been married for quite a while now. Even if the couple were apart a lot, they still spent plenty of time together. So why hadn't they had a child? At that moment, someone couldn't help but add, "I heard Fu Mingxue's job is kind of dangerous. Maybe she can't have kids." Otherwise, why are there so many men and so few women where she works? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Was it true? At that moment, Wang Xiang came out. She'd been in the courtyard and had overheard everyone gossiping about Fu Mingxue. She really couldn't listen anymore. So she pushed open the door and came out. "You all really have too much time on your hands. Whether she has kids or not, what's it got to do with you? All you do is gossip about others all day long. Are you just jealous that she's more capable than you and earns a higher salary?" Wang Xiang's scolding left everyone looking embarrassed. But none of them dared to get angry. After all, Wang Xiang was the closest to Fu Mingxue. Whenever Fu Mingxue came back to the family compound, she only ever brought gifts for Wang Xiang's family. She'd never even given the others so much as a piece of candy. What if Wang Xiang complained to Fu Mingxue? Even though they gossiped about Fu Mingxue behind her back, They definitely didn't want to offend her. She was a force to be reckoned with. Not to mention, her husband, Commander Qin, doted on her and listened to everything she said. They'd have to be crazy to make Commander Qin hold a grudge against them. If their own husbands found out, they'd definitely get into a fight about it. Wang Xiang didn't care how ugly their faces looked. She glared at Sister Lu. And you? What did Fu Mingxue ever do to you? Why are you so bored that you have to ruin her reputation? She just doesn't want kids right now, she's focused on her career. She's not like you, with nothing better to do than gossip behind people's backs all day. Sister Lu's face turned red and white with anger and embarrassment. Then she snapped back, furious. What's it to you? Besides, I was just guessing. What? She can't have kids and we're not even allowed to talk about it. So, what if a woman's capable? If she doesn't have kids, isn't she just a hen that can't lay eggs? Wang Xiang wasn't about to let her off. Of course it's my business, Fu Mingxue is like a sister to me. I won't stand by and let you talk about her. And by the way, you're the hen here, always laying eggs, one after another. Fu Mingxue is a person, she's not like you, laying eggs all day long. As soon as those words left her mouth, sister-in-law Lu was absolutely furious. Her eyes widened. Wang Xiang, who are you calling a chicken? Wang Xiang wasn't afraid of her at all. Didn't you say it yourself? You lay eggs, you're the best at laying eggs. You damn. This time, sister-in-law Lu couldn't hold back anymore. She charged over to hit Wang Xiang. But Wang Xiang wasn't about to just stand there and take it. She immediately fought back. Everyone around was dumbfounded. How did these two end up fighting? They rushed over to break it up. Stop it, both of you stop. Do you want to make a scene out of this? Wang Xiang wasn't fazed, so what if it became a big deal? It wasn't her fault anyway. But sister-in-law Lu was different. That sentence managed to bring her back to her senses. So, when someone pulled her back, she took the opportunity to step down. Wang Xiang, I'm not going to stoop to your level. Then she shook off the hands holding her and turned to head home. Seeing this, Wang Xiang spat, coward. If you've got guts, don't run. Come out and keep fighting. Everyone. Forget it, they'd better disperse quickly. Otherwise, if this got back to team leader Qin or Fu Mingxue, there'd be trouble. Of course, Fu Mingxue had no idea any of this was happening. She and Qin Wenhua had arrived at the town market. Wife, buy whatever you want. Fu Mingxue hadn't visited this market in ages, and she was surprised at how crowded it was. All right, I'll look around on my own. You go buy your things. I'll meet you in front of the supply and marketing cooperative in an hour. Qin Wenhua had wanted to shop with his wife. But hearing her say this, he realized she wanted to browse by herself. Okay then. See you at the supply and marketing cooperative in an hour. Be careful, all right? Fu Mingxue. What could possibly be unsafe here? Still, she nodded. All right, I know. She didn't give Qin Wenhua a chance to nag and walked off right away. Qin Wenhua. Fu Mingxue wandered around the market. There wasn't really anything she needed to buy. After all, she didn't lack for anything these days. In fact, she had so much stuff stored in her space that she hadn't even had a chance to use it all. But one stall caught her eye. How much is this? It was a wooden carving of a Pichio, exquisitely crafted. The stall owner was a young woman in her 20s. Wang Lihong hadn't expected anyone to ask about the price. She looked up and was instantly stunned by how beautiful this woman was. She'd never seen anyone so good-looking. Fu Mingxue noticed her staring and not responding. So she had to ask again, comrade, how much is this? Wang Lihong hurriedly replied, this one is 10 yuan. After quoting the price, she felt nervous. After all, that was a lot to ask for a wood carving. Almost no one was willing to pay that much. Just as she was about to lower the price, Fu Mingxue spoke first. Did someone in your family carve this, or did you? The reason Fu Mingxue asked was because she'd noticed the girl's hands were covered in calluses, with tiny scars on every fingertip. Wang Lihong was a little stunned, not expecting that question. But she quickly recovered and answered, I carved it myself. Fu Mingxue was both surprised and not surprised. She'd already guessed as much. You're very skilled. I'll take it. She took out 10 yuan and handed it over. Wang Lihong was truly shocked. She never expected that such a good-looking person would actually spend 10 yuan to buy her wood carving. I want to give you something as a gift. She hurriedly rummaged through her bamboo basket and pulled out a small brush holder. Fu Mingxue took the brush holder and examined it. It really did look quite nice. You put a lot of effort into this too. How about this? I'll add another 2 yuan. She respected every craftsman. Besides, spending 12 yuan on these 2 items, she didn't feel it was money wasted at all. Now Wang Lihong was completely stunned. She really hadn't expected someone would not only not haggle, but even offer to pay more. Once she came to her senses, she quickly tried to push the extra 2 yuan back. No, that's not necessary. 10 yuan is already a lot. Fu Mingxue didn't take the money. Giving you 2 more yuan is already a bargain for me. Alright, let's leave it at that. She pushed the money back. Then she picked up the 2 things she'd bought and left. It wasn't that she was trying to act generous, mainly, the items really looked like a great deal. And also, the girl's living conditions seemed quite poor. Her clothes and pants were patched all over. Even the work shoes she wore had big holes in them. So, she didn't want to take advantage of this girl. After all, just that Pishio carving alone, she could tell it must have taken a lot of time. Wang Lihong was incredibly moved. She never expected someone not only wouldn't haggle, but would even give her extra money on purpose. With this money, she could finally take her grandfather to see a doctor. Taking a deep breath, she packed up all her things. Then she hurried back to the village. Grandpa, I'm back. Let's go see the doctor. The old man lying on the bed was so thin he was just skin and bones. His cloudy eyes only brightened a little when he saw his granddaughter. Grandpa, we have money now. I sold my Pishio carving. She gave me 12 yuan. Old man Wang finally understood what his granddaughter was saying and was very surprised. Someone was actually willing to spend that much money on a useless wood carving? She really gave you that much? Wang Lihong nodded immediately. Yes, she really did. Look, Grandpa. She pulled out the money. Old man Wang's gaze fell on the 12 yuan. His cloudy eyes brightened a bit. If his granddaughter could really make money from carving, then even if he wasn't around in the future, maybe she could support herself? Grandpa, let's go to the hospital and see a doctor. Of course, old man Wang didn't want to go. He shook his head with effort. No need to waste money like that. You should save this money for yourself. Grandpa, no. You have to get proper treatment. If you're not here, there'll only be me, and people will bully me because I'm an orphan. Grandpa, even if it's just for me, you have to take care of yourself. Wang Lihong's eyes turned red. Seeing his granddaughter like this, old man Wang's heart ached. But her words also touched on his deepest worries. If he really wasn't around, she probably would get bullied. At the very least, he had to live until his granddaughter got married. That way, she'd have her own family and someone to protect her. Thinking of this, old man Wang suddenly found a new will to live. All right, let's go see the doctor. As soon as he agreed, Wang Lihong was overjoyed. She hurried to help him get dressed, then took all the money she'd saved, plus the 12 yuan, and asked someone in the village to use an ox cart to take her grandfather to the hospital in town. When Qin Wenhua saw his wife walking over, he hurried to meet her. Wife, what did you buy? Fu Mingxue's gaze fell on the many things he was carrying. Some daily necessities, some meat, and vegetables. I also bought 2 chickens. Fu Mingxue was surprised. So much? Why did you buy 2 chickens? I just happened to see them, so I bought them. Qin Wenhua had actually planned to buy 2 chickens to make chicken soup for his wife. His wife had been working so hard lately, she needed some good nourishment. He figured he'd make the soup that afternoon. Wife, what did you buy? I bought 2 wood carvings. They're really nice. Qin Wenhua glanced at the wood carvings, especially the one of the Pishio. It was so lifelike. They really are nice. He didn't ask how much they cost. As long as his wife liked them, that was enough for him. Wife, is there anything else we need to buy? Fu Mingxue shook her head. No. Then let's head home. All right. Qin Wenhua loaded everything into the car. When the couple drove back to the family compound and got out of the car, Wang Xiang from next door came out. Mingxue, you're back. Did you go to the market? Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes. Sister-in-law Lu, seeing Wang Xiang talking to Fu Mingxue, got so nervous she could hardly stand it. As Qin Wenhua was unloading things from the car, he happened to notice sister-in-law Lu sneaking back into her house, looking flustered. Qin Wenhua. He frowned slightly. Looking around, he noticed a few other women from the compound quickly looking away, avoiding his gaze. So, what had they been up to? Why did they look so guilty when they met his eyes? Without showing any emotion, he looked away. Then he carried the things into the yard. Wang Xiang and Fu Mingxue didn't chat for long. The women who had joined sister-in-law Lu's gossip that morning breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Xiang. Hadn't said much to Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua put the 2 chickens into the coop. The coop had been built back when his mother-in-law was still around. Since she'd left, it hadn't been used. Now it came in handy. It was still early, so Qin Wenhua went to park the car. Fu Mingxue had nothing else to do. After all, there was no need for her to clean the rooms, the yard, or the kitchen. Even the laundry, Qin Wenhua had washed it all early that morning. She had to admit, this man really was quite something. Since there was nothing else to do, she simply took out a book and sat in the main room to read. Half an hour later, Qin Wenhua returned. Fu Mingxue noticed he didn't look too happy and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Qin Wenhua quickly composed himself and shook his head. Nothing. Fu Mingxue. He really didn't look like nothing was wrong. After all, he rarely let his anger show so openly. But since he clearly didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press him. Wife, it's almost noon. I'll go make lunch. Hearing this, Fu Mingxue asked, do you need my help? Qin Wenhua immediately replied, no need, I can handle it myself. You just keep reading. Seeing he really didn't need her help, Fu Mingxue didn't insist. Qin Wenhua moved quickly. He used the meat he'd bought that morning to make meat sauce. Then he made noodles. A little over half an hour later, Qin Wenhua brought the noodles into the main room. Wife, lunch is ready. Aye. Mrs. Lu's face was ashen. Earlier, when she said she'd apologize, it was just lip service. She never actually intended to do it. If she really went to apologize to Fu Mingxue in person, how could she ever show her face around the family compound again? Seeing her expression, Lu Gui's face grew even darker. Are you going or not? If you won't, then tomorrow you can pack up and go back to our hometown. When Mrs. Lu heard this, her face turned from pale to green, her eyes full of disbelief. You'd really send me back to the countryside for her? Lu Gui, do you even have a conscience? Or have you taken a fancy to that little tramp? Before she could finish the last word, a heavy slap landed across her face. Her head snapped to the side from the blow. Lu Gui's face was thunderous. Are you trying to ruin me? It was bad enough when you were just thoughtless, but now you dare say things like that? Do you want our whole family to be sent back to the village? But Mrs. Lu barely heard him, her ears were ringing from the slap. When the ringing finally faded, she glared at Lu Gui, furious. Lu Gui, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. She lunged at him, trying to scratch his face. Normally, Lu Gui would have let her be. But this time, he was truly enraged. So when she reached out to claw at him, he slapped her again. Mrs. Lu saw stars and fell to the floor. She never imagined Lu Gui would hit her so hard. Just as she opened her mouth, ready to burst into tears and start cursing, Lu Gui spoke first. If you keep this up, I'll file for divorce this afternoon. Rather than let you drag me and this family down, we might as well split up now. The words Mrs. Lu was about to spit out froze on her lips. She stared at him, utterly shocked. You want to divorce me? That's right. If you keep making trouble like this, sooner or later I'll be sent back to the village anyway. Better to end it now. Our Lu family doesn't need a woman who stirs up trouble. Lu Gui, you heartless man. I bore your children and now you want to divorce me over an outsider? I'm going to tell your superiors. Lu Gui wasn't afraid at all. He sneered, go ahead, go right now. I'll tell them everything you just said and see if anyone will try to talk me out of divorcing you. Mrs. Lu's sobs stopped abruptly. Lu Gui ignored her and slammed the door as he left. Mrs. Lu never expected her husband to just walk out like that. Now, she didn't know whether to cry or not, whether to make a scene or not. The argument between the Lu couple had been loud, and earlier Qin Wenhua had left their house as well. Now, Deputy Commander Lu had stormed out in a rage. The women in the family compound could easily guess what had happened. The women who had gossiped about Fu Mingxue that morning were now in a panic. What should they do? What if Commander Qin went to their homes and complained to their husbands? At this moment, they deeply regretted it, truly regretted running their mouths that morning. After all, what did Fu Mingxue having children have to do with them? Why did they have to gossip about her? They all knew how protective Commander Qin was of his wife, treating her like the apple of his eye. Why did they have to meddle? Fu Mingxue herself knew nothing about all this. But while she was reading in her room, she faintly heard the sounds of crying and shouting outside. She listened carefully. She couldn't make out the details, but she could recognize the voices. Meanwhile, Lu Gui was called into the leader's office halfway through his work. After being scolded for a full half-hour, he finally walked out of the office with a pale face. He went straight to find Qin Wenhua. With an apologetic look, he said, "Captain Qin, I'm really sorry. I truly didn't know my wife would say something like that." Qin Wenhua glanced at him sideways. "Lu Gui, this is the last time. If your wife spreads rumors about mine again, I won't let it slide as easily as I did today. I'm really sorry. I'll have her go back to our hometown tomorrow." But Lu Gui's words didn't improve Qin Wenhua's mood at all. What did it matter to him if Lu Gui sent his wife back to her hometown? Even if she left, so what? His own wife's reputation had already been genuinely damaged. Ignoring Lu Gui, Qin Wenhua turned and walked away. He still had to go home and make chicken soup for his wife. When he got home and was about to slaughter the chicken, Fu Mingxue heard the commotion and came out. "You're making chicken soup tonight?" Qin Wenhua nodded. "Yeah. Did I wake you?" "Not really." Fu Mingxue looked at him. "What's up with the Lu family? Did she say something about me earlier?" Although she hadn't heard clearly, judging by the panicked look she saw when she came home, she guessed it had something to do with her. Qin Wenhua's expression paused for a moment. She's always been a gossip. Just ignore her. But Fu Mingxue didn't miss that flicker of emotion on his face. "Was it about me not being able to have children?" "How did you know? Did someone else come to you and start gossiping again?" Qin Wenhua's face darkened instantly at the thought that someone had brought this up in front of his wife. "No one said anything to my face. I just guessed. After all, it's not hard to figure out. I haven't given anyone else any real reason to gossip. The only thing they could possibly pick on is the fact that we've been married for so long and I still haven't had a child, right?" She really didn't have any obvious flaws for people to attack, except for this one thing, having children. Now, Qin Wenhua had confirmed it for her. But honestly, she was speechless. Did these people really have nothing better to do? Whether she had children or not, what business was it of theirs? If it weren't for her own desire to have a biological child, she wouldn't mind not having one in this lifetime. After all, there were already those adorable twins at home. Once again, Qin Wenhua was impressed by his wife's intelligence. Lu Gui will have his wife go back to their hometown tomorrow. I doubt anyone will bring this up again in the future. Don't let it upset you. Hearing this, Fu Mingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why would I be upset? It's not like she really couldn't have children. Even if she truly couldn't, she wouldn't get angry over people talking about it. But she was a little surprised that Lu's wife was being sent back to her hometown. What about their 2 kids? Wife, you're just too kind. How their kids are taken care of is for Lu Gui to worry about, not us. Don't burden yourself with this. People reap what they sow. Once again, Fu Mingxue was left speechless by his words. She just asked casually, why would she feel burdened? She never sympathized with people who tried to harm her. "I'm going to kill the chicken now." "All right, then I'll go back and read for a bit." Fu Mingxue didn't bother with any fake politeness. After all, she really didn't want to get her hands dirty. Before evening fell, everyone in the family compound knew that sister-in-law Lu was going to be sent back to her hometown. That was because Deputy Commander Lu had already bought her train ticket home. And at that moment, sister-in-law Lu's wailing was deafening. It was impossible for anyone not to hear it. Now, everyone's face had taken on a sickly, pale green hue. How did things end up like this? Just as the women who had been gossiping earlier were secretly relieved that Commander Qin hadn't come after them, the men of each household returned home. They all gave their wives a thorough scolding. Then, they ordered them to go to the Qin house and apologize to Mingxue. One by one, looking sickly and ashamed, they knocked on the gate of the Qin family courtyard. Qin Wenhua came to open the door. When he saw who it was, his expression was anything but welcoming. He looked at them with a cold, impassive face. "Commander Qin, we're sorry. We gossiped and spoke ill of Comrade Mingxue this morning. We feel very uneasy about it, so we came here especially to apologize to her," one of them said. The others quickly nodded in agreement. But none of them dared say much more. Commander Qin's presence was simply too intimidating. Just one look from him made their legs go weak and a chill run down their backs. "Don't bother my wife. She's busy with work every day and doesn't have time to waste on you. Besides, she doesn't need your apologies," he said coldly. "And another thing, my wife never did anything to you, so from now on, please try to be a little kinder with your words. I don't care who you gossip about, but if you dare talk about my wife again, I won't let it slide. You'd better watch yourselves. Now, you can all leave." As for whether these women would be angry at how blunt he was, well, after the way they'd talked about his wife, did he care if they were upset? Their faces turned from green to white and back again. They were too embarrassed to stay any longer. One by one, they hurried away. But after this incident, none of them would dare gossip about Mingxue again, not even if their lives depended on it. After all, a woman with a husband who protected her like that. She was not someone they could afford to mess with. Qin Wenhua closed the door with a blank expression. He still had to get back to cooking. Just as he was adding firewood to the stove, there was another knock at the door. Qin Wenhua's face grew even darker. He didn't need to guess who it was. With a stormy face, he went to open the door. Sure enough, it was sister-in-law Lu, her cheeks still swollen and red from the beating. Qin Wenhua didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for her. "What do you want?" Sister-in-law Lu's eyes were red. "Commander Qin, I'm here to apologize to your wife. She'd cried and made a scene at home, but she hadn't expected Lu Gue to be so determined to send her back this time. If she refused to go, he'd divorce her. She had no other choice but to come and beg Mingxue." Qin Wenhua's face remained cold. "There's no need for your apology, especially not a fake one. In the future, you'd better watch your mouth. Not everyone has as good a temper as I do." With that, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Sister-in-law Lu's nose was nearly hit by the door. Her face turned even paler. And he called that a good temper? She almost left right then and there, but thinking about how much she didn't want to go back to her hometown, she could only grit her teeth and knock again. The door opened once more. Qin Wen was cold, stern face appeared again. "When Mrs. Lu saw his attitude, even though she was nervous, she could only force herself to speak up. "Qin." Before she could finish, Qin Wenhua shouted in the direction of her house, "Lu Gue, take your wife home. Don't shamelessly come knocking on my door again." His voice was loud, so loud that almost everyone in the residential compound heard it. Naturally, Lu Gue, who was at home, heard it too. He came out quickly, only to see Qin Wenhua glaring coldly in his direction. He immediately rushed over. "Captain Qin, sorry, I'll take her home right now." With a dark face, he went to pull Mrs. Lu away. When she refused to leave, he warned her, "If you want a divorce, then don't come with me." Mrs. Lu was furious, but she really didn't dare cry anymore. After all, this was just too humiliating. She wasn't young anymore, and yet her husband was making a scene about divorcing her. How would the people in the compound see her after this? So, she could only let herself be dragged away. Qin Wenhua ignored the couple. After all, Whether they divorced or not, what did it have to do with him? It wasn't like he was the one forcing them to split up. He shut the door. This time, no one else came knocking. Good heavens, Captain Qin was so ruthless, none of them wanted to risk further embarrassment. After this incident, everyone reminded themselves once again, if there's anyone you shouldn't mess with, it's Fu Mingxue. After all, even if Fu Mingxue herself didn't say a word, her man was formidable. He would always stand up for her. That's the truly scary part. Honestly, comparing husbands really could make you angry. Their own men at home were nothing like Captain Qin, none of them protected their wives like that. Not to mention, he even cooked for his wife and did her laundry. Their own men just treated them like maids. But in that household, the husband cherished his wife like a treasure. Fu Mingxue also heard Qin Wenhua's loud shout just now. The corner of her mouth twitched, but she was actually quite satisfied with how he handled things. A man should protect his wife, shouldn't he? Meanwhile, Qin Wenhua couldn't care less about that couple's drama. He quickly finished cooking the remaining dishes. Once everything was ready, he called out, "Wife, come eat." When Fu Mingxue heard him call for dinner, she came out. Seeing 4 dishes and a soup on the table, she was a bit surprised. Why did you cook so much? It was just the 2 of them. How could they finish 4 dishes and a soup? Especially with the weather being so hot. It's fine, we'll finish it. You eat a bit more, and I'll take care of the rest if there's any left. Fu Mingxue. Take care of it how? Stuff yourself until you burst? Qin Wenhua ladled out a bowl of chicken soup. I ran into a fellow villager who was selling wild ginseng, so I bought some and used it to stew the chicken soup. Wife, drink up it. Very nutritious. Fu Mingxue noticed the wild ginseng in the big bowl. She had no idea when he'd bought it. She certainly hadn't noticed anything this morning. She took a sip of the chicken soup, and her eyes lit up. Qin Wenhua asked, "How does it taste? Compared to Mom's cooking, does my skill pass?" "Not bad, just as good as my mom's." Fu Mingxue praised him. Honestly, even if it tasted average, she would have said something nice. After all, she didn't have to do any of the housework herself. But her words really made Qin Wenhua happy. "Then have some more, wife." "Okay, you have some too." The dinner that night really tasted quite good. Fu Mingxue thought that Qin Wenhua definitely had some talent when it came to cooking. As they were about to finish eating, Fu Mingxue suddenly looked at Qin Wenhua and asked, "People keep gossiping that I can't have children. What do you think about that? Do you want to have kids soon, or—" Before she could finish, Qin Wenhua interrupted her. "Whether or not we have kids is up to you, wife. If you want to, we'll have them. If you don't, we won't. It's not like our family doesn't have children already. Everything should be based on what you want. Don't worry about what other people say." Fu Mingxue raised an eyebrow. "You really mean that? Even if I don't plan to have kids for the next few years?" Qin Wenhua replied immediately, "Of course I mean it, wife. Do I seem like the kind of person who says one thing and thinks another? Everything is up to you. There's no rush to have kids." Honestly, not having children was fine with him too. He was afraid his wife would have to suffer through childbirth. Of course, that was something he'd never say out loud. What if his wife actually wanted to have a child of her own? "All right, I get it," Fu Mingxue said. Right now, she didn't plan on having kids. According to her plan, she'd wait until next year. After Qin Wenhua finished washing the dishes, he said to Fu Mingxue, "Wife, you should go to bed early. I'm heading over to the training ground for night drills tonight. I need to check in." Fu Mingxue nodded. "Go ahead, don't worry about me. I'm not the kind of woman who needs her man by her side every minute." "Okay," Qin Wenhua replied, closing the front door as he left. Fu Mingxue went to take a shower. When Qin Wenhua came back, he found his wife still working on her sketches. "Wife, it's rare for you to have a day off. Why not go to bed early? Besides, it's already 11 o'clock. Even though she called it a day off, aside from going out with him in the morning, she'd spent the rest of the time either reading or drawing, hardly any different from working. Fu Mingxue responded, "All right." She got up to brush her teeth and wash her face. When she came back, she noticed a box of contraceptives on the nightstand. Her face flushed for no reason. Qin Wenhua noticed her reaction and explained, "We ran out of the last box, so I picked up some more tonight." Fu Mingxue? Was it really necessary to say that out loud? She forced herself to stay calm, lifted the thin quilt, and got into bed. The next moment, Qin Wenhua leaned over her. "Wife, is it okay?" Fu Mingxue. Did he really need to ask at a time like this? The next morning, Fu Mingxue woke up fairly early. She wasn't surprised to find the person who'd been sleeping next to her was already gone. When she got dressed and went out, she saw Qin Wenhua hanging up the laundry again. Did he always do the laundry this early? I think we should just buy a washing machine. No need, it's just a few clothes. It doesn't take long to wash them by hand. Besides, it's hard to buy a washing machine around here. It's not convenient to have one shipped from out of town. Fu Mingxue thought about it and agreed. The supply store in town didn't even have washing machines. They didn't even have color TVs, just black and white ones. If you wanted a color TV, you had to go to the city. Wife, go brush your teeth and wash your face. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Just as Fu Mingxue was eating breakfast, the sound of crying came from outside. It was sister-in-law Lu, wailing. She'd tried to find the leaders last night, but hadn't managed to catch a single one. Did the leaders know she was looking for them and deliberately avoided her? Stop crying already. It's just that I want you to go back to your hometown. If you really can't accept it, then let's just get a divorce. Lu Gui's words made sister-in-law Lu cry even harder. But she really had no other choice. Compared to going back to her hometown, she was even more afraid that her husband would divorce her. Qin Wenhua wasn't deaf. How could he not hear all the commotion outside? He looked at Fu Mingxue and said, "Wife, just ignore them." Fu Mingxue. Why would she care about their business anyway? Still, after today's scene at the Lu household, those gossipy neighbors in the family compound would probably stay quiet for quite a while. While Fu Mingxue was washing up, Qin Wenhua had already set breakfast on the table. Besides plain congee and meat buns, there were also 2 eggs. After breakfast, Fu Mingxue rode her electric bike to work. The engine development project was going smoothly. The whole research team was busy as ever. Even so, Fu Mingxue still gave everyone 1 day off per month. Of course, she was no exception herself. On her day off, she decided to go out for a stroll. But unlike last time, she wasn't going with Qin Wenhua. He had gone out on another assignment a few days ago. So, it was just Fu Mingxue wandering the streets alone. As luck would have it, today happened to be market day. While she was browsing the stalls, a surprised voice called out, "Comrade." Fu Mingxue turned her head and was a bit surprised to see a girl with bright, sparkling eyes. She pointed at herself, "Are you calling me?" Wang Lihong came to sell things at every market, but unfortunately, she'd only sold 2 items last time. Seeing Fu Mingxue again, she was genuinely delighted. "Comrade, thank you for buying my wood carving last time." She hadn't managed to save enough for her grandfather's medical treatment, but the money she made that day filled the gap. After her grandfather took his medicine and got his injections, he was much better. "No need to thank me. Are you setting up your stall again today?" Fu Mingxue noticed that the girl looked even thinner than last time, and her complexion was worse. Wang Lihong nodded. "Yes, I'm here selling again." Normally, she had to go to work. But on market days, she'd come to sell her wood carvings, just to make a bit of extra money. Unfortunately, she rarely sold anything. Luckily, she could sell the eggs she saved up every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't make a single cent at the market. Fu Mingxue glanced at her, then walked over. "What did you carve today?" Wang Lihong blushed at the question. "Comrade, I just wanted to thank you when I saw you, so I called out without thinking. I didn't mean to make you feel like you had to buy anything." She was embarrassed, afraid that she'd be misunderstood as trying to push her carvings. "It's fine, I just want to have a look. I really do like handmade crafts like these." Fu Mingxue squatted down in front of her stall. "Are these new ones you carved?" She didn't remember seeing them last time. Wang Lihong nodded. "Yes." Fu Mingxue genuinely thought her craftsmanship was excellent. Each piece was vivid and lifelike. "I'll take this one, and these 2. How much for all of them?" Wang Lihong was stunned. She hadn't expected Fu Mingxue to buy again. If you like them, just take them. They're really not worth much. She'd charged 12 yuan last time, but later felt uneasy about it. How could they not be worth anything? Your craftsmanship is truly valuable. Besides, how could I just take your things for free? Name your price. Wang Lihong was overjoyed to see that she genuinely appreciated the wood carvings. After thinking for a moment, she quoted a price. 10 yuan. Seeing how embarrassed she was, Fu Mingxue named her own price. You really shouldn't sell these for so little, otherwise I'd be taking advantage of you. How about this? 50 yuan for all 4 pieces. Wang Lihong was stunned when she heard 50 yuan. No, that's too much. You really don't have to pay that much. 50 yuan was way too much. They're worth it. Hurry up and wrap them up for me. And those eggs count how many there are, I'll take them all too. Fu Mingxue pulled out some money from her pocket. She had just estimated that there were about 20 eggs in the basket. Wang Lihong didn't dare accept so much money. Really, that's too much. There are about 20 eggs here, right? They're 5 cents each now. I'll give you 51 yuan in total. Count them. Fu Mingxue handed over the money. Seeing the girl still standing there in a daze, she urged her on. What are you waiting for? Pack everything up for me. Also, I think your basket is really nice. How about this? I'll give you another 10 yuan for the basket as well. That way, when she went home later, she could secretly put things from her space into it. She counted out another 10 yuan. Wang Lihong's eyes turned red with emotion. She couldn't believe there were such kind people in the world. Beautiful and kind-hearted, just as they say. Thank you, comrade. Really, thank you so much. My grandfather made this basket. You don't have to pay for it, I'll give it to you. Just the 50 yuan is enough. Your grandfather's craftsmanship is excellent. Since it's something made by an elder, I insist on paying for it. Take it. I still have other places to go. Fu Mingxue stuffed the money into her hands. Seeing this, Wang Lihong had no choice but to accept it. She hurriedly started packing everything into the basket. Comrade, the eggs are packed inside too. I put a layer of straw at the bottom so they shouldn't break. Great, thank you. Fu Mingxue hoisted the basket onto her back, smiled, and waved at the young woman. Just then, Wang Lihong suddenly gave Fu Mingxue a deep bow. Comrade, thank you. My name is Wang Lihong from Wangjia village. I'm really grateful. This money meant so much to her. She could continue paying for her grandfather's medical treatment. Fu Mingxue was surprised by her gesture. No need to thank me. I just really like your carvings. All right, goodbye. Leaving the stall, she headed off in another direction. Wang Lihong watched her departing figure, her reddened eyes following her until she was out of sight. Fu Mingxue wandered around the market for a while and bought quite a few things. Then she rode her bicycle back to the family compound. Wang Xiang happened to arrive home from the market at the same time. Seeing Fu Mingxue return, she brought over the chicken she had bought on the street. This surprised Fu Mingxue. Sister-in-law this. Mingxue, don't get the wrong idea. This isn't a gift from me. Qin Tuan asked me to buy it for you. He told me to pick up a chicken at the market for you so you could make some nourishing soup. There wasn't another man in the whole compound as caring and considerate towards his wife as Qin Tuan. Fu Mingxue. Qin Wenhua asked Wang Xiang to buy it? He really is thoughtful to the extreme. Mingxue, do you know how to kill a chicken? If not, I can help. Before she could finish, Fu Mingxue quickly said, I can do it myself. Thank you, sister-in-law. Killing a chicken was really no big deal for Fu Mingxue. After all, she wasn't the kind of woman who never got her hands dirty. Even if she hadn't done it much in this life, she'd certainly done plenty of it in her previous one. She took the chicken back to the courtyard. After getting everything ready, she went ahead and killed it. Then she made a pot of chicken soup. Since Qin Wenhua wasn't home, she could use her space freely. So, after eating half the chicken soup, she simply stored the rest in her space. The things she bought at the market today were also all put away in her space. Grandma, when is Mom coming home? Qin Kiki chased after Fu's mother, asking eagerly. The little one really missed her mom. Jinhao was the same, he'd been counting the days, but still hadn't seen his mother come home. Fu's mother. What's up with these two little ones? Why do they have to ask every single day? Unfortunately, she didn't know when their mom would be back either. Soon, probably this month. Counting the days, it really was about time for her daughter to come back. After all, her daughter had said she'd have to attend classes here for a month. Really? Grandma, which day this month will she be home? As the two kids grew, they were getting smarter by the day. Fu's mother. How was she supposed to know the exact day? She brushed them off again. Very soon. How soon is very soon? Grandma, is it tomorrow? Qin Kiki pressed on. Fu's mother had a headache. Just as she was about to answer, there was a sudden knock at the door. Her eyes lit up and she quickly said, "Someone's at the door." Grandma will go check. You two go play in your room. She hurried out. When she opened the door and saw her daughter, Fu Mingxue, she was stunned. Mom, why are you in a daze? It's me, your wonderful daughter, back home. Fu Mingxue put down her luggage and gave her mother a big hug. Mom, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Fu's mother snapped out of it and quickly patted Fu Mingxue. Let go, let go. What kind of grown woman hugs like this? Fu Mingxue let go, grinning cheekily. I'm just hugging my own mom. Fu's mother glared at her. Why are you back today? Did you come alone? Didn't your husband come back with you? He's on a business trip, Fu Mingxue said, picking up her luggage again. Mom, are we really going to stand here at the gate and chat? Fu's mother quickly took the luggage from her. Hurry inside. Hao and Kiki were just talking about you. Now that you're back, they're going to be over the moon. Mommy, Mommy. Two excited little voices rang out. Seeing the two kids running toward her, Fu Mingxue was overjoyed. Oh, my babies, Mommy missed you so much. She bent down and scooped them both up. The two kids were heavier than the last time she saw them. Mommy, Kiki missed you too. Hearing his sister, Jinhao quickly chimed in, Hao missed you too. Fu Mingxue was beaming with happiness. She gave each of them a big kiss on their little cheeks. Fu's mother watched the three of them, feeling very happy as well. Put them down and go wash up first. You can hug them again later. The kids, hearing Grandma, quickly wriggled out of their mother's arms. Fu Mingxue set them down. All right, Mommy will talk to you both in a bit. After washing her hair and taking a shower, Fu Mingxue felt much better. When she came out with her hair dried, her mother had already cooked noodles for her. Come on, have some noodles to fill your stomach first. You can eat more at dinner. Okay. Fu Mingxue walked over and saw two poached eggs sitting on top of the big bowl of noodles. Thanks, Mom. Mrs. Fu rolled her eyes at her, always saying thank you all day long. She really had picked up some foreign habits. How long are you staying this time? Just a month. Yes, a month. Then I'll be heading to the base. She had a lot of experiments to do, so she had to stay in the field. Will you be back for the new year? I should be. After all, there were two kids and her mom at home. As for Qin Wenhua, that was uncertain. If she didn't come back, then her mom and the two kids would be spending the new year alone at home. Mrs. Fu. Should be? Isn't that just another way of saying you're not sure? Thinking of her daughter's work, she didn't say anything more. Oh, by the way, when Shu is supposed to get married at the end of the year. They were going to have the wedding earlier, but when Shu's partner got busy at work, so they postponed it to the end of the year. Hearing this, Fu Mingxue looked up in surprise. They've already picked a date? Mrs. Fu nodded. Yes, December 28th. Since you haven't called home, I guess the Qin family is waiting until then to tell you. Actually, when Shu and his partner have already gotten their marriage certificate. They're just waiting to hold the wedding. This news left Fu Mingxue stunned. Luckily, she had already swallowed her noodles, or she might have spat them out. They're already legally married? Mrs. Fu nodded. Yes, they got the certificate, probably at the end of last month. Fu Mingxue. She had to hand it to Qin Shu. He really had some skills, managing to get Dr. Xia to agree to register their marriage. That was impressive. Dr. Xia was such an outstanding person. Yet, she chose Qin Shu. Did that mean Qin Shu had some hidden, shining qualities that others couldn't see? Thinking about it, Qin Wuxu was actually quite handsome. After all, the Qin family had good genes, none of them were particularly unattractive. All right, enough chatting. Eat your noodles. Mrs. Fu went back to the kitchen to get busy. After finishing her noodles, Fu Mingxue took out the gifts she'd brought for the two kids. Come here, these are gifts from Mommy. See if you like them. Mommy, is this the airplane Auntie talked about? Qin Hao immediately set his sights on the wooden airplane. That's right. My Hao Hao is so smart. The wooden airplane was something she'd bought from Wang Lihong. She hadn't expected Wang Lihong to be able to carve airplanes. When she'd asked about it, Wang Lihong said she'd once seen a plane flying low overhead and remembered roughly what it looked like. I love it. Thank you, Mommy. Qin Hao hugged his big airplane, overjoyed. For Qin Kiki, the gift was a little stuffed bear. Fu Mingxue had drawn a design and asked their neighbor Wang Xiang to make it, since she'd noticed Wang Xiang was good with needlework. Qin Kiki was also thrilled with the stuffed bear. Thank you, Mommy. Kiki loves the little bear too. As long as you like them. Fu Mingxue gave each of them 2 pieces of candy. The rest she left for her mother to distribute. After all, kids shouldn't eat too many sweets, or it would ruin their teeth. She also took out some local specialties she'd bought at the market. Mother Fu was in a very good mood. But when she got to the 2 big slabs of meat, each weighing over 10 jin, she was shocked. Why is this meat so fresh? Fu Mingxue opened her eyes and replied, I had someone order it in advance for me here. When I got off the train, they delivered it. But you bought way too much, Mother Fu said, feeling relieved that her daughter earned a good salary. Otherwise, with the way she spent money, an ordinary monthly wage really wouldn't be enough. Fu Mingxue immediately said, just put it in the fridge. Mother Fu. The fridge had already been unplugged. Was it really worth plugging it in again just for these 10 jin of meat? There are 2 pieces anyway, right? Take one over to the Qin family, Mother Fu suggested. Fu Mingxue nodded, sure, that works. She hadn't just brought a lot of things for her own family. She'd also brought some gifts for her in-laws. Oh, right, Mom, is everything else at home okay? Everything's fine. The only thing is, the 2 kids got sick last month and ran a bit of a fever. I made them some medicine and they were better the next day. Fu Mingxue was a little surprised. Mom, you never told me about that. Mother Fu rolled her eyes at her. How could I? You never called or wrote, and I don't know many characters, so having someone else write for me is a hassle. Besides, they were fine the next day. It was nothing. Fu Mingxue looked apologetic. Mom, you really work so hard. Normally, taking care of the 2 kids was manageable, but if they got sick, it must have been exhausting. The 2 of them aren't troublemakers, so it's not hard at all. I'm in great health. That little pill you gave me last time really works. I feel so much better after taking it. Fu Mingxue thought to herself, of course it works. That was a system reward. She kept her achievements to herself. By the way, Mingxue, do you have any more of those little pills? If you do, give one to your in-laws and one to old lady Qin. Fu Mingxue, what? Do you think they're as common as cabbage? No, there were only 2. We've already taken them. When Mother Fu heard that, she sighed. That's such a pity. If there were more, I shouldn't have taken mine. It would have been best to give it to old lady Qin. Fu Mingxue. Sure, Grandma was wonderful. But even fingers aren't all the same length. People naturally have their own selfishness. In this life, she was a refined egoist. All she wanted was for her mother, who had passed away early in her previous life, to live a long and healthy life this time around. As for her own pill, she honestly never considered giving it away. She had too much to accomplish in this life. She needed a healthy body too. Mom, it's really inconvenient not having a phone at home. How about I talk to my work unit and see if we can get a phone installed? Her suggestion startled Mother Fu. What? Install a phone? Do you have so much money you don't know where to spend it? Install a phone at home? Am I supposed to call you and your husband every day? Do you 2 even have that much free time? Even if everyone was free, it's not like they'd be calling every day. How much money would that waste? Long-distance calls were extremely expensive. Mom, keep your voice down, I can hear you just fine. Besides, I'm just discussing it with you. It was just a sudden idea she'd had. Mother Fu glared at her. There's nothing to discuss. Unless you need it for work, don't even think about it. Honestly, as soon as she earned a bit of money, she started thinking about all sorts of things. Buying this and that was one thing, but now she even wanted to install a phone. Did the family really have that many calls to make? We're only staying here this year, aren't we? Didn't we say we'd move back to the family compound next year? The couple had already decided to let their 2 children start school over there. Even now, with nothing much going on, she was still thinking about getting a phone installed. Honestly, she decided that next time her daughter tried to give her money, she'd just accept it and not refuse anymore. It would be good to help the couple save some money. That way, they wouldn't be so quick to spend it as soon as they had any. Fu Mingxue had no comeback under her mother's glare. She quickly said, okay, I won't think about it anymore. But her mother kept glaring at her. You'd better not. Even if we do get a phone installed at home in the future, it'll be because you and Wenhui need it for work. You two are hardly ever home. What's the point of installing one? If I need to make a call, can't I just go to the post office? And if that doesn't work, I can always go to the Qin's house. Fu Mingxue. She'd just made a casual comment. Why did her mom have so much to say about it? Mom, whatever you say. I'm tired, so I'll go take a nap. Applying for a phone line through her work unit was actually a strict process. Did they really think it was that easy to get one? And it took a long time too. When her mother heard she was tired, she immediately dropped the topic of the phone. She said quickly, if you're tired, go get some rest. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. As for visiting the Qin family, you can go tomorrow. Originally, her mother had wanted her to drop by the Qins later. After all, since she was back, how could she not visit her in-laws? Okay. Fu Mingxue headed back to her room. The 2 kids had already run off to play with their gifts. However, Fu Mingxue didn't get much sleep. She only managed to doze off for a little while. Because Mother Qin arrived. Mother Fu heard the knock and went to open the door. Mother Qin asked, in-law, I heard Mingxue is back, so I came over to check. Is she really home? Mother Fu replied right away, she's back. She's catching up on sleep in her room right now, I'll go wake her. But as soon as Mother Qin heard her daughter-in-law was napping, she cut her off. No need to wake her. Mingxue rarely says she's tired. If she says she is, she must have been working hard for a long time, and then the train ride wasn't comfortable or restful. She must be really exhausted. That was exactly what Mother Fu was thinking too. After all, she knew her daughter's temperament. You came at just the right time. Mingxue was planning to bring these things over to your place this afternoon, but she said she was too tired and wanted to rest first and let you know she's back and safe. Since you're here, you can just take these things with you when you go. Take the tricycle, it'll be easier. As she spoke, Mother Fu moved the things they'd set aside for the Qin family to one side. How come there's such fresh meat? Mother Qin was surprised when she saw the fresh pork. Mother Fu explained, Mingxue had someone order it for her. When they heard she was coming back, they delivered it. That person is really nice, Mother Qin said, marveling at the kindness. She hadn't even known her younger daughter-in-law had friends at the slaughterhouse. Mother Qin chatted for a while. Both women kept their voices low, afraid they'd wake Fu Mingxue from her nap. Mother Fu loaded all the gifts for the Qin family onto the tricycle. Mother Qin didn't stay long. She rode the tricycle back to the Qin house. Auntie Li, come help me bring this meat inside. Auntie Li hurried out. When she saw the meat, she was surprised too. Where did all this meat come from? It looks as fresh as if it was just butchered. Mingxue is back. Her friend bought these for her, said Mother Qin, her face lighting up with joy at the mention of her younger daughter-in-law. Auntie Li was equally delighted when she heard that Fu Mingxue had returned. She hurriedly carried the meat into the kitchen. Mother Qin continued to check the other groceries. By 5 in the afternoon, Father Qin and Qin Wenze had both come home. Upon hearing that Fu Mingxue was back, Father Qin was also overjoyed. Let's have Mingxue come over for dinner tomorrow. Ask Auntie Li to buy 2 chickens and make some chicken soup for her to help her recover. All right, Mother Qin agreed, a little disappointed that she hadn't seen her younger daughter-in-law yet. But considering how hard and mentally exhausting her job was, she definitely needed some good nourishment. Mingxue slept in quite late this time. She hadn't managed to get a sleeper ticket on the train, so she had to take a hard seat all the way home. There were lots of pickpockets and it was crowded. The carriage was filled with all kinds of smells. There was no way she could get any real sleep. So this time, she was truly exhausted and ended up sleeping until around 5 o'clock. When she finally got up, she asked, "Mom, why didn't you wake me up earlier? What's the rush? We're not in a hurry to eat. Go wash your face and then we can have dinner. Oh, by the way, your mother-in-law came by while you were sleeping this afternoon." That surprised Mingxue. "My mother-in-law came? Why didn't you wake me up?" "What for? You needed a good rest. You can see her tomorrow at the Qin house, can't you? If you really want, you can go visit after dinner tonight." Mingxue thought for a moment. "I'll go over after dinner then. Who knows what tomorrow will bring, might not have time. And if I do, it'll probably be around this time anyway." Mother Fu agreed, "All right." Mingxue went to wash her face, then came back and sat down in the main room. Just then, the two little ones climbed up onto their chairs. Qinhao asked, "Mommy, when is Daddy coming home?" Mingxue looked at him. How do you miss Daddy?" Qinhao nodded. "I do. I miss Mommy too." Mingxue pinched his cheek affectionately. "Our Hao is such a sweet talker. Daddy's busy right now, but when he has time, he'll come home to see you and your sister." The twins were thrilled to hear that. That night, Mother Fu made chicken soup. Qinhao picked up a big drumstick and put it in his mother's bowl. "Mommy, you need to eat more." Qin Kiki followed suit, putting another big drumstick in her mother's bowl. "Mommy, you need to eat more." Mingxue was deeply touched by her two little ones. "Thank you so much, my darlings." With such filial children, of course she accepted their gesture, while also making sure they understood from a young age that they should be filial to their mother. Mother Fu. She realized her daughter was truly something else. Other mothers always saved the best food for their kids, but her daughter was different. She let the kids give her all the good stuff. After dinner, Mother Fu urged, "You don't need to help with the chores here. It's still early, so go visit the Qin family now. That way, you won't be coming home too late." "All right," Mingxue replied, glancing at the two little ones. Before she could say anything, the twins chimed in together, "Mommy, we want to go to Grandpa and Grandma's too." Of course Mingxue didn't object. She smiled and said, "All right, let's all go together." As soon as she agreed, the siblings were over the moon with excitement. The two little ones were lifted off the bicycle, and they immediately dashed eagerly into the courtyard. "Great-grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, we're here with Mom." As soon as Qin's mother heard the commotion outside, she came out, beaming with joy. When she saw her little grandson and granddaughter running over, she couldn't have been happier. "My darlings, such good kids." Then she looked up and saw her younger daughter-in-law walking in, her smile growing even wider. "Mingxue, you're here." "Mom, I heard from my mother this afternoon that you went to the courtyard house." "Sorry, I was napping and didn't know you came." "There's nothing to apologize for. You haven't slept well on the train these past few days. You should catch up on your rest when you get back. By the way, have you had dinner?" "Yes, Mom, we've already eaten. I'll be busy with classes starting tomorrow, so I wanted to come by and see everyone now." "How are you, Dad, Mom, and Grandma? Is everyone well?" "We're all doing great, don't worry. Don't just stand there, let's go inside. The old lady and your dad will be so happy to see you." "Okay." Mingxue walked inside. Qin Yu and Qin Ruoqiao, hearing their little aunt's voice, quickly came over to greet her. They politely called out, "Hello, little aunt." "Hello, little aunt." Mingxue smiled and greeted the two children. "Hello, Yaya." "Hello, Qiao Qiao. It's been a while, you two have really grown. Our Yaya is turning into a handsome young man, and Qiao Qiao is becoming the prettiest little girl." The siblings blushed at her praise. "Little aunt, thank you for the gifts you sent. My sister and I really like them." They hadn't expected that after school, Grandma would tell them their little aunt had sent gifts. If it hadn't been dinner time, they would have run straight over to her house. It was a pity their little aunt didn't live with them. How nice it would be if she did. Seeing how much the siblings liked the gifts, Fu Mingxue was delighted. As long as you like them. All right, why don't you take Hao Hao and Kiki to play? The grown-ups need to talk. Qinyu nodded. Okay, Grandma. Then he led his younger siblings upstairs to play. Fu Mingxue greeted the elderly lady and her father-in-law as they came over. Grandma, Dad, I'm back. Old Mrs. Qin's face was wrinkled with laughter. It's good you're back. Why have you lost so much weight? Has work been especially hard lately? Grandma, is it possible you just think I'm thinner? I haven't lost a single pound. And work is about the same every day, nothing too bad. Old Mrs. Qin was amused by her words. At that moment, Qin Wenza walked over. Sister-in-law. Fu Mingxue nodded politely. Big brother. As soon as she finished greeting him, Qin's mother pulled her to sit down. Come, sit and chat. Qin's father asked her some questions about work, while Qin's mother asked about her daily life. The whole family sat together, chatting happily. After an hour and a half, Qin's mother realized her younger daughter-in-law needed to take the two kids home, so she urged, Mingxue, come by again when you have time to rest. It's getting late. Take the kids home now. Oh, let Wenza walk you back. But Fu Mingxue didn't want her brother-in-law to escort her. Mom, it's not far at all. With my bicycle, it'll only take a few minutes. No need to trouble Big Brother. I'll just get the kids and head out. Qin's mother thought about it and nodded. That works too. She asked Qin Wenza to call the two kids downstairs. The tricycle can be ridden home tomorrow. Okay, Mom. We'll be off then. The next day, Fu Mingxue arrived at the school. She first went to Director Zhang's office. Director Zhang. When Director Zhang saw Fu Mingxue, his eyes lit up with delight. Mingxue, you're here. I was just thinking you might come back to school in the next few days, but I didn't expect you to arrive today. Fu Mingxue replied, I got back yesterday. Director Zhang asked, I heard your project is progressing very smoothly. Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes, everyone has been working really hard lately. Fortunately, things are going well. You've all worked hard. But you, especially, have put in the most effort. I heard you've been working overtime late into the night every day. It's truly rare to see such hardworking and dedicated young people. Director Zhang was especially glad that he hadn't missed out on such a talented individual back then. Of course, what he was most grateful for was that Fu Mingxue had recommended herself in the first place. Otherwise, even if she was talented, if she hadn't really gotten involved in the project's development, things probably wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Oh, right, here's the class schedule. Take a look. If there are no issues, we'll follow this arrangement. Fu Mingxue took the schedule from him. She glanced at it and memorized everything at once. That's fine. Seeing this, Director Zhang immediately said, since there are no problems, you'll start teaching tomorrow. Today, come with me to the Research Institute. Fu Mingxue nodded. All right. She knew they were going to the Research Institute for a meeting and report. Go to your office first. We'll head to the Research Institute in half an hour. Okay, I'll go over now. With that, Fu Mingxue left Director Zhang's office. In the hallway, she ran into a few other teachers. They all greeted her. Miss Fu, you're back. Hello, Miss Fu. Fu Mingxue nodded in response. After exchanging greetings, she went to her own office. When she opened the door, she found the office still very clean. Clearly, it had been tidied up. She organized her textbooks for the semester. Half an hour later, Director Zhang came to get her. Mingxue, it's time to go. Okay, Fu Mingxue replied and left the office. This time, they had a car to take them to the Research Institute. When they arrived, as soon as everyone saw Fu Mingxue, they all gathered around her. Team Leader Fu, we heard your engine development is progressing really fast. Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes, things are going quite smoothly at the moment. There were a lot of questions, and Fu Mingxue answered a few. At that moment, Director Zhang spoke up. All right, everyone, stop crowding around Mingxue. She has a meeting to attend. Let's all head to the conference room. Hearing this, everyone moved to the conference room. By the time things wrapped up at the Research Institute, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Director Zhang asked Fu Mingxue, should we take you straight home or go back to the school first? Fu Mingxue replied, let's go back to the school first. My bicycle is still there, I'll need it to ride tomorrow. Director Zhang thought that made sense. Alright, let's head back to the school then. Grandma, isn't Mom coming home for dinner? Qin Kiki asked. Seeing the little girl looking so expectant, Fu's mother said, your mom should be back for dinner. It's still early. Since the afternoon, the little girl had been running to the front door every so often to look out. When Qin Kiki heard that her mom would be home for dinner, she was overjoyed. That's great. Oh, Grandma, can I sleep with Mom again tonight? As soon as Qin Kiki thought about how she got to sleep with her mom last night, she felt especially happy. When Qin Hao heard his little sister say this, he quickly chimed in, Grandma, I want to sleep with Mom too. Grandma Fu looked at the siblings, but didn't give an answer. You can ask your mom about that when she gets back. Alright, now go play, you two can't help with the chores anyway. Grandma's going to cook. The two little ones were still too young to help out, so they obediently left to play. When Fu Mingxue got home, she was greeted by the delicious smell of food. Mom, what tasty dishes are you making today? As soon as she spoke, the two kids ran over to her side. Mama! Mama! Seeing her children, Fu Mingxue beamed with joy. Good kids. Did you miss Mommy today? The two little ones shouted in unison, we missed you, Mommy. Fu Mingxue couldn't help but laugh. You two really are Mommy's little sweethearts. Sure enough, adorable children can really heal your mood and make you feel wonderful. Just then, Grandma Fu, who had finished setting all the dishes on the table, called out to them, come wash your hands, it's time to eat. Fu Mingxue parked her bicycle and went to wash her hands at the tap and washed the kids' hands for them too. Then she led them back into the main room, lifting each of them into their seats. Looking at the dishes on the table, braised pork and fish, everything looked especially appetizing. Mom, your cooking smells amazing today. Grandma Fu glanced at her. Then eat more. With 2 adults and 2 kids, she'd made 3 dishes and a soup. After the meal, Fu Mingxue didn't have to clean up, so she got ready to take the kids out for a stroll. Mom, I'm going to take them out for a walk. Grandma Fu nodded. Alright, just don't stay out too late. Got it, we'll be back early. The 2 little ones were overjoyed when they heard their mom was taking them out. Fu Mingxue took 1 child in each hand and headed out. There were still lots of people sitting outside in the alley, enjoying the cool air. Although Fu Mingxue hadn't been living here long, she'd already shown her face a few times, so the neighbors all knew her. As she walked by, people greeted her one after another. Qin Yu's mom, you're back. Fu Mingxue nodded, yes, I'm back. She was greeted by quite a few people along the way. After leaving the alley, there was a small park, so Fu Mingxue took the kids there for a stroll. Just then, Qin Kiki suddenly tugged on Fu Mingxue's hand. Mama, when are you and Daddy going to give us a little brother or sister? Her questions startled Fu Mingxue. She immediately looked down. She saw her daughter looking up at her seriously, clearly waiting for an answer. Kiki, why do you ask? I saw that Chubby's mom just had another baby for him. I want a little brother or sister too. Not just me, my brother wants one as well. Qin Hao, who had just been mentioned, nodded right away. Yeah, I want one too. Fu Mingxue. Hao, don't you already have a little sister? Why do you want another one? Qin Hao tilted his head, then quickly said, then I want a little brother. Fu Mingxue. Having a boy or a girl wasn't really up to her. Besides, if she had to choose, she actually preferred having sweet, soft little girls. Of course, she couldn't just tell the 2 little ones that she wasn't going to have any more children. After all, her life plan did include actually having a child of her own. She wanted to experience what it was really like to give birth. Maybe in the future, she said. The 2 little ones were instantly delighted when they heard this. The little girl couldn't help but ask eagerly, Mommy, when is the future? Is it tomorrow? Can you give Kiki a little brother tomorrow? Kiki wants to be a big sister. Fu Mingxue. Only chickens lay eggs that quickly. Just then, Qin Hao chimed in. Silly, Mommy can't have a little brother for us tomorrow. Mommy's tummy isn't as big as little Fatty's mommy's tummy. Mommy will. Jinhao started counting on his fingers. It'll take this many days. Then Mommy can have a little brother. Fu Mingxue watched as he counted out 5 fingers. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Have a baby in 5 days? She wasn't that miraculous. Alright, let's talk about it later. For now, let's go home. If this conversation kept going, would they start looking forward to it every single day? There was no way she could have a baby in just a few days. Still, these 2 little ones really were adorable. The 3 of them headed home. When Fu's mother saw them come in, she called the 2 kids over to take a bath. Qin Kiki tugged at her mother's hand again. Mommy, can my brother and I sleep with you tonight? Even when asking for her own benefit, she didn't forget to include her brother. Fu Mingxue reached out and pinched her soft little cheek. Of course you can. We'll all sleep together tonight. The 2 little ones were overjoyed when they heard this. Yay! Kiki and brother can sleep with Mommy. Qin Kiki loved her sweet-smelling, soft mommy the most. She always felt so happy and excited to sleep with her mom. Jinhao was happy too. Alright, hurry up and go take your bath, or you'll have to sleep with Grandma instead, Fu's mother said. The 2 kids immediately ran over to her. Fu Mingxue didn't need to help with their bath, so she went back to her room first. By the time she'd tidied up her desk, the 2 little ones had finished their bath and came running in. Mommy, Kik's here to sleep with you. Fu Mingxue looked at the 2 of them and pointed at the bed. Go lie down first. Mommy will tell you a story in a bit. The 2 kids were thrilled at the mention of a story. They quickly scrambled onto the bed. Grandma's room next door had a heated brick bed, but here it was a regular bed, completely different. Fu Mingxue went to take a shower. When she came back, she saw the 2 little ones playing on the bed, and she walked over with a smile. Come on, lie down. Mommy will tell you a story. The 2 kids immediately lay down obediently. Mommy, what story are you telling tonight? Jinhao loved listening to his mom's stories. I'll tell you a story about someone who studied so hard they tied their hair to a beam and pricked themselves to stay awake. Just as she said this, Fu's mother pushed open the door and came in, rolling her eyes. Telling a story about tying hair to a beam at night? The kids were only a few years old. Could they even understand that? Here, your blankets are too thin. Let me add another one for you. Mom, I can do it myself, Fu Mingxue said. Fu's mother rolled her eyes at her. Do you even know where the blankets are? Fu Mingxue. How could she not know? Weren't they just in that cabinet over there? A month passed by quickly. This time, Fu Mingxue actually managed to attend a full month of classes. Mom, I'm heading back tomorrow. I probably won't be able to come home again until the new year. Mother Fu knew this was just the nature of her daughter's job. There was nothing she could do about it. Make sure you get enough rest. You may still be young, but you can't keep pushing your body like this. You need to take it easy. Isn't there a saying, your body is the capital for revolution? If you stay healthy, you'll be able to work for much longer. Hearing her mother's concern, Fu Mingxue chuckled. Mom, you're sounding pretty cultured these days. Mother Fu rolled her eyes at her. Well, I live in the city now, don't I? What's wrong with being a little cultured? Fu Mingxue? So just living in the city makes you cultured now? Just then, Mother Fu suddenly lowered her voice. By the way, when are you 2 planning to have another child? Fu Mingxue turned to look at her, remembering what the 2 kids had said to her when she took them out on her first day back. So she asked, Mom, have you been talking to the kids about having another baby? Mother Fu shot her a look. Do you really think your mom is that out of line? Why would I talk to the kids about that? But, you know, you 2 will have to have another child event. Yuli, right? We will, just not right now. Next year, maybe. Any later, and they probably wouldn't be allowed to have another. There were going to be restrictions. After all, they already had 2 kids. Hearing this, Mother Fu's eyes lit up. Really? You've really decided to have another baby next year? Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes, that's the plan. She had originally intended to wait a couple more years. But she'd forgotten if they waited any longer, they wouldn't be allowed to have another. So, better to move it up on the schedule. That's wonderful. Taking care of 2 or 3 kids is all the same to me. I can handle it, no problem. Mother Fu was truly delighted. Ever since the couple got married, she'd hoped they'd have another child. Now, by the end of this year, They'd have been married 2 years. It was about time. She'd only asked casually, not really expecting anything, given how busy her daughter's job was. She hadn't expected her daughter to actually have this plan. Fu Mingxue had never seen her mother so happy before. Her mood was lifted as well. Don't worry, if things get too busy for you, we'll hire someone to help. With 3 kids at home, we can't expect you to do it all by yourself. We'll definitely need to bring someone in. Mother Fu thought she could manage just fine on her own. But she didn't argue with her daughter about it now. The next day, Fu Mingxue left. Qin Wishu came to see her off. Sis-in-law, my wedding with Dr. Xia is during the new year. You have to come back for it. I will. Fu Mingxue smiled and added, I heard you two already got your marriage certificate. Congratulations. Hee, thanks, sis-in-law. We're family now. Dr. Xia is really busy with work, otherwise you two could have met up or had a meal together while you were here. Dr. Xia always talks about you. That piqued Fu Mingxue's curiosity. She talks about me? Qin Wishu nodded quickly. Yes, she says you're an amazing woman, a role model of our times. Being praised by such a beautiful woman, Fu Mingxue was naturally delighted. Dr. Xia is beautiful and kind and a wonderful doctor. She's amazing too, she's my idol. Qin Wishu, idol? The word sounded new to him. Yes, idol, as in someone I really admire. Hearing this, Qin Wishu got quite excited, as if he himself had just been praised. Sis-in-law, if our Dr. Xia heard you say that, she'd be over the moon. Fu Mingxue. She tried to picture it, Dr. Xia looking happy, but honestly, she couldn't quite imagine it. She'd only met Dr. Xia a few times, and every time, Dr. Xia's expression had always been calm and reserved. The car soon arrived at the train station. Fu Mingxue didn't have much luggage with her this time. Just a single suitcase she carried herself. I'll get on the train by myself. You should head back now. All right. Sis-in-law, take care, especially on the train. Stay alert. I know. Fu Mingxue picked up her suitcase and entered the station. 3 days later, the train arrived at its destination. As Fu Mingxue got off, she immediately spotted Qin Wenhua. It took her by surprise. Qin Wenhua had already seen her first and quickly ran over. Wife. He took her suitcase from her. Let's go. Fu Mingxue looked at him. How did you know I was on this train? Did you call home? It wasn't me, it was Mom. She called the unit. I just got back from a mission and happened to get the call. That's quite the coincidence. The car was parked right outside. They walked over in no time. The couple got in. As Qin Wenhua started the car, he asked, Wife, we're heading straight home, right? Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes. I'll go home today and head to the factory tomorrow. All right. If you're tired, get some rest. It'll take about an hour to get from the station to the family compound. But Fu Mingxue wasn't all that tired. She'd had a sleeper berth this time and got to lie down and rest. Plus, she'd gotten lucky, the whole sleeper compartment had been empty except for her. So, the train ride hadn't been tiring at all. As they were driving through town, suddenly, someone by the roadside was crying. Fu Mingxue hadn't fallen asleep, so she glanced outside and thought the figure looked familiar. Qin Wenhua, stop the car. What's wrong? Qin Wenhua asked, but he was already pulling over. I just saw someone I know. I'm going to check on her. Before Qin Wenhua could say anything, Fu Mingxue had already opened the door and gotten out. Seeing this, Qin Wenhua had no choice but to quickly follow. Wang Lihong, what's wrong? Wang Lihong, who was crying by the roadside, heard the familiar voice and looked up. She hadn't expected to see Comrade Fu. Her eyes grew even redder. Comrade Fu, my grandpa passed away. Fu Mingxue was shocked to hear this. I'm so sorry for your loss. But why are you crying out here? My uncle wants to trade me for a bride price. His family has also taken over my grandpa's house. They say it's theirs now. That is a girl, I have no right to live in my grandpa's house. They want to marry me off to my aunt's nephew from the next village. But he's mentally disabled. Fu Mingxue, is your uncle out of his mind? Besides, marriages are free now, how can they make decisions for you? Isn't anyone in your village stepping in? My uncle is the village leader. Wang Lihong started crying even harder. My aunt locked me up last night. I managed to escape. Fu Mingxue was furious when she heard this. What kind of nonsense uncle is this? Just a brigade leader, acting like he's so important. But this girl really did look pitiful. If it were someone else, Fu Mingxue might not have bothered to get involved. But seeing the girl still squatting on the ground, crying her heart out, Fu Mingxue couldn't help but sigh. Wang Lihong, stop crying. Here, take this 20 yuan. Go to the guest house in town, get a room, and clean yourself up. In a bit, I'll help you find a job. As for your uncle's family, we'll deal with that later. Fu Mingxue had no intention of bringing the girl home to the family compound. When Wang Lihong heard this, she suddenly looked up. Comrade Fu, you're going to help me find a job? Fu Mingxue looked at her. What, you don't want to? Wang Lihong hurriedly nodded. I do, I really do. Thank you, Comrade Fu. Just call me Fu Mingxue. For now, take the money and come with me. I'll take you to the guest house first. Get cleaned up, change your clothes, and if you haven't eaten, get something to eat. I'll go to the factory to make some arrangements and come back for you later. Wang Lihong's tears flowed even harder. Thank you, Comrade Fu. I'll definitely pay you back. She finished speaking and gave Fu Mingxue a deep bow. Enough with the bowing, just hurry up and get in the car. Wang Lihong wiped her streaming tears and quickly got in. She was very nervous. Fu Mingxue and Qin Wenhua also got back in the car. Qin Wenhua didn't need Fu Mingxue to say anything, he just drove straight to the guest house. Go in and get yourself a room. I need to go to the factory for a bit, but I'll come back for you soon. Okay, thank you, Comrade Fu. Wang Lihong had never met anyone as kind as Comrade Fu. She was actually helping her find a job. Fu Mingxue suddenly thought of something. By the way, Wang Lihong, do you have any documents? Wang Lihong quickly replied, yes, I do. I secretly got one stamped. My uncle is the brigade leader. As she spoke, she kept glancing at Fu Mingxue, afraid she'd see disgust in her eyes, that she'd think Wang Lihong was a bad girl. So she looked especially nervous. Fu Mingxue, hearing this, felt a bit of admiration. This girl didn't seem very bold, but actually, she was pretty gutsy. And smart, too. She'd thought to secretly get her documents stamped. Not only that, she'd brought a big bundle with her. She'd clearly prepared well before running away. Since you have your documents, that's fine. Go on in. Okay. Wang Lihong nodded. She walked into the guest house, nervous, thinking it would be a hassle to check in. But the clerk didn't ask much, just had her show her documents for registration. Meanwhile, Fu Mingxue got back in the car. Let's go to the factory. Qin Wenhua had no objections. He always listened to his wife. They arrived at the factory quickly. Park the car here. I'm going in to find someone, I'll be out soon. Qin Wenhua nodded. All right. No rush. Take your time, honey. Fu Mingxue went into the factory and found the factory director's office. Director Gung heard a knock at the door. Come in. Fu Mingxue pushed the door open and entered. Director Gung, I need to talk to you about something. Director Gung looked up and was surprised to see her. Team Leader Fu, when did you get back? Oh, what can I do for you? Is something wrong? Factory Director Gung noticed Fu Mingxue's expression and immediately thought something bad had happened. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Director Gung, don't worry, nothing's wrong. It's actually a personal matter, and I wanted to ask for your help. Here's the situation. There's a woman from my hometown. She's all alone, and now some outsiders are trying to force her into marriage. She has nowhere to go, so I'd like to help her find a job. You have a lot of connections. If there's any position available, could you help her out? As soon as Director Gung heard this, he patted his chest in relief. Team Leader Fu, you really gave me a fright. I thought something had gone wrong with the project. Turns out it's just a small matter like this. Next time, don't use such a serious expression for something so minor. Fu Mingxue, was her expression really that serious just now? She hadn't even realized. Still, Hearing Director Gung call it a small matter made her breathe a sigh of relief. Before she could say anything, Director Gung quickly added, "No need to ask anyone else. Our factory has regular workshop positions. She can just come here. But as for accommodation, right now, we don't have any vacant dorm rooms, so she'll have to figure that out herself." "That's fine," Fu Mingxue replied, knowing that hardly anyone ever left this factory. Every position was filled as soon as someone left, so it made sense that the dorms were full. She'd actually thought Director Gung might use his connections to find her a job at another factory, but she hadn't expected he'd just take her in directly. After thinking for a moment, Fu Mingxue added, "She's actually very skilled at wood carving. If there's a factory that needs that kind of work, that would be even better. It really would be a shame for her to give up wood carving." Director Gung's eyes lit up when he heard this. "You said she's good at wood carving?" Fu Mingxue nodded. "Yes, very good. In that case, she doesn't need to work in our factory at all. There's actually a factory in the city that specializes in handicrafts. I think she'd be a perfect fit there. I'll give them a call right now." "Thank you so much, Director Gung. I really appreciate it," Fu Mingxue said immediately. "It's no trouble at all. In fact, I should be thanking you." Director Gung dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. "Old Zheng, are you still hiring at your factory? I have a young woman who's excellent at wood carving." "Oh, you need someone like that? Great, I'll have her come to your factory tomorrow to report in." With that, he hung up. He turned to Fu Mingxue with a smile. "Team Leader Fu, you heard it yourself. The city's handicraft factory needs someone with her skills. Have her come to our factory tomorrow, and I'll arrange for someone to take her over." "That's really a huge help, Director Gung." "Thank you. No need to thank me. Just make sure she brings her letter of introduction and any necessary documents, especially her grain ration registration. That way, it can all be transferred directly to the new factory." "Got it. I'll be off now, and I'll have her come by tomorrow." With that, Fu Mingxue left. When she got in the car, Qin Wenhua asked, "Is it all sorted out?" Fu Mingxue nodded. "Yes, it's settled. Director Gung helped arrange a job for her at the city's handicraft factory. Let's go to the guest house and give her the good news." "All right," Qin Wenhua replied, stepping on the gas. The car drove off. At this moment, Wang Lihong had already finished her shower. After changing into clean clothes, she looked much more refreshed. Her stomach was fine. She'd eaten a steamed bun she'd brought with her on the way. Ever since her house was taken over, that aunt had started starving her, refusing to let her eat, and trying to force her to give in and marry. Of course, she would never agree to that. Luckily, she'd secretly hidden a few buns in her room, so she hadn't been so hungry that she couldn't move. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to escape. Most importantly, before she ran away, she'd even sneaked into the kitchen and grabbed some more buns that had been locked in the cupboard. While she waited anxiously, Wang Lihong had nothing to do, so to ease her nerves, she took out her last remaining bun and started chewing on it dry. When Fu Mingxue knocked on the door, Wang Lihong, who was chewing on the hard bun, almost choked. "Cough, coming, I'm coming." She hurriedly took a sip of water, swallowed the bun, and quickly ran to open the door. When she saw it was Fu Mingxue, her tense and anxious heart finally relaxed a little. "Comrade Fu, you're here. Please come in." Fu Mingxue noticed her flustered expression, but didn't think much of it. She walked into the room and glanced around. The room was indeed a bit small, but it was quite clean. There was absolutely no problem staying here for a night. She withdrew her gaze and looked back at the nervous Wang Lihong in front of her. She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "The job has been arranged. It's at a handicraft factory in the city. You're a great fit for the work there. Just go to the engine factory before 7:30 tomorrow morning and find Director Gung. Someone will take you to the handicraft factory in the city." "Oh, and did you bring your household registration booklet?" Wang Lihong hurriedly replied, "Yes, I brought everything." "That's good. Take it with you to report in. Once your job at the factory is settled, you'll need to come back once to transfer your grain ration registration." Wang Lihong nodded quickly. I know, if I don't transfer my grain registration, the factory won't give me a grain subsidy. She would definitely have to come back for that. The house her grandfather left her. It was hers to begin with. Why should her uncle take it? Besides, she hadn't eaten a single meal from their family. What right did they have to decide her marriage? She would get everything back, one way or another. Fu Mingxue could tell she had a plan in mind, and was quite pleased. All right, that's settled. You can rest easy here, Tun. Aight. Seeing that Fu Mingxue was about to leave, Wang Lihong called out anxiously, Sister Fu, thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't have known what to do. I'm really, really grateful. You're the greatest benefactor of my life. With that, she bowed deeply to Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue quickly stopped her. Honestly, she was a bit speechless. This girl really loved to bow. And as for Sister Fu, she might even be younger than Wang Lihong herself. But that didn't matter. If she liked calling her that, so be it. Don't bow again next time, I really don't like it. When you get to your new job tomorrow, focus on adapting well. That's it. I wish you all the best. Wang Lihong's eyes turned red again. Thank you, Sister Fu. I'll never forget your kindness for as long as I live. It's nothing, just a small favor. Don't worry about it. I'll be off now, remember to eat well. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sister Fu. Wang Lihong just watched her leave, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. She could no longer hold back her tears. The greatest kindness and help she had ever received in her life came from this Sister Fu. Her uncle was the brigade leader in the village, and, because no one wanted to offend him, everyone kept their distance from her and her grandfather. On top of that, the work assigned to them by the village was always the worst kind, earning them the fewest work points. Her grandfather's health was poor from years of hard labor, and he needed medicine all year round. The money they earned was barely enough to get by. Even though she was good at wood carving, she could only work on it secretly at night. And even then, very few of her carvings actually sold. In the early years, she didn't even dare let her uncle find out she was selling carvings at the market. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, she was finally able to sell them openly at the market. And that's how she met the greatest benefactor of her life. Without Sister Fu, she wouldn't have been able to buy medicine or get treatment for her grandfather before. Although, in the end, her grandfather still passed away. Her uncle nearly ruined her too, but she never expected to meet Sister Fu again. And Sister Fu even helped her find a job. Thinking of all this, her tears flowed like a river. With teary eyes, she looked up into the distance and murmured, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. From now on, I'll never let anyone bully me again. Oh, and Grandpa, I met Sister Fu. She gave me a second chance at life. I'll definitely repay her kindness in the future. Meanwhile, after Fu Mingxue got in the car, she couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Qin Wenhua was instantly concerned. Wife, it's cold out. Put on another layer. Fu Mingxue shook her head. I'm not cold. Besides, all her clothes were in her suitcase. Was she supposed to dig through it for more clothes now? She really wasn't that cold. Seeing this, Qin Wenhua didn't say anything more. He just pressed down harder on the gas pedal. By the time they reached the family housing compound, they'd arrived much faster than usual. As soon as the car stopped, people in the compound started peeking out. When they saw it was Fu Mingxue returning, they came out warmly to greet her this time. Mingxue, you're back from your business trip. No one wants to offend a smiling face. Fu Mingxue just nodded slightly at them, not saying much. The people in the compound all knew what kind of person Fu Mingxue was. Just getting a nod from her was already a huge honor. No one dared complain. Ever since Sister Lu was sent back to her hometown, everyone understood clearly Fu Mingxue was not someone they could afford to offend. Besides, why would they want to? Fu Mingxue left early and came home late, sometimes away on business trips for long stretches. She had never done anything to wrong them. She never caused any trouble for them either. Why would they go out of their way to make things difficult for her? Or gossip about her? Whether she had children or not was none of their business. Most importantly, their husbands had all warned them. Every man in the compound had forbidden his wife from bothering Fu Mingxue again. If it happened again, they'd be sent back to their hometowns too. That was the real reason they didn't dare stir up trouble. Wang Xiang from next door heard the commotion and came out too. When she saw it was Fu Mingxue, she was overjoyed. Mingxue, you're back from your trip? That's right, sister-in-law. Fu Mingxue greeted Wang Xiang with a smile. This made the other women who had just greeted her feel very conflicted. In the entire compound, it seemed only Wang Xiang could get special treatment from Fu Mingxue. Fu Mingxue didn't chat much with Wang Xiang either. As soon as she got off the train, she'd been running around dealing with Wang Lihong's situation. She'd even missed lunchtime, and now she was absolutely starving. Qin Wenhua, of course, noticed this. Honey, why don't you go take a shower first? I'll make you some dumplings, he said. You made dumplings? Fu Mingxue asked in surprise. Qin Wenhua nodded. I knew you'd be coming back today, so I made them in advance. That's so thoughtful of you. All right, I'll go shower now. Fu Mingxue hurried inside, while Qin Wenhua carried her luggage in, and then headed straight to the kitchen. By the time Fu Mingxue finished washing her hair and taking a shower, Qin Wenhua had already cooked the dumplings and brought them out. Fu Mingxue sat down. Looking at the steaming hot dumplings, her appetite was instantly awakened. After a few days on the train, I really missed having something hot like this. Honey, then dig in, Qin Wenhua urged. You eat too, Fu Mingxue replied, knowing he hadn't had lunch either because he'd come to pick her up. The couple didn't say much more and focused on eating the dumplings. After they finished, Fu Mingxue suddenly remembered something. Oh right, about that brigade leader from Wangjia village, do you have any thoughts on that? Qin Wenhua was about to clear the dishes, but when he heard her question, he looked up. Honey, are you thinking about helping that person out? It's not exactly about helping, Fu Mingxue said. I just think that someone who's so greedy and possessive over other people's property really isn't fit to be a brigade leader. If he keeps going like this, won't he just become a local tyrant in their village? Qin Wenhua was amused by her words and couldn't help but laugh out loud. His wife always had such fresh ways of putting things, how could he not love her? He realized he loved her even more. You're right, honey. Someone with that kind of possessiveness over others' property really isn't fit to be a brigade leader. Don't worry about it. I've already reported the situation to the commune. I expect they'll investigate and handle it soon. Fu Mingxue was quite surprised by this. When did you do that? She distinctly remembered that they hadn't been apart for long. It's a funny coincidence, Qin Wenhua explained. While you were inside the guest house talking to Comrade Wang, I happened to run into Director Chu downstairs. We knew each other from before, so we chatted for a bit, and I told him about what happened. He was really angry about it and said he'd deal with it quickly. He quickly added, Director Chu is someone who can't stand injustice. He won't let something like this slide. Fu Mingxue. Really? Why does that sound so unreliable? If Director Chu really hated injustice so much, then how had that brigade leader managed to hold his position for over 10 years? Still, she trusted her husband. All right, let's just wait and see what happens. Honey, there's still some time this afternoon, and since you're not going to the factory, why don't you take a nap and recharge a bit? Fu Mingxue. Recharge for what? Is he planning for an all-nighter tonight or something? No need. I had a sleeper compartment all to myself on the train this time. I was either eating or sleeping the whole way, so I'm not tired at all. Don't worry about me. Go do your own thing. Qin Wenhua was happy to hear that. That meant his wife hadn't suffered at all during the 3 days and 2 nights on the train. All right, I'll head out for now and come back later to make dinner. With that, Qin Wenhua left. All right, let's just wait and see what happens with this then. A meeting? At this hour? Why are we still going to the commune in town for a meeting? Wang Disheng was baffled. Who holds meetings in the afternoon anyway? And at this time, give it another hour or 2 and it'll be dinner time. It must be something important. Anyway, Director Chu sent someone to notify you, so that's how it is. Captain, I think this is urgent. You'd better head over quickly. After saying this, the messenger hurried off. Wang Desheng thought it over and decided he'd better make a trip to town. Just then, his eldest aunt suddenly piped up. Could it be that Wang Lihong, that wretched girl, ran off to town to file a complaint? As soon as Wang Desheng heard this, he immediately denied it. No way. She's just a girl. How could she possibly go complain to Director Chu? Besides, just in case, I've already had people stationed at the commune gate, and I've spoken to the gatekeeper too. If they see Wang Lihong, they're to stop that little brat for me. Hearing her husband say this, Wang Desheng's aunt was delighted. You really do think of everything. But where on earth did that wretched girl run off to? We've sent people to look for her, but no one's found her. If we still can't find her, what are we going to do when the people from the Li family come to pick her up tomorrow? The Lis aren't the kind of people you want to mess with. If they find out she ran away, won't they skin us alive? And most importantly, she'd already taken a hefty bride price from the Li family. If they couldn't hand the girl over, they'd have to give the money back. Her words only made Wang Desheng angrier. That damn girl really has grown wings. She actually dared to run away. Don't worry, she won't get far. Without the certificate I issue, she can't go anywhere. Even if she does, she'll be treated as an undocumented vagrant and sent right back. Besides, didn't you take all her money? She's got nothing. Where could she go? She doesn't even have a place to stay. If she doesn't want to starve, she'll have to come back. If he hadn't been worried about the Lis finding out their bride had run away, he would have made a big scene searching for her. As it was, they'd spent the whole day looking and hadn't even caught a glimpse of her. His aunt's eyes lit up at the thought. That's right. Without money or papers, that wretched girl can't go anywhere. Unless she really wants to live like a wild person in the mountains. This time, the scheming couple were convinced she must have run off into the hills. So they'd sent people to search the mountains. But not the town. All right, that's that. I'll go to the commune and see what's going on. Oh, and if that wretched girl turns up, make sure you keep an eye on her. And don't hit her. If you hurt her, the Lis won't be happy. Wang Desheng rode his bicycle to town. When he got to the commune, he first asked the gatekeeper, but this time, he didn't learn anything. So he had no choice but to go find Director Chu. When he arrived at Director Chu's office, he knocked on the door. Come in. The words came from inside, so Wang Desheng pushed the door open. Director Chu, why did you ask me to come to the commune? Wang Desheng, you're really something, aren't you? Not only did you seize your own niece's house, you locked her up and tried to force her into marriage. What, you think you're some kind of big shot now? Wang Desheng was shocked when he heard this. He panicked and hurried to defend himself. Director Chu, that's not true. That house was passed down to me when my old man died. I'm the eldest son, so of course the house should go to me. Manager Chu glared at him. What's all this talk about eldest sons and second sons? Don't give me that old-fashioned nonsense. Besides, was that house even your father's? That house clearly belonged to your younger brother. What does it have to do with you? And your brother has a daughter, doesn't he? As her uncle, instead of looking after your only niece, you're trying to steal her house. How do you have the nerve to call yourself her uncle? Wang Desheng's face turned pale, then green at these words, but there wasn't a hint of remorse. Manager Chu, that's not fair. Why shouldn't I be her uncle? You know the rules in our village. Girls don't have the right to inherit property. My brother's been dead for years. If I hadn't helped her out, would she have grown up safe and sound? And I went to great lengths to arrange a good marriage for her, so she'd have a decent future. As her uncle, I've done all I can. What more do you want from me? Seeing Wang Desheng's stubbornness and self-righteousness, Manager Chu couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table, startling Wang Desheng. Wang Desheng, you call that a good marriage? You wanted to marry your niece off to an idiot. You were ready to throw her into the fire. And what age do you think this is? The girl doesn't want to marry, and you locked her up? Some village leader you are. Do you even realize that's illegal? Wang Desheng's face froze. How is that illegal? Sure, the guy's not quite right in the head, but his family's well off. If my niece marries him, at least she'll never have to worry about food or clothing. Isn't that the best outcome for a girl these days, to marry a man and have enough to eat and wear? As for locking her up, that never happened. That girl's been a liar since she was little. She's just making things up. Just then, a voice cut in. I'm not a liar. You and your wife locked me up for 3 days, didn't give me food or water, just to force me to marry that idiot. And if the Li family's so great, why don't you marry your own daughter to them? Wang Disheng's face twisted with anger when he saw who had come in. Wang Lihong, you little brat, you really came here to complain? We nearly turned the whole mountain upside down looking for you, worried sick something had happened. If I hadn't run away, you and your wife would have ruined me. Wang Lihong shot back, glaring at him. You're just an ungrateful wretch. The Li family is such a good match, and you still refuse to marry. Wang Disheng was furious. If Manager Chu hadn't been there, he would have slapped her already. I already said, didn't I? If you think the Li family's so great, why not marry your own daughter to them? Anyone can marry them, but I won't. And as for you using your position as village leader to steal my house, I'm going to report you. That was the last straw for Wang Disheng. When had anyone ever challenged his authority like T? His? He raised his hand, ready to strike her. Wang Disheng, stop. Manager Chu hadn't expected him to actually do it. But someone moved even faster, grabbing Wang Disheng's arm. Wang Disheng felt like his wrist was about to snap. He glared at the person restraining him. Let go of me, you. But when he saw the uniform the person was wearing, the last word died in his throat. Wang Disheng, are you out of your mind? You dare to hit someone in my presence. Director Chu was especially angry. He was right here, and yet Wang Disheng still tried to hit someone. If he hadn't been here, just how badly would this young girl have been bullied? And to make matters worse, Wang Disheng was a brigade leader. He was truly disgracing his own position. At this moment, Wang Disheng finally regained his senses. Director Chu, I just lost my temper for a moment. You lost your temper? Did the girl say a single word that was wrong? The house was left to her by her father. If it doesn't go to his own daughter, who should it go to? And about that marriage, if you think it's such a good match, why don't you have your own daughter marry him? Why force an orphan girl? You even locked her up for 3 days and nights. Wang Disheng, do you think you're the local tyrant or warlord of your village? Those words were extremely serious. Wang Disheng, who hadn't been scared before, turned pale when he heard the accusations Director Chu was leveling at him. Director Chu, you can't just say things like that. I may not have done anything big for the village all these years, but I've always worked hard for the villagers. If you say this, how are the villagers supposed to see me? Enough. Just because you can read a few words, you act all cultured and superior. From today on, you're no longer the brigade leader. Someone else will take your place. Also, you're to return your niece's house immediately, move out today, even if you have to do it overnight. His face turned from green to white. He shot Wang Lihong a fierce glare. This damn girl, has she grown some guts? How dare she pull something like this on him? And Director Chu was actually taking her side. Just then, the police officer who had been holding his wrist let go. Wang Disheng, we received a report that your son broke into Wang Fugue's house and killed him. You helped your son cover up the crime and buried the body. Now, please come with us. As soon as the officer said this, both Director Chu and Wang Lihong were stunned. They hadn't expected this to involve a murder. All the color drained from Wang Disheng's face the moment the police spoke. I didn't do it. This is a false accusation. Then, as if something occurred to him, he glared viciously at Wang Lihong. Was it you little bitch? Did you make this up? Wang Lihong was frightened by his vicious look. She instinctively took a big step back. I didn't. Of course, Wang Disheng didn't believe her. If it weren't for this damn girl, how could the police have found out about their family's affairs? She must have known or seen something long ago. What a schemer. She'd kept quiet until now, only to drop this bomb on him. Blinded by rage, he lunged at her, trying to strangle her. But the police immediately restrained him. Wang Disheng couldn't break free at all. Officer, Director Chu, I really just lost my temper earlier. This damn girl, This Wang Lihong, she's falsely accusing her own uncle. Anyone would be furious. She's so malicious, trying to destroy my family. Officer, please don't just listen to her side. I'm the brigade leader. Would I really commit such a crime? It wasn't her who reported it. We received other information. Also, we've already dug up the buried remains of the victim. After comparison, it's confirmed to be Wang Dafu. The body had been buried for 2 years and was already decomposed, but Wang Dafu had a limp before he died, so the features matched exactly. Wang Desheng's eyes were filled with shock. He never expected the police to arrive so quickly. How long had he even been at the commune? And now the police had already come to their village and dug up the body? No, no way. You must have made a mistake. There was no way he could admit to this. Wang Desheng, whatever you have to say, save it for the police station. Now, come with me. The police didn't bother wasting words with him. They just cuffed him and took him away. Wang Desheng's face was deathly pale. It's over. It's all over. Director Chu's expression was also extremely grim. A murder of such a vile nature had happened right under his nose, in his own commune. And he hadn't had the slightest clue. If this turned out to be true, it would definitely have to be dealt with seriously. He took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. He needed to quickly find someone to serve as the temporary team leader for Wangjia village, or else the whole place would descend into chaos. As he turned, he saw Wang Lihong standing there, looking completely bewildered. He had almost forgotten about her. He softened his tone a bit. Comrade Wang Lihong, we'll get to the bottom of your situation. If what you say is true, we'll make sure justice is done for you. Wang Lihong snapped back to attention and quickly said, "Thank you, Director Chu. My request is simple. I don't want to marry into the Li family. My aunt took their betrothal gift, and I'm afraid the Li family won't let this go. Also, about the house in the village. I've found a job in the city, so from now on I'll only come back to pay respects to my grandfather and my parents. I'd like to deal with the house." Director Chu was shocked by her words. This girl was really something. She'd already found a job in the city. Could it be that Qin Wenhua helped her? Thinking about it, that made sense. Only Qin Wenhua had that kind of ability. All right, I understand your requests. I'll have someone take care of it for you. Thank you, Director Chu. Wang Lihong was overjoyed and bowed deeply to him. Her gesture startled Director Chu, and he hurriedly stopped her. No need for that. It's a new era. We don't do that anymore. He'd actually wanted to ask about her relationship with Qin Wenhua. But he didn't think it was anything romantic. After all, as far as he knew, Qin Wenhua was already married with children. It was probably some other kind of close relationship. Otherwise, why would Qin Wenhua go to such lengths to help this girl? And why had Wang Fugui's body, after all these years, suddenly been dug up now? If someone told him Qin Wenhua wasn't behind this, he'd never believe it. He thought for a moment, then said, "Since you're going to report to the factory in the city, have you gotten all the necessary documents? You should also take your grain ration certificate with you, so you don't have to make another trip. And since you said you won't be coming back to Wangjia village, you should get a certificate for your household registration from the police station. I'll have Xiaozhang go with you to handle it." If she was close to Qin Wenhua, he ought to do her this favor. Wang Lihong hadn't expected Director Chu to be so helpful. She bowed again. "Thank you, Director Chu." Director Chu. Why does this girl love bowing so much? He called out, "Xiaozhang, come in for a moment." Xiaozhang quickly came in. "Director Chu, what is it?" "Go with her to the police station and help her get her household registration sorted out. She needs it to report to the city factory tomorrow." Xiaozhang was momentarily surprised, but then nodded quickly, "All right." Then he turned to Wang Lihong and said, "Comrade, come with me. Let's go to the police station." At this moment, Director Chu spoke up again. "Wait a moment, let me take care of your grain registration first. You can bring it with you." He moved quickly and got it all sorted out. By the time Wang Lihong had finished everything and received her grain ration booklet and the proof for her household registration transfer, she was completely stunned. At the time, The officer handling her documents at the police station had even asked for the name of her work unit and then specifically called over there to confirm if they would accept her. She had been incredibly nervous then. She never expected that the other side would give a definite answer so quickly. With someone to accept her, there was no problem at all with transferring her household registration. It all went so smoothly that it felt almost unreal to her. Wait a minute, was this Sister Fu's doing? She still remembered that earlier, when she was staying in the guest house room, a police officer had come looking for her. When she saw the police officer, she was even more terrified. She knew she hadn't committed any crimes at most. She'd just taken a few steamed buns from the kitchen at home. Could that really count as stealing? The police officer didn't say much, just told her to come along. With a heart full of anxiety, she followed the officer all the way to the commune. She hadn't expected that as soon as she arrived, she'd hear her uncle's loud, forceful voice. She'd been absolutely terrified at the time. But what she didn't expect was that her uncle was twisting the truth, bad-mouthing her. She couldn't stand it, so she rushed in to defend herself. Later, she hadn't expected that the police were actually there for her uncle, about him and his son killing Wang Fugue. Wait, did her uncle and cousin really kill Wang Fugue? Her body trembled involuntarily, a chill ran down her spine. How could they be so evil? They even dared to commit murder. If she hadn't escaped, if she'd kept resisting them, would they have killed her too? Thinking of this, she started shaking all over again. It was terrifying. Fortunately, she'd met her benefactor, Sister Fu. Otherwise, she definitely would have been dragged back by her uncle's family. Once again, she silently thanked Sister Fu for saving her life. Fu Mingxue sneezed several times. She rubbed her nose. Who was thinking about her? She didn't go to sleep, nor did she read. She thought she might as well take a break. She'd never really taken a good look at this house. Now that she did, she realized it had changed quite a bit. Not only was it clean and tidy, but a lot of the decorations were different too. Walking into the yard, she noticed flowers blooming in the corner, which surprised her. When had these flowers been planted? How come she had no idea? They were hardy flowers, and some were already blooming even in this season. This put Fu Mingxue in a great mood. After admiring the flowers, she went over to the two small vegetable plots nearby. There was even a plastic sheet over them. Was this a simple greenhouse? It seemed Qin Wenhua really didn't waste a single moment when he was home. She lifted the plastic and looked at the soil underneath, finding quite a few things growing, including some baby greens. And green onions, too. Qin Wenhua really was capable. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Fu Mingxue went over to open it. When she saw it was Instructor Xia, she was a bit surprised. Instructor Xia, what brings you here? Instructor Xia liked talking to smart people. Look at that, she didn't even ask if he was looking for Qin Wenhua, but guessed right away that he was here for her. Comrade Fu Mingxue, we have a piece of equipment that's broken. We'd like you to come take a look at it. As soon as Fu Mingxue heard that the equipment was broken, she agreed without hesitation. All right, give me a moment. I'll just grab a coat. Okay, Instructor Xia replied, waiting for her at the door. Some people in the family compound saw the scene, but after a quick glance, they looked away. As expected, Fu Mingxue really did have a good relationship with Instructor Xia from the unit. No wonder Instructor Xia took Fu Mingxue's side last time. From now on, they would never dare to mess with Fu Mingxue again. Fu Mingxue came out wearing a jacket. Instructor Xia, let's go. As she stepped out, she closed the door behind her and turned to Instructor Xia. Instructor Xia, what kind of equipment broke down? You'll see when we get there, Instructor Xia replied, not saying much more. Seeing this, Fu Mingxue didn't press further. When they arrived, Fu Mingxue realized it was a set of radar equipment that had malfunctioned. Although she wasn't an expert in this particular field, she really did know how to fix it. It just took a bit of time. 2 hours later, she had repaired it. Thank you, really, thank you so much, Comrade Fu, Instructor Xia said sincerely. It was nothing, just something I should do. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. I'll walk you back, Instructor Xia offered, but Fu Mingxue immediately declined. She smiled and said, Instructor Xia, no need. We're on base, it's perfectly safe here. There's really no need to escort each other everywhere. All right then. By the way, are you going back to Beijing for the new year this year? The question caught Fu Mingxue a little off guard. I'm not sure yet, but I probably will. If Qin Wenhua doesn't have time, I'll just go by myself. Instructor Xia quickly explained, Comrade Fu, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, if you're going back to Beijing for the new year, then let Qin Wenhua go with you. That way, we can all feel more at ease. It's really fine, I can handle it myself. Qin Wenhua should prioritize his duties with the unit. Instructor Xia admired her independent spirit and didn't push further. However, as for Qin Wenhua's leave during the new year, the unit would definitely grant it. They wouldn't assign him any tasks during that time. After all, during the holidays, trains were crawling with pickpockets and human traffickers. For Fu Mingxue's safety, they would make sure Qin Wenhua was on leave. Fu Mingxue wasn't just a top talent in engine research. She was also highly skilled in electronics. Such top-tier talent was extremely rare in the country. No matter what, they couldn't let anything happen to her. When Fu Mingxue got home, she saw Qin Wenhua busy in the kitchen, so she simply went in to join him. What delicious food are you making? As soon as Qin Wenhua saw his wife come home, he said, Wife, I'm making chicken stew with mushrooms for you. Hearing this, Fu Mingxue teased him, that chicken doesn't look very small to me. Qin Wenhua. His wife was just too funny. Who said you had to use a small chicken to make chicken stew with mushrooms? I'll help you with the fire, Fu Mingxue said as she walked over to the stove. Honestly, it had been a long time since she'd cooked. But Qin Wenhua wouldn't dream of letting his wife tend the fire. Her hands were far too precious. What if she got hurt or burned? He immediately stopped her. Wife, no need. I'll be done soon. The kitchen is all smoky and greasy. No need for you to stay here. Go on out, I'll call you when the food's ready. Fu Mingxue raised an eyebrow. You don't need my help with the fire. Qin Wenhua replied firmly, no need, I can handle it myself. Just go out and relax. Seeing this, Fu Mingxue didn't insist. After all, it wasn't like she had to do this kind of work. With nothing else to do, Fu Mingxue simply went back to her room to read. She read until her eyes started to ache, when she suddenly heard Qin Wenhua calling for her from the courtyard. Wife, come out and eat. His voice was loud and clear. It made the other military wives living nearby feel a pang of envy. See? How could anyone say that living with any man is all the same? Their own husbands always came home complaining about how tired they were, never lifting a finger to help with anything, not even to pick up a fallen soy sauce bottle. But look at Commander Qin, he comes home and cooks, does laundry, washes the dishes, and takes care of all the chores that should have been his wife's. And as for Fu Mingxue, she was a military wife too, but none of them had ever seen her cook a single meal. Same women, such different fates. Fu Mingxue had no idea that the wives in the compound were once again feeling defeated because Qin Wenhua was cooking. She came out and saw the table full of dishes, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Qin Wenhua, you really went all out tonight. And this chicken stew with mushrooms smells amazing. Qin Wenhua ladled her a bowl of chicken soup, then added a big drumstick and some meat, along with mushrooms. If you like it, eat more. Not just the soup, but the meat too, have as much as you want. He'd made the chicken stew especially to nourish her. I'll definitely eat more. Fu Mingxue couldn't wait to take a sip of the soup. It was so delicious it made her dizzy with delight. And the drumstick, so tender. Even the chicken pieces were stewed to perfection, not dry at all. By the end of the meal, Fu Mingxue was in an excellent mood. Oh right, Qin Wenhua, let's have a baby next year. This sudden statement left Qin Wenhua utterly stunned. Wife, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? There's no rush to have a baby. Next year is just about right. We'll have one and then no more after that. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't have more. After all, the new policy is coming. Besides, one child is enough. And if we have twins, that'll be 3 kids already. Qin Wenhua stared at Fu Mingxue. Wife, are you serious? You really want to have a baby? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Or did someone say something to you again? Honestly, you don't need to worry about what others say. If people want to gossip, let them. We really don't need to care. It's not because of anyone else. It's my own idea, part of my plan. I always intended to have a baby next year. Plus, my mom is still young, she can handle 3 kids. And if she can't, we can always hire someone to help. She could easily afford to pay for help now. Qin Wenhua studied her face. Once he was sure she was serious, a huge smile broke out on his face. Actually, it was more than a smile. His whole face was about to split with happiness. He'd never smiled so much in his life. Wife, you're amazing. Then let's have a baby next year. Don't worry, 1 is enough. After that, I'll go get a vasectomy. Fu Mingxue was surprised by what he said. Very few men were willing to get a vasectomy. There was a superstition that men would lose their virility after the procedure. Still, the fact that Qin Wenhua offered to do it made her really happy. There's no rush about the vasectomy. We can talk about it after we have the baby. Who knows? Maybe he was just caught up in the moment. After some time, he might change his mind. So, she didn't take his words too seriously. That night, Qin Wenhua was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He kept thinking about what his wife had said about having a baby next year. By next year, he and his wife would have their own child. Just the thought of it made him incredibly happy. Of course, Qin Wenhua was hoping for a daughter. After all, daughters are sweet, soft, and adorable, and she'd be just as beautiful as his wife. And besides, their little Kiki at home was already so cute. He just loved daughters. He barely slept a wink all night. Qin Wenhua's good mood lasted all the way until morning. When Fu Mingxue got up and came out, she saw Qin Wenhua's face beaming with a bright smile. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Did this guy find some money or something? No, wait, with his personality, if he ever found money, he'd only turn it in. He'd never keep it for himself. What's got you so happy? Did something good happen? Clearly, she'd already forgotten what she herself had said the night before. Qin Wenhua. He never knew his wife could be this forgetful. It's nothing. Just seeing you happy makes me happy. Oh, and I made wontons for you this morning. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll cook the wontons for you. Of course, Fu Mingxue sometimes tried to be considerate of him too. In the future, just make something simple for breakfast. If it's too much trouble, we can always grab something from the cafeteria. There's no need to go to all this effort early in the morning. It's no trouble. I get up early anyway, and besides, making wontons doesn't take long. And Qin Wenhua's expression suddenly turned much more serious. Wife, I have to criticize you a bit here. You can't just eat whatever for breakfast, especially you. You work so much and your hours are so long, so you need to eat a good breakfast. You can't neglect your health. And besides, aren't we planning to have a baby next year? All the more reason to take care of yourself. Fu Mingxue. She just said breakfast could be simple. How did that turn into neglect? Looking at his suddenly stern face, a word popped into her mind. Dad mode. She shivered for no reason, then quickly said, "All right, I got it. I'll go wash up." Qin Wenhua headed to the kitchen. By the time Fu Mingxue had finished getting ready, Qin Wenhua had already brought the wontons to the dining table in the main room. Wife, come eat. I'll go get you some steamed buns. Okay. Fu Mingxue sat down to eat. When Qin Wenhua came back, he brought not only steamed buns but also eggs. As he sat down, he peeled the eggs for her. Wife, eggs are nutritious. You should have too. Farm-fresh eggs from the countryside, definitely nutritious. Fu Mingxue took them. You don't have to fuss over me. Hurry up and eat yourself. All right. After breakfast, Fu Mingxue rode her bike to work. Before she left, Qin Wenhua asked, Wife, will you be home for dinner tonight? Fu Mingxue shook her head. No, I have to work late tonight. You don't need to come pick me up, I can get home myself. Qin Wenhua nodded. Okay. When Fu Mingxue arrived at the factory gate, she saw Wang Lihong. She was a bit surprised. Wang Lihong, what are you doing here? Haven't you gone in yet? When Wang Lihong saw it was Fu Mingxue, she immediately called out, "Sister Fu, I just got here and I'm registering." That reminded Fu Mingxue. Everyone entering or leaving the factory had to register. "Have you finished registering? If you have, I'll take you in. I need to see Director Gung anyway." "All right." Wang Lihong finished registering her information. Nervously, she followed behind Fu Mingxue. Suddenly, she said, "Sister Fu, thank you so much for helping me." "I really don't know how to thank you." Fu Mingxue replied casually, "It was nothing, really. I didn't do much. From now on, it's up to you. Good luck." Hearing this, Wang Lihong's eyes turned red with emotion. "How can you say you didn't help? My uncle and my older male cousin were arrested. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have ended up like this." Fu Mingxue stopped in surprise. "Your uncle, the one who's the team leader, was arrested? Why? Forcing a niece to marry someone isn't enough to get arrested, is it? So, is there something else she doesn't know about? My older male cousin killed Wang Fugue from our village, and my uncle covered it up. Yesterday afternoon, when my uncle was at the commune, the police came and arrested him. She hadn't expected Wang Lihong's uncle to have blood on his hands. Still, she was glad the girl had escaped in time. Otherwise, she probably would have been forced into marriage. This wasn't my doing. I guess your uncle's family brought this on themselves with all the bad things they've done. That's probably why it all came out now." She really hadn't expected Qin Wenhua to have done such things. But in Wang Lihong's heart, she was convinced Sister Fu had helped her. Otherwise, how could her uncle's secrets have been exposed so suddenly when he'd hidden them so well? Sister Fu just didn't want credit for her good deeds. "Okay, I understand, Sister Fu. By the way, I've got all my household registration documents ready. Once I get a transfer certificate from the factory, I can go to the city police station and get my registration settled. Also, Director Chu helped me transfer my grain ration, so I can have it registered at the factory too." Fu Mingxue was genuinely happy for her. "That's great. Getting it all done at once saves you from running back and forth." She didn't ask any more about Wang Lihong's uncle's family. It had nothing to do with her. Besides, with the police handling the case, that family probably wouldn't have a good ending. "We're here. Director Gung, I've brought her. This is Wang Lihong, the one I mentioned to you." Director Gung looked at Wang Lihong, a thin, petite girl, but with delicate, pleasant features. "You're Wang Lihong, right? In a bit, you'll go with Xiao Wang. He'll take you to the arts and crafts factory." Wang Lihong immediately gave Director Gung a deep bow. "Thank you, Director Gung. Sorry for all the trouble." She finally realized this girl really loved to bow. Director Gung wasn't comfortable with people bowing to him, so he quickly said, "No need to thank me. Just work hard when you get there." Then he called out, "Xiao Wang, come in." Xiao Wang, who had been waiting outside, heard Director Gung call and came in right away. Director Gung pointed at Wang Lihong and said, "This is Comrade Wang Lihong. Please take her to the City Arts and Crafts Factory." Director Gung had already told Xiao Wang about this yesterday, so he wasn't surprised. He nodded. "Okay, Director Gung." Then he turned to Wang Lihong. "Comrade Wang Lihong, let's head out now." Wang Lihong nodded quickly. "Yes, okay, thank you." Before she left, she bowed to Director Gung again. Of course, she didn't forget Fu Mingxue either. She's really going to shorten my lifespan with all this bowing. As soon as Wang Lihong left, Director Gung chuckled and said, "That young lady sure likes to bow a lot." Fu Mingxue smiled. "She really does. We've all told her not to, but I guess it's just a habit. I'm sure she'll get used to it and stop eventually." Director Gung didn't dwell on the topic. "Are you heading to the meeting now or?" "I'm going to the meeting. I'll let everyone know it'll be in the conference room in half an hour." "All right, I'll join in and listen too." Fu Mingxue nodded her approval. Others might not be allowed, but Director Gung was considered part of the project team. He was involved, after all. When she stepped out, Wang Lihong had already left with that Shaoli. Fu Mingxue didn't pay it much mind. After all, the factory had already arranged things for her. From here on out, Wang Lihong would have to walk her own path. She first stopped by her office to organize some things, then headed to the lab. When the members of Group 6 saw her return, they were all delighted. Team Leader Fu, you're finally back. How's everyone been? How's your progress on your respective tasks? Feng Huan replied, mine's going all right. Haven't run into any problems so far. Xiaoman chimed in, my research is progressing smoothly, just a slight discrepancy in the data. I'm working on resolving it. Chang Qingzi said, I've hit a bit of a snag here. Team Leader Fu, could you take a look later and see what's going on? Fu Mingxue looked at them. All right, let's have a meeting. If anyone has issues, bring them up then. Okay, I'll notify everyone. By the way, should we call in the materials team too? Let's have our own group meeting first. Once we've sorted out our internal issues, I'll meet with Group 8. Just as she finished speaking, Li Zhao walked in. Fu Mingxue repeated what she'd just said to him. Li Zhao nodded immediately. Sounds good. Just let someone notify me when you need to meet. He then handed over some documents. Take a look at these, too. If there are any issues, we can discuss them at the meeting. All right, you can head back for now. Once we're done here, I'll have someone call you over. Make sure to bring Guzhen along. Fu Mingxue had noticed that Guzhen was quite talented in materials research. Li Zhao paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll bring him. He glanced at her. I'll get going then. Okay. Fu Mingxue had no intention of keeping him for the meeting. After all, Group 6 was the core team for engine development. In less than half an hour, everyone from Group 6, except for one person who was still at the base, had arrived. Director Geng also hurried back just in time. Even though he was the director, the seat at the head of the table wasn't his to take. Fu Mingxue glanced around at everyone and began, now that everyone's here, let's get started. Before we begin, I'd like to show you a set of data I've improved over the past month. She took out her blueprints. Someone immediately stepped forward to lay them out flat. Fu Mingxue pointed out the areas she'd modified and explained her ideas. Everyone's eyes lit up. On the other side, Instructor Xia called out to Qin Wenhua. Old Qin, I heard you stirred up some trouble over at Wangjie Village. Qin Wenhua shot him a sideways glance. I was just getting rid of a menace for the people. How's that stirring up trouble? You're an instructor, at least. Could you be a bit more precise with your words next time? Instructor Xia. How is he being careless with his words? Forget it. He wasn't going to argue with this guy's bad temper. He asked curiously, how did you find out about what happened in Wangjie Village? It was truly shocking that such a small place like Wangjie Village actually had a murder case. How did I know? Not as fast as you, that's for sure. This only happened yesterday, and you already know all about it today, don't you? Instructor Xia. Was there even any point in continuing this conversation? Come on, just tell me. Qin Wenhua immediately shook off the hand on his shoulder. Can you speak normally? Don't disgust me. It's no big deal to tell you. I have a friend at the police station who's been investigating the disappearance of that Wang Fugu. I'm from Wangjie Village. After all, the guy's been missing for so long, there has to be a body, right? But the situation in Wangjie Village is a bit complicated, so my friend hasn't made much progress. Luckily, he finally found some leads recently, and it just so happened to coincide with everything. Actually, if you think about it, this whole thing was thanks to that Wang Lihong. Wang Lihong was detained for 3 days, and his friend happened to know about it, so he kept an extra eye on things. Just as he saw Wang Lihong trying to escape and wanted to help, he noticed Wang Lihong's cousin sneaking into Wang Fugue's house in the middle of the night. Turns out, Wang Lihong's cousin was having an affair with Wang Fugue's wife. So, even if Qin Wenhua hadn't gone to find his friend, Wang Disheng and his son would probably have been caught anyway. Instructor Xia listened, but didn't ask any more questions. After all, this wasn't their jurisdiction. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. As soon as Qin Wenhua heard this, he looked up. You want me to go on a mission? Instructor Xia's expression was much more serious than before. He nodded. Yes, there's a mission. You'll need to go southwest. Once you finish this mission, you'll have time to take your wife back to Beijing for the new year. But this mission is dangerous, so you need to stay alert and come back safe and sound. Remember, you've got a wife and kids at home. Qin Wenhua accepted without hesitation. All right. Whenever there's a mission, especially a dangerous one, he'd take it, holiday or not. When do we leave? This mission is urgent. Departure is at 6 p.m. today, and everyone needs to assemble by 5 p.m. As for your team, you can pick whoever you want. Just give me the list before 4 p.m. Qin Wenhua nodded. Okay. He was already quickly running through candidates for the mission in his mind. Instructor Xia looked at Qin Wenhua and suddenly said, "You probably won't have time to notify your wife. If you want, there's still time. You could go to her factory and tell her in person." Qin Wenhua shook his head. "No need. I'll just leave her a note. My wife is understanding. She'll be fine." It was just a shame that he and his wife had only reunited for one night, and now they had to part again. Judging by the situation, this mission would probably take at least a month. He might not even make it back in time to take his wife to Beijing for the new year. So much for that so-called holiday, it was basically meaningless. But there was nothing he could do. Duty to the unit came first. Instructor Xia sighed, then patted Qin Wenhua on the shoulder. "You really married a good wife. So you need to cherish your life, always think of your wife, and don't take your life lightly." Qin Wenhua immediately rolled his eyes at him. "Do you really need to tell me that?" Instructor Xia, Fu Mingxue ended up working overtime again, and by the time she finished, it was already midnight. After all, she'd been away for a month, and there were still plenty of issues she needed to deal with. By the time she rode her bicycle home, she found the front gate was actually locked. She couldn't help but mutter, "Is Qin Wenhua out on a mission again?" Luckily, she had her own key and simply unlocked the door herself. It wasn't until she got inside and saw the note left on her desk that she realized Qin Wenhua really had gone out on a mission. And there was no telling when he'd be back. Seeing this, she couldn't help but sigh. The two of them really did spend more time apart than together. Still, it wasn't so bad that they each had their own careers. She didn't have that much time to spend on romance and couple stuff anyway. She put the note away, grabbed her clothes, and went to take a shower. After she finished, she didn't have time to think about Qin Wenhua. She still had to reorganize some things from today's meeting. Once she got busy, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Fu Mingxue got up. Just as she finished washing up, she heard a knock at the door. She was a bit surprised. Who could be knocking at this hour? Could it be Wang Xiang from next door? She walked over and opened the door, only to see a young soldier standing there, which really surprised her. "Comrade Fu, Captain Qin asked me to bring you breakfast every day while he's away. Here's today's breakfast." Fu Mingxue was stunned. "Qin Wenhua asked you to bring me breakfast?" The young man immediately replied, "Yes." Fu Mingxue almost wanted to smack her forehead. She reached out and took the breakfast. "Thank you, but starting tomorrow, you don't need to bring me breakfast. I can make it myself." She was busy, but it wasn't like she didn't even have time to make a simple breakfast. And if she really was in a rush, she could always eat at the factory cafeteria. They had plenty of breakfast options there too. "I'm afraid not. This is an assignment from Captain Qin, and Instructor Xia personally reminded me about it. It's my duty, and I have to carry it out. Comrade Fu, I'll be going now." With that, the young man turned and dashed off at lightning speed. He was gone in the blink of an eye. Fu Mingxue. Was he training to be a sprinter or something? She looked down at the breakfast box in her hand, feeling a bit speechless. Qin Wenhua could have just left, but why did he have to arrange something like this for her? And Instructor Xia, did she hear that right? Instructor Xia personally reminded him? Forget it. Whatever. She'd just eat first. She could talk to Instructor Xia about it when she had time. Right now, she didn't have time to go looking for him. The people in the family compound were once again a little shaken by this. Just look at how lucky she was. Even when Captain Qin was away on a mission, he made sure someone brought Fu Mingxue breakfast every day. Comparisons really are odious. But none of them dared say much about it. Didn't they hear the young man mention that Instructor Xia had personally given the order? Fu Mingxue didn't care what other people thought. She went back to the main room and opened her breakfast. Besides 3 meat buns, there were also 2 boiled eggs and a box of plain rice porridge. Wait, whose lunchbox was this? Work was about to start, so after finishing her breakfast and washing the lunchbox, Mingxue hopped on her electric bicycle and headed to work. When she was almost at the factory gate, 2 men suddenly jumped out in front of her. They were holding sticks, standing right in the middle of the road with fierce looks on their faces. Mingxue's eyesight was quite good. She spotted them from a distance. At first, she didn't pay much attention. But her electric bike was fast, and in no time, she was close to the 2 men. Now that she was so near, she realized they were coming straight for her. It was too late to turn back, and she was in a hurry to get to work. She had an important experiment waiting for her today. What do you think you're doing? In broad daylight, are you trying to rob me? Puh, we're not robbers. Are you Mingxue? Do I need to tell you who I am? Why don't you introduce yourselves first? Now get out of my way, or else. Mingxue simply got off her bike. Her action left the 2 men blocking her path dumbfounded. At a time like this, she wasn't even trying to run. Mingxue, we're not here to cause trouble for you today. Just tell us where Wang Lihong is. She's the daughter-in-law of our Li family. If you don't hand her over, it doesn't matter if your man is in the military or whoever he is, we're going to get an explanation. Yeah, you'd better hand over Wang Lihong. She's our family's daughter-in-law. We paid the bride price and everything. You don't even manage your own family affairs, but you have the nerve to meddle in ours? If you don't give us Wang Lihong today, we'll go straight to your husband's unit and report you both. Mingxue. Are they serious? They want to report her and Qin Wenhua? She'd thought these 2 might be from Wang's village, maybe Wang Lihong's uncle's family. She didn't expect them to be from the Li family, the ones who tried to force Wang Lihong to marry them with a bride price. Do you even know where the military base is? Or the police station? If you do, then go ahead and report me. Don't waste my time here. With that, she got ready to get back on her bike and leave. You shameless woman. Hiding someone else's wife, do you think we won't dare hit you? Enough talk. Hand over Wang Lihong now or you're not leaving. As the man threatened her, he nearly jabbed Mingxue in the face with his stick. Now Mingxue was truly angry. She reached out, grabbed the stick, and yanked it away. Before the man could react, she swung it right back at him. The 2 men clearly hadn't expected to be beaten up by a woman. Instantly, they were both enraged and humiliated. They charged at Mingxue. 5 minutes later, the 2 men were howling in pain, their screams echoing in the air. They were rolling on the ground. Each had a leg broken by her stomping. You vicious woman. You dared break our legs? The Li family will never let you off. Yeah, we won't let you off. Mingxue sneered. You won't let me off? You'd better think about where you'll be spending the rest of your lives, maybe in prison. Attacking people on the road, humph. At her words, the men's faces changed dramatically. One of them, a bit quicker on the uptake, hurried to defend himself after the shock wore off. We weren't attacking anyone. We just wanted you to give us back our Li family's daughter-in-law. We're here to get her back. You're the one who broke our legs without even figuring out what's going on. Yeah, you broke our legs. You're a vicious woman. The men truly hadn't expected a woman to be so strong. Mingxue sneered coldly. Keep running your mouths, and it won't just be your legs I go after. Believe it or not, I'll kill you both right here. The 2 men were shocked by her ruthless words. Killing someone is a crime. She scoffed. How terrifying ignorance is. I'm a woman who got ambushed on the road. If I kill you too, that's called justice. It's called self-defense. At most, they might say I went a bit overboard. Nothing will happen to me. But you two? You'll die for nothing, and everyone will spit on your names. That was a threat that cut deeper than a knife. The 2 men's faces twisted as if they'd swallowed something foul. You wouldn't dare. Yeah. What about the law? What about justice? Mingxue had no interest in arguing with them. She advanced on the 2 men. What are you doing? They stammered, watching her approach, terror written all over their faces. Was she really going to kill them? But with one of their legs broken, they couldn't even run. Don't come any closer. Their faces were the picture of despair. Mingxue walked over, grabbed one of them, and delivered a swift chop to his neck. The man immediately passed out. She kicked his unconscious body to the side of the road. Without hesitation, she grabbed the other man and did the same. Another kick. Then, thinking it over, she took off their coats and used the sleeves to tie them up. She did the same with the other one. Once she was done, she hopped on her electric bike and sped off toward the factory. At the security office by the factory gate, Team Leader Fu, "Is something wrong?" asked Captain Fong. Normally, Team Leader Fu would head straight into the factory, but today she'd come to the security office. "Captain Fong, good timing. On my way here, I ran into two guys trying to mug me. I've tied them up. Could you take them to the police station for me? File a report, and if there are any issues, they can come find me." Captain Fong was stunned. He immediately grew serious. "You ran into criminals? Are you all right?" "I picked up a few moves from my husband, so I'm fine. Anyway, you'd better go grab them now. If they wake up or someone comes to help them, they might get away." At her words, Captain Fong didn't dare delay. He called over the two other security guards on duty. "Let's go, quick. We need to catch them." The three of them rushed out. Mingxue didn't go with them. After all, with the blows she'd just delivered, and both men having a broken leg each, there was no way they'd be running off anytime soon, unless someone came to rescue them. But that didn't matter. They'd already admitted they were from the Li family. You can run, but you can't hide. Mingxue calmly made her way to the office, completely unfazed by what had just happened. She went to attend the Group 6 meeting as usual. Meanwhile, Captain Fong and his two colleagues soon found the two men lying by the roadside. They were unconscious, their hands tied with the thick sleeves of their winter coats, their faces red from the cold. If they'd arrived any later, the thugs would have either woken up from the cold or gotten frostbite. The three security guards were amazed. Had Team Leader Fu really taken care of these two herself? If so, she was seriously impressive. "Captain Fong, are these the guys Team Leader Fu was talking about?" Captain Fong's face was dark. "The two lying here, aren't they the ones?" "All right, hurry up and take them back." Two colleagues spoke up. "They're like this, and you want us to carry them back?" Captain Fong shot them a look. "Wake them up. If you can't, just drag them back." These two thugs had tried to go after Team Leader Fu. Not beating them up was already the security department being merciful. The two colleagues thought about it and agreed. They immediately stepped forward and swung their fists at the men's faces. "Wake up. Get up, damn it." The two men weren't actually dead, so of course they reacted. One punch was all it took to wake them up. When they saw three men standing over them, ready to beat them up, they immediately cowered. They shouted quickly, "Don't hit us." They really felt like they were down on their luck. They'd thought scaring that delicate city woman would be an easy job. Who knew not only did they fail to intimidate her, but she even broke one of their legs. Was that even a woman? She was practically a vicious murderer. "You guys, who are you? How dare you hurt our team leader, Fu? Are you tired of living?" Captain Fong glared at them, his expression fierce. The two men. This was a huge injustice. Were these people blind? Couldn't they see they were the ones who'd been beaten up? "We just told her to hand over Wang Li Hong, our Li family's daughter-in-law, and she broke our legs. She even stripped them of their clothes, leaving them nearly frozen stiff. That woman was the most vicious person in the world. They'd never seen a woman so cruel and ruthless." "Shut up. Our team leader Fu is such a good, gentle person. How could she possibly break your legs? Even if she did, it was self-defense. Enough with the nonsense. Are you coming with us on your own, or do we have to break your legs and drag you?" This made the two men panic. "Who are you people? What do you want?" "Listen, we're from Li Family Village. Even if you were from the Emperor's Village, it wouldn't matter. We're from the Engine Factory Security Department. You ambushed our team leader Fu, so we have every right to arrest you," Captain Fong said righteously, not giving them a chance to argue, and gestured to his colleagues. The two colleagues immediately restrained them and hauled them up. The rough movement jostled their broken legs, making them howl in pain. Captain Fong didn't care if they were hurting. He just had his colleagues drag them away. Originally, Captain Fong had planned to take them to the security department for questioning. But then he thought, since this involved team leader Fu, if any bad rumors spread in the factory, it would damage her reputation. So he changed his mind. He told his colleagues, let's take them straight to the police station. That's more efficient, no need to call the police again. The security department did have the authority to detain people, since these two thugs had tried to harm someone from their factory. But since it was serious, they had to hand them over to the police. The factory was only about 20 minutes from the police station. They delivered the two men to the police. The officers at the station were shocked. Captain Fong, what's going on with these two? Before Captain Fong could answer, the two men acted like they'd found their saviors. They burst into tears, snot running down their faces. Officer, please help us. Our legs were broken. If you don't save us, we'll die. Having lost a leg and been dragged along for such a long distance, the two men honestly felt like dying. Police. What's going on here? Why are these two crying now? Captain Fong was also left speechless by the two men's antics, a line of exasperation appearing on his face. He quickly explained the situation to the police, making sure to emphasize Fu Mingxue's identity. After hearing the explanation, the police officers' expressions grew extremely serious. One of them even vaguely remembered Fu Mingxue's name. After a moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Isn't she the wife of Old Song's comrade? The police immediately called Old Song over. After all, this case also involved a murder in Wang family village, Wang Disheng and his son. The two men who had been caught were instantly dumbfounded. We just came to take back our Li family's daughter-in-law, that's all. Take them away for questioning. Old Song didn't care what they had to say. He immediately ordered the two men to be taken away for interrogation. Of course, since Fu Mingxue wasn't present, Captain Fong still had to give a statement. Once Captain Fong finished up at the police station, he and his two colleagues hurried back to the factory. This was something that needed to be reported to the leadership right away. So, without even catching his breath, Captain Fong ran straight to Director Gung's office. Director Gung. Director Gung's face darkened when he saw someone barge in without even knocking. Captain Fong, can't you fix that habit of not knocking before you come in? Captain Fong immediately apologized. Director Gung, I'll remember to knock next time. But this is really urgent. Someone tried to ambush our team leader Fu on her way here. We've already sent the two suspects to the police station. Director Gung was shocked by this news. He shot to his feet. What about team leader Fu? Is she all right? Captain Fong quickly replied, Team leader Fu is fine. The ones in trouble are those two men. According to their confession, they're the Li brothers from Li family village. They were trying to get a girl named Wang Lihong from team leader Fu. They'd been lying in wait since early morning. The explanation was a bit convoluted, but Director Gung still caught the key points. You're saying those two thugs were lying in wait on team leader Fu's usual route to work, trying to threaten her into handing over Wang Lihong? Captain Fong nodded. That's right. Director Gung was furious. Unbelievable. They've got some nerve. If they'd ambushed her at night, wouldn't that have put team leader Fu in real danger? Fu Mingxue worked overtime every night and only went home late. If two grown men had really been lurking on her route, something terrible could have happened. Make sure the police handle this case strictly. You follow up on it. Also, don't bother team leader Fu with this. Her time is precious, and she can't waste it on this kind of nonsense. From Director Gung's reaction, Captain Fong realized just how highly the factory valued team leader Fu. He nodded solemnly. Understood. All right, off you go. I'll go check on team leader Fu myself. Director Gung didn't even know what to say about Fu Mingxue. Something so serious had happened, and she hadn't even mentioned it to him after coming in. Captain Fong acknowledged the order and quickly left the office. Director Gung, still anxious, left as well. He first went to Fu Mingxue's office, but didn't find her there, so he headed to the lab. When he saw Fu Mingxue in a meeting, he walked straight over. Seeing that she was unharmed, he swallowed back all his words of worry and concern. He didn't interrupt the meeting, but waited until Fu Mingxue finished before stepping forward. Team leader Fu, come to my office for a moment. When Fu Mingxue saw Director Gung's expression, she more or less guessed what he wanted to talk to her about. So, she followed him outside. Director Gung didn't ask her right away. After all, there were people coming and going outside, and it wouldn't be good if someone overheard. But Fu Mingxue wasn't concerned about that. She didn't want to waste time walking back and forth. So she got straight to the point. Director Gung, are you here to ask about what happened this morning when those two from Lijia village blocked me? Did Captain Fong take them to the police station? Actually, Captain Fong had originally wanted to talk to Fu Mingxue himself, but seeing how anxious Director Gung was to find her, he decided not to come over. That's right. Are you all right? Why didn't you tell me about something so serious? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, Captain Fong already handled it. It wasn't anything major, so I didn't think I needed to bother you with it. Director Gung looked stern. How can you say it's not a big deal? Team leader Fu, I have to say this. Your safety is no small matter. She was a top talent in engine research and the project leader. Her position was irreplaceable. Without her, could the new project even continue? Even if it could, it would waste a lot of time. They couldn't afford that, so her safety was extremely important. Fu Mingxue. Alright, next time I'll be sure to let you know first. Director Gung, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. We still need to compare data. In other words, she was very busy. Director Gung looked at her. Don't worry about that situation anymore. I'll have Captain Fong coordinate with the police station. But you need to stay alert about your own safety. Just in case anyone from Lijia or Wangjia village tries to cause trouble for you in the next few days, I'll have Captain Fong arrange for someone to drive you to and from work. Thinking it over, he quickly added, also, don't ride your bicycle these next couple of days. I'll just assign a car to pick you up and drop you off. It'll be safer and more convenient. As soon as Fu Mingxue heard this, she hurriedly refused. Director Gung, that's really not necessary. But once Director Gung made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. It's settled. For now, you'll be driven to and from work. Once everything with those two villages is resolved, we'll talk again. With that, he didn't give Fu Mingxue a chance to object and turned to leave. Fu Mingxue. She thought about how conspicuous it would look to get picked up and dropped off by car every day. What would the people in the staff housing think? Still, she wasn't really afraid of that. She just didn't want to trouble others. After all, she often worked late. If someone had to drive her, wouldn't the driver have to wait until late at night too? Suddenly, she thought of something and called out to Director Gung, who hadn't gone far. Director Gung, if you really want to arrange a car for me, then don't bother with a driver, I can drive myself. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Director Gung spun around in surprise. You know how to drive? Fu Mingxue looked exasperated. She replied dryly, Director Gung, not only can I drive a car, I could even manage a plane if I had to. Director Gung couldn't help but laugh at that. Team leader Fu really is something, a jack of all trades. I almost forgot you can even repair airplanes. Alright, since you insist, I'll approve a car for you to use for a while. The incident of Fu Mingxue being blocked wasn't just known to Director Gung at the factory. Even Instructor Xia from the military unit quickly found out about it. When he heard the news, he was furious. After all, if something happened to Fu Mingxue, how would he explain it to Qin Wenhua, who was out on a mission? So, he personally went to the police station to get a handle on the situation. Police station. They hadn't expected that this case would be taken so seriously, not just by the engine factory, but even by the military. It really took them by surprise. Fortunately, the officer handling the case was Old Song, who happened to be Qin Wenhua's comrade. He had some understanding of Fu Mingxue's background. With both sides involved, Old Song paid even closer attention to the case. Lijia village. What? Jia Kai and Jia Lin have both been arrested? How did they get arrested? Father Li was furious. That's right, the two men who were arrested were both Father Li's sons. Father Li had 4 sons in total, the youngest of whom was a bit slow-witted. He'd set his sights on Wang Lihong as a wife for his youngest, hoping to find a hard-working daughter-in-law to take care of him. Plus, Wang Lihong was an orphan, making her easier to control. If they married Wang Lihong into the family, his slow-witted youngest son would have someone to look after him. But who could have predicted that after the bride price was paid, the Li family would be told that the bride had run away and that she'd been taken away by a military wife? How could the Li family let this go? What right did that military wife have to take away their daughter-in-law? So, Father Li sent his eldest and second sons to the military unit to demand the woman's return. But not only did they fail to bring her back, they soon received word that both sons had been arrested and taken to the police station. The messenger quickly explained, Jia Lin and Jia Kai went to block that woman's way, but someone called the police and they got arrested. They're both locked up at the police station now. Father Li's face turned ashen with rage. Even if that woman's husband was in the military, did that mean she could throw her weight around? Mother Li, upon hearing that her precious eldest and second sons had been arrested, was beside herself with worry. Old man, what are we going to do? You have to think of a way to get our sons out. I'm going to the police station right now to see what's going on. Father Li stormed out in anger. But before he could leave the yard, his third son, Jia Wang, rushed in and stopped him. Dad, that bastard Wang Disheng has dragged our Li family down with him. Father Li's face darkened. Third, what's going on? Tell me. Wang Disheng and his son are involved in a murder case in their village. Both of them have been arrested. And Wang Lihong ran away long ago. Even if she hadn't, we shouldn't want a woman like that in our family. We need to call big brother and second brother back and tell them to stop looking for her. When Father Li heard this, his face turned even darker. That Wang Disheng. Something this big happened and he didn't say a word. He's trying to drag our Li family down with him. But your news came too late. Your big brother and second brother already went to block that woman, and now they've been arrested. Jia Wang was stunned. What did big brother and second brother do? They just want to ask for someone. We were in the right. Even if she didn't hand over Wang Lihong, she had no right to get them arrested. What's the use of saying all this now? Let's hurry to the police station and see what's going on. Jia Wang agreed, and father and son rushed off to the police station. When they arrived, they were met with terrible news. Not only were both sons locked up, but their legs had been broken. Old Song had originally planned to go to Li family village to find them. But before he could set out, they came knocking at his door instead. You've come at just the right time. Were you involved in the case of ambushing Comrade Fu Mingxue? He asked. Father Li was shocked and quickly denied it. Officer, we're just ordinary folks. How could we ambush anyone? This must be a misunderstanding. And my two sons only went to look for my youngest son's fiancé. That's a family matter. On what grounds are you arresting them? Old Song sneered. Heh, it's free marriage nowadays, and you're still trying to arrange a deal? Do you know that's illegal? Father Li was stunned. What deal? We just gave the Wang family a bride price, 500 yuan. That's the highest in the whole area. How is that illegal? Wang Jiaqing is only Wang Lihong's uncle. With marriage freedom, not to mention an uncle, even her own parents have to respect her wishes. Wang Lihong didn't agree, so what you did amounts to human trafficking. But let's put that aside for now. Your sons, Li Jiatsai and Li Jiabao, actually ambushed Comrade Fu Mingxue on the road and tried to force her to hand someone over. That's extremely serious. Our police station will be cracking down hard on such malicious behavior. And also, Wang Jiaqing and his son are involved in a murder case. You'll need to assist in the investigation as well. The Li father and sons. Old Song didn't let the two go home right away. They were interrogated for half a day before finally being released. When Li's wife saw them return, she anxiously asked, Old man.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
How are our sons? Father Li was exhausted. Don't ask. This time, we've really been screwed over by that bastard Wang Jiaqing. The two of them won't be released anytime soon. You'd better take our eldest and second daughter-in-law and go to Wang Jiaqing's house to get our 500 yuan bride price back. Mother Li was utterly shocked. What are you standing there for? Wang Jiaqing and his son committed murder. Even if Wang Lihong hadn't run away, there's no way we'd marry into that family. Now, Father Li's roar finally snapped Mother Li out of her daze. Her face changed dramatically. Murder? That's serious. That damned Wang family, after all this trouble, they even came to our house early this morning to say Wang Lihong was taken away and hidden. They're clearly trying to drag our Li family down with them. She immediately called her two daughters-in-law and hurried off toward Wang family village. Of course, she brought their third son along too. After all, to get back such a big bride price, they needed a son with them. Fu Mingxue, meanwhile, didn't care about the Li or Wang family's mess. She didn't even have to go to the police station to give a statement. Someone else handled everything for her. She didn't need to get involved at all. Still, given how serious things were today, factory director Gung was worried. He insisted she leave work early and drive the car back slowly. So, around 5 o'clock, Fu Mingxue drove back to the family compound. When she got out of the car, out of the driver's seat, no less, she stunned all the women in the compound. Fu Mingxue could drive? How could she even drive a car? Wait, where did she get the car? Did the factory give it to her? Wang Xiang happened to come out just then. She was just as shocked as the others. After all, in her experience, except for a few female soldiers in the army, very few women could drive. Mingxue, this car? The factory's letting me use it for a few days, Fu Mingxue replied, not explaining further. As she spoke, all the military wives in the compound pricked up their ears to listen. When they heard her answer, their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of magical factory does Fu Mingxue work at that they even let her drive a car? Wang Xiang gave Fu Mingxue a big thumbs up. Mingxue, you're amazing. You even know how to drive? By the way, is it easy to drive? When did you learn? She was genuinely curious. She'd spent quite a bit of time with the Fu family back when Mother Fu was still around, and honestly, there hadn't seemed to be anything particularly special about them. So how did they end up raising such a capable daughter? I studied this kind of thing, so it's a bit easier for me. All right, sis-in-law, I need to go back and make dinner. Fu Mingxue wasn't one to explain too much to others. She unlocked the front door with her key, went in, and shut the door behind her, cutting off the prying eyes from outside. She'd come home early today and hadn't eaten at the factory cafeteria, so she had to make dinner herself. Thinking it over, since she hadn't cooked in a while, she decided to make dumplings. After all, she still had some fresh meat stored in her space. She pulled some green onions from her little vegetable patch and mixed up some dough. By the time the dumplings were wrapped, half an hour had passed. The next day, she drove to work. As her car pulled into the factory, someone noticed her. Morning, team leader Fu. Seeing it was Li Zhao, Fu Mingxue nodded back. Morning, team leader Li. Li Zhao's gaze lingered on her car for a couple of seconds, but wisely didn't ask any questions. Oh right, team leader Fu. Director Gung just came by and said we need to go to the base. You should get ready. We'll probably leave in about half an hour. Fu Mingxue was a bit surprised to hear this. She nodded. All right, got it. She needed to find out from Director Gung what was going on. Without lingering, she headed straight to his office. Director Gung happened to be coming out. When he saw her, he quickly said, Team Leader Fu, you're just in time. There's an issue at the base and they need you to come take a look. Li Zhao needs to go too. We'll leave in half an hour. All right, I'll come back in half an hour. With confirmation, Fu Mingxue didn't waste any more time. She went to the lab to give some instructions to Chang Qingze, her deputy team leader. Half an hour later, Fu Mingxue and Li Zhao set off together. However, they didn't ride in the same car. Li Zhao went with Director Gung, while Fu Mingxue insisted on driving herself. She said she wouldn't ask the factory to reimburse her for gas, she'd pay for it herself. Director Gung had no objections. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wenhua returned from his mission. He wasn't surprised not to find his wife at home. After he finished reporting in, Instructor Xia told him about the incident where Fu Mingxue had been blocked in last time. This made Qin Wenhua furious. If Instructor Xia hadn't mentioned that the two brothers involved were still locked up, he probably would have rushed straight to Lijia village. Instructor Xia wasn't surprised to see Qin Wenhua's dark expression. He was just glad that Fu Mingxue had been able to protect herself and nothing serious had happened. By the way, don't bother going to your wife's factory. She's apparently been on a business trip for a while and hasn't come back yet. Qin Wenhua. He frowned, then sighed inwardly. He knew that if his wife was on a business trip, she was probably at the base. That was fine, at least the base was safe. At that moment, Instructor Xia said, "Since you're finally back, why not come over to my place for dinner tonight?" Qin Wenhua shook his head. "No, thanks. I'll cook for myself." Neither he nor his wife had been home for quite a while, so he needed to take the time to tidy up the place. Instructor Xia saw that he was unwilling, so he didn't say anything more. When Qin Wenhua got home, he immediately started cleaning up the house. Just as he was about to make a simple dinner, he heard the sound of a car outside. His eyes lit up at once. He hurried out quickly. At that moment, Fu Mingxue was just getting out of the driver's seat. She was a little surprised to see Qin Wenhua as well. "Wife, you're back. You're back from your mission too? When did you get back?" "I just got back this afternoon." "Let's not stand at the door talking, let's go inside." As he spoke, Qin Wenhua stepped forward and took the luggage from her hand. Once the couple entered the courtyard, Qin Wenhua closed the gate behind them. "What a coincidence. We both came home today." Fu Mingxue was a bit tired. After all, she'd been driving the whole way. "I'm going to take a shower first. We can talk later." Seeing how exhausted his wife looked, Qin Wenhua felt a pang of concern. "Go ahead and shower, then. I'll make dinner. We don't have much in the house tonight, so how about we just have some noodles?" Fu Mingxue was feeling a bit hungry too, but she needed a shower first. "Sure, noodles sound good." With that, she went inside to find some clean clothes. Qin Wenhua put down the luggage and headed straight to the kitchen. By the time Fu Mingxue finished showering and drying her hair, Qin Wenhua was already coming out of the kitchen with bowls of noodles. "Dinner's ready, honey." Fu Mingxue walked over right away. When she saw the big bowl of noodles piled high, her appetite was instantly awakened. "Why are there 3 eggs? That's too many, I only need 2. She reached out to take one out of the bowl, but Qin Wenhua stopped her in time. "I've got 3 eggs too, just eat up." Where did the eggs come from? After all, they'd both been away for a while, and eggs don't keep that long. Besides, the day she left, she'd put all the leftover eggs in her storage space. Qin Wenhua quickly explained, "I borrowed 10 from the neighbor. I'll buy some more in town tomorrow and pay her back." Fu Mingxue didn't say anything more. The two of them finished off their big bowls of noodles. Once they were full, Fu Mingxue looked at Qin Wenhua. "Did you get hurt on your mission this time?" Qin Wenhua was happy to hear her concern. "Nope. It was very safe." Fu Mingxue knew that even if he had gotten hurt, he'd only tell her he was fine. Fortunately, he really didn't seem to have any injuries. "Oh, right, it's almost New Year. I'm planning to head back to Beijing in 5 days. What about you? Are you coming with me or staying with the unit?" As soon as Qin Wenhua heard this, he said, "I'll go back to Beijing with you. They gave me a whole month off this time, so we can spend the New Year together with the family." Fu Mingxue was a bit surprised. She remembered that Qin Wenhua had already taken time off not long ago. She hadn't expected him to get such a long break this time. A whole month? That's really long. Yeah, mainly because after this mission, there's not much going on. The regiment didn't need him for training right now. That's great. In that case, buy the train tickets ahead of time. Oh, and I ran into my sister this time. She said she's coming back for New Year's too. Now it was Qin Wenhua's turn to be surprised. After all, his second sister hadn't been home for New Year's in years. The Qin family in Beijing was also looking forward to the new year. Mother Qin came to the courtyard house. "Mother-in-law, Do you have any thoughts about what we should get for New Year's groceries? Mother Fu thought for a moment and said, let's just do the same as last year. Buy some meat, some vegetables, and a few snacks like sunflower seeds and candies. In that case, I'll have someone send you the meat. This year, the meat from the meat processing factory was more plentiful than in previous years. If you had the right connections, you could get quite a lot. Would half a pig be enough? As soon as Mother Fu heard that, she quickly replied, that's plenty. If there's any left over, I'll make some sausages. Mother Qin's eyes lit up at the mention of sausages because she knew her in-laws' homemade sausages were especially delicious. I'll have to learn from you and try making some myself. Mother Fu nodded. Sure, no problem. I just wonder if Wenhua and Mingxue will be coming home for the new year this year. Mother Qin immediately said, they haven't called home lately, so I guess they're both busy. But I think Mingxue will probably come back. If she wasn't planning to spend the new year in Beijing, she would have called already. Mother Fu thought that made sense. Since her daughter was coming home for the new year, she'd need to prepare a bit more than usual. Maybe her son-in-law would come too. After all, Qin Wishu was getting married, and his wedding was scheduled for the 28th of the lunar month. Meanwhile, Qin Wenhua and Fu Mingxue were also getting ready to return to Beijing. Qin Wenhua still bought sleeper tickets for the train. But this time, it wasn't just the two of them in the compartment, there was another couple with 2 kids. The journey went pretty smoothly, except for the kids being a bit noisy. This time, Qin Wenhua didn't call home, so he didn't ask Qin Wishu to pick them up. After getting off the train, Qin Wenhua said to Fu Mingxue, honey, there are cars over there. Let's take a taxi home. Okay, Fu Mingxue agreed. She never minded these little things, since Qin Wenhua always took care of them. By now, there were actually taxis at the train station, which was a rare sight. Things really had changed. Qin Wenhua hailed a cab and loaded all their luggage into the trunk. Since they'd had time to prepare, he'd brought back a lot of things this time, including some local specialties and wild game he'd processed himself. Honey, get in. At his call, Fu Mingxue got into the car. Where to? The driver asked. Qin Wenhua immediately gave the address of the courtyard house. In just over half an hour, they arrived. Once the car stopped, Qin Wenhua paid the fare and unloaded their luggage, while Fu Mingxue went to knock on the main gate. Mom, open up. I'm home. Her clear, loud voice rang out. At that moment, Mother Fu was cooking in the kitchen when she heard her daughter's voice. She froze for a second, then was overjoyed and rushed out to open the door. Oh, you're back already? Why didn't you call first? I wanted to surprise you. Fu Mingxue laughed and hugged her mom. Mom, I missed you so much. Of course, Mother Fu was delighted. Then she spotted her son-in-law and quickly nudged her daughter aside. Wenhua, you're back too. Fu Mingxue, who'd just been pushed aside. Her mom did have maternal love, but not much of it. Qin Wenhua stepped forward. Mom, I happen to have time off too, so I came home with Mingxue. Mother Fu was over the moon. It's great you're both home. This new year, our house will be lively. Don't just stand at the door, come in, come in. Qin Wenhua carried in 2 large bags of luggage. The other suitcase was filled with his wife's clothes. Mother Fu also noticed the 2 big fertilizer bags he brought in. What's all this? Why so much? Some dried meat, some mushrooms, and a few other mountain goods. Oh, and I packed some salted fish too. Mother Fu hadn't expected those 2 bags to be filled with so many things. Just leave them there for now. You two go take a shower first, I'll start cooking. She'd originally planned to make noodles for lunch. But now that her daughter and son-in-law were back, she had to make something special. Luckily, the house was well stocked with ingredients. Meanwhile, the twins had been playing on the heated brick bed in their room. When they heard the commotion outside, the 2 little ones dashed out at lightning speed. Mama! When they saw it really was their parents who'd come home, they were over the moon. Fu Mingxue reached out to hug them both, but Qin Wenhua quickly stopped her. After all, they hadn't used any contraception in the past few days. There was a chance his wife might already be pregnant. He couldn't risk the kids accidentally bumping into her and causing a problem. You two are big kids now and you're heavy. Don't let your mom carry you. If you want a hug, let me do it. With that, he scooped up one child in each arm. You really have gotten a lot heavier. From now on, don't let your mom carry you anymore. The twins looked so aggrieved. Why couldn't their mom hug them? Besides, they were still little. They weren't heavy at all. It's fine, I can carry them, one at a time. Come here, my sweet girl, let mama give you a hug. I've missed my two little babies so much. Fu Mingxue took Qin Kiki right out of Qin Wenhua's arms and planted two big kisses on her daughter's cheeks. Qin Kiki was absolutely delighted. Mama, I missed you so much too. Really? That makes me so happy. After all, I have such adorable little ones at home thinking about me. After Fu Mingxue had showered her daughter with affection, she switched and gave her son the same treatment, no favoritism at all. The siblings were both thrilled. What made them happiest of all was that Mama had brought them gifts, lots of candy too. Seeing the three of them chattering away endlessly, Qin Wenhua decided to play the bad guy. All right, that's enough. Don't cling to Mama anymore. She's tired from the train ride. Let her go take a shower. The twins immediately said to Fu Mingxue, Mama, go take a shower. We'll eat Grandma's food in a bit. Fu Mingxue, what do you mean, Grandma's food? You mean food made by Grandma. But she really did need a shower. After several days on the train, she couldn't go without one. She grabbed some clothes and headed for the bathroom. Meanwhile, Mother Fu quickly finished preparing lunch, dumplings. After all, they had meat at home, and making dumpling wrappers was easy enough. You two haven't had anything good to eat on the train these past few days. Dumplings will warm you right up. Qin Wenhua, always eager to please his mother-in-law, immediately said, Mom, dumplings are great. Mingxue and I both love them. Mother Fu was delighted and kept encouraging him to eat more. After the meal, Qin Wenhua, ever the considerate son-in-law, started to clear the table, but Mother Fu quickly stopped him. There's no need for you to do that. Just take a good rest. Later, you and Mingxue should go visit your parents too, so they can be happy as well. There's no rush to go home, Qin Wenhua said. He still had a lot to do that afternoon. For example, he noticed there wasn't much firewood or coal left at home. He needed to find someone to get more. There were other things they were running low on too. Fu Mingxue spoke up at just the right time. I can't go to the Qin family compound this afternoon either. I need to stop by the research institute first. Mother Fu looked over when she heard this. You just got back. Aren't you going to rest a bit? There are some things I need to take to the institute. It can't wait. Besides, I didn't do anything on the train these past few days except rest. And if I'm not back for dinner, don't wait for me. I'll eat at the institute. Mother Fu, you just got home. And you're already off to work again. All right then. After playing with her son and daughter for a while, Fu Mingxue went to her room, grabbed a few things, and rode off on her bicycle. That afternoon, Mother Qin came over and happened to see Qin Wenhua moving firewood. She was quite surprised. Qin Wenhua, you're actually back in Beijing? When did you get here? Qin Wenhua replied, this morning. Mother Qin. So her son came back this morning and didn't even plan to come home and let his parents know in the afternoon? Honestly, what's the point of having a son? Where's Mingxue? Did she come back with you? We came back together, but she went to the research institute. Hearing this, Mother Qin felt a wave of sympathy for her younger daughter-in-law. Is her work really that busy? She should at least take half a day off. Qin Wenhua didn't respond. He kept moving firewood. At that moment, Mother Fu came out of the kitchen. In-law, you're just in time. Wenhua brought a lot of things. Later, have him bring some over to your place. No need, Mother Qin wanted to refuse. After all, the Qin family didn't lack for anything. He bought double of everything. If you don't take some, how will we finish it all? Well, all right then. What did he buy? Mother Qin was curious. Mother Fu pointed to the sorted pile. All good stuff. Mother Qin walked over. When she saw all the mountain goods, she was a bit surprised too. That was enough to last a long time. After moving the firewood, Qin Wenhua used a tricycle to deliver the things to the Qin house. Father Qin wasn't home, but old Madame Qin was. When old Madame Qin saw her beloved grandson return, She was overjoyed. "Grandma, how's your health?" "I'm doing well. By the way, where's Mingxue? Didn't she come back with you?" "She had something to do at the research institute. She'll come see you when she has time." Old Madame Jean hadn't expected her granddaughter-in-law to go straight back to work after just returning. "Mingxue really works so hard. You'd better treat her well." Qin Wenhua. "When have I not treated my wife well? It's good you're both back. When Shu's wedding is coming up soon, your timing is perfect. It's just a pity when Ing doesn't have time. If she could come back too, that would be even better." Qin Wenhua interrupted the old lady. "She's coming home for New Year's this year. She should be back in a day or two." Old Madame Jean was surprised at first, then delighted. "When Ing is really coming home for New Year's?" Qin Wenhua nodded. "Yes." She told Mingxue. "That's wonderful. Our whole family will finally be together." Old Madame Jean was truly happy. This year, with her grandson getting married, all the family members were gradually making their way home. When Fu Mingxue got home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. As soon as Qin Wenhua saw her come in, he immediately went up to ask, "Wife, are you hungry? How about I make you something to eat?" If he hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but as soon as he mentioned it, Fu Mingxue really did start to feel hungry. "What food do we have?" Hearing this, Qin Wenhua knew for sure that she must be hungry, so he quickly said, "I'll make you a bowl of noodles." "That's quick and easy." Fu Mingxue nodded. "All right, sorry to trouble you. Wife, we're married, cooking for you is perfectly normal. How could it be any trouble? Go and rest for a bit, I'll be done soon." With that, Qin Wenhua headed out to the kitchen. Fu's mother, who was sleeping in another room, heard the commotion. But she didn't get up. Since she knew her son-in-law was there was no need for her to worry. Half an hour later, Qin Wenhua brought Fu Mingxue a big bowl of noodles. "Wife, it's ready. Come eat." Fu Mingxue walked over and sat down. "That's a lot of noodles. If you can't finish, I'll eat the rest." Qin Wenhua didn't mind at all eating his wife's leftovers. But Fu Mingxue still had him bring another bowl and chopsticks and split the noodles in half. "It's late, eating too much isn't good for the stomach. Let's share it." Looking at the half bowl of noodles she gave him, Qin Wenhua felt happy. His wife really did care about him. After eating, Fu Mingxue went to wash up. But after she finished, she didn't rush to bed. Instead, she started sorting through some research materials she'd brought back from the institute. When Qin Wenhua came into the room and saw his wife still working, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "Wife, how about going to bed early tonight?" "It's fine, I just need to organize these." "Don't worry about me, go to sleep first." Seeing this, Qin Wenhua had no choice but to go to bed first. Fortunately, Fu Mingxue didn't stay up too much longer. About half an hour later, she came to bed too. The next morning, as soon as Fu Mingxue opened her eyes, she heard her mother-in-law's voice. She got dressed and left the room. "Mom." When Qin's mother saw her daughter-in-law, she said, "Mingxue, did I wake you up?" "No, I was about to get up anyway. It's already 6:30. By the way, Mom, how come you're here so early today? When Shu is getting married soon, right?" His mom heard Wenhua was back, so she asked me to come over early and ask him to help out at their place. Fu Mingxue was a little surprised, but didn't ask what kind of help was needed. "Mingxue, are you going to work today? If not, come home for lunch." Fu Mingxue apologized. "Sorry, Mom, I have to go in today. Actually, I'll probably have to go in every day for a while." It was true she'd come back to the capital, but that didn't mean she could take a break from work. Qin's mother immediately said, "That's all right, work comes first." Fu Mingxue thought for a moment. "How about this? The day after tomorrow, I'll come home early in the evening, and we can have a family dinner with Dad and Grandma." Qin's mother was delighted. "Great, let's do that. I'll make all your favorite dishes." "Thank you, Mom." At that moment, Fu Mingxue realized she hadn't even washed up yet, so she went to brush her teeth and wash her face. Once she was done, the two little ones came out, already dressed. "Mama." "Hey, my darlings." Fu Mingxue gave each of them a kiss. The two kids were overjoyed. "Mama, are you going to spend time with Kiki today?" Before Fu Mingxue could answer, Qin Wenhua had already walked over at some point. Not today. Your mom still has to work. Dad will take you out in a bit. The little one was immediately drawn in by his words. After all, at this age, kids love going out or visiting new places. She asked excitedly, Daddy, where are we going? To your second granduncle's house. He needed to go help Qin Wenhua with something, so he figured he'd just take the two kids along. There would be plenty of people there, so keeping an eye on the twins wouldn't be a problem at all. When the twins heard they were going to their second granduncle's house, they were over the moon. Mama, you go work hard, okay? My brother and I will go with Daddy to second granduncle's house and eat lots of yummy food. Hearing her daughter's childish voice, Fu Mingxue couldn't help but smile. Aren't you going to play? How did it turn into going to eat yummy food? Qin Kiki replied sweetly, second grandma likes me and my brother. Whenever she sees us, she stuffs us with tasty treats. At this moment, Qin's mother chimed in, your second aunt really likes kids. Sometimes, when I have nothing to do, I'll bring these two over. She had a flexible schedule, so she'd often take the twins out for a bit. That way, the in-laws could have some time to themselves to get other things done. After all, she couldn't just never help with the kids at all. After breakfast, Fu Mingxue headed off to the research institute. And once the twins finished eating, Qin Wenhua took them away. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Qin Wenhua's wedding. Mom, are you ready? If you are, let's hurry up and go. If we're late, we'll miss the bride's arrival. I'm ready, I'm coming. Fu's mother hurried out of the house. She was Fu Mingxue's biological mother and originally wouldn't have attended, but since she was the only one left in the Fu family, she counted as a close relative. So the Qin family insisted she come to Qin Wenhua's wedding. Unable to refuse, Fu's mother had no choice but to go. As soon as she came out, Fu Mingxue's eyes lit up. Mom, you look great in that outfit. Fu's mother shot her a playful glare. Of course it looks good, it's all new. All right, didn't you say we're running late? Let's get going. Qin Wenhua wasn't around, he'd gone to Qin Wenhua's house early in the morning to help out. So this time, Fu Mingxue drove her mom and the two kids herself. She drove a tricycle with her mother and the twins sitting in the back. They soon arrived at second Aunt Qin's house. There were already plenty of guests. When second Aunt Qin saw Fu Mingxue, her mother, and the kids arrive, she happily came forward. You're finally here. If you hadn't come soon, I was about to send someone to fetch you. Don't just stand here, come inside and have some tea. There was no need for Fu Mingxue to help with the wedding preparations. There were already plenty of people for that. Fu's mother was a guest, so even if she wanted to help, they wouldn't let her. There were plenty of people on the Qin side, and with Fu's mother's easygoing and sociable nature, she quickly blended in and started chatting with everyone. The twins were taken off by Qin Yu and Qin Ruoqiao, the brother-sister pair. Kids had their own group to play with. With nothing to do, Fu Mingxue decided to go check out Qin Wenhua's wedding room. Around 10:30, the bride arrived. Fu Mingxue went to take a look. She had to admit, the bride was absolutely stunning. Dr. Xia looked breathtakingly beautiful today. Standing next to Qin Wenhua, they really looked like a perfect couple. You'd never guess there was nearly a 7-year age gap between them. Today, Qin Wenhua looked especially mature, while Dr. Xia was simply radiant. The wedding process is pretty much the same everywhere. After a simple ceremony, it's time for the banquet and toasts. Fu Mingxue didn't sit at the same table as her mother. By the time she wanted to find her, her mom was already sitting with a group of people, chatting away happily. She had no choice but to sit with Qin Wenhua. Since the Qin family preferred to keep things low-key, what would normally be a 3-day wedding feast was cut down to just today. Fu Mingxue only went home with her mother and the two kids after dinner. As soon as they got home, Mother Fu sighed that Qin Wenhua is really a lucky guy. Dr. Xia is not only good-looking, but also very capable. Fu Mingxue agreed with this. She really is amazing. In her previous life, Dr. Xia was already a top talent in the medical field. It was just a pity that she died young. She hoped that in this life, now that Dr. Xia was married, she could have a perfect life, at the very least, live to a ripe old age. That way, Dr. Xia could save even more people and shine even brighter in the medical world. May good people have peaceful lives. Qin Wenhua didn't come home until midnight. Wife, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? I've always been a night owl. Why are you back so late? My second uncle needed my help to balance some accounts. I just finished. Qin Wenhua had clearly drunk quite a bit tonight. He still reeked of alcohol. He hadn't even gotten close before Fu Mingxue caught a whiff. You'd better go take a shower first. Qin Wenhua had been about to come closer, but stopped in his tracks when he heard this. All right. He went to the wardrobe, grabbed some clothes, and headed out for a shower. He was quick and came back just a few minutes later. Seeing his wife still reading, he said, Wife, it's late. Let's go to bed early tonight. Okay. Fu Mingxue put her book away in the drawer. Then she got up and headed to bed. But before she could get in, Qin Wenhua pulled her into his arms. Wife, I missed you so much. They'd both been busy these past few days and hadn't really spent any time together. Fu Mingxue glanced at him. I'm here every day, what's there to miss? It's late, let's get some sleep. My mom's got a lot to do tomorrow, you'll have to help her out. It was almost New Year's Eve. Her mom had prepared a mountain of New Year's supplies. Hearing this, Qin Wenhua bent down and kissed her on the lips, then said, okay. The next morning, when Fu Mingxue woke up, Qin Wenhua was already gone. But she was officially on holiday now, so there was no rush to get up. After all, these were rare days for her to relax. Just then, the door creaked open. A cute little head poked in. Mama. Fu Mingxue was instantly charmed by the little one and waved her over. Why is my little darling up so early today? Qin Kiki ran to the bedside. Mama, I had a dream last night. That made Fu Mingxue laugh. You little thing, you had a dream? Come on, tell Mama what you dreamed about. Qin Kiki's eyes sparkled. I dreamed I was peeing and then I wet the bed. Fu Mingxue. What? That was definitely not what she expected. She really didn't want to laugh. But she couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. It's okay to wet the bed. Every kid goes through it as they grow up. Even your dad did it. Better him than me. Qin Kiki's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Fu Mingxue nodded solemnly. After all, babies just can't control themselves at that age. Who hasn't wet the bed as a baby? She wasn't lying. Qin Kiki was delighted by this. After all, if even her amazing dad used to wet the bed then. If she wet the bed, it wasn't such a big deal, right? Mama, you go back to sleep. I'm going to help Grandma with the chores. Without waiting for Fu Mingxue to reply, Qin Kiki turned and ran off, her little feet pattering away. Fu Mingxue. How could there be such an adorable child in this world? She herself was still just a kid, and yet her own daughter was up early, running off to help Grandma with chores? What could she even help with? Compared to her daughter, lying in bed as a mother made her feel a bit useless. After all, the old and the young were both busy, and here she was the prime of her life and supposedly the strongest worker in the house, still lying in bed. Oh well, useless or not, so be it. She decided to lie in for a little while longer. Half an hour later, Fu Mingxue got up and walked out of the room. The courtyard was bustling with activity. Qin Wenhua was slaughtering chickens. Her mother was busy washing and cleaning. The two little ones were eating breakfast. Why are we killing chickens again today? And they'd already killed two. We'll eat one today and save the other for New Year's. But the rich aroma of meat filled the whole yard. She figured there must be quite a bit of meat stewing in the kitchen pot. She went to brush her teeth and wash her face. Just as she was about to eat breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Qin Wenhua went to open it. Outside, he saw a tricycle parked and two men unloading goods from it. What's this? One of the men asked, Excuse me, is this the home of team leader Fu Mingxue? Qin Wenhua nodded. Yes, this is her house. What are you doing here? It's like this. We're from FAW and the bicycle factory. Our bosses sent us to deliver New Year's goods to team leader Fu. Hearing this, Qin Wenhua glanced at the tricycle, which was loaded to the brim. Was this really just a delivery? If you didn't know better, you'd think they were taking this whole load to the market to sell. Qin Wenhua didn't let them bring the stuff in right away. After all, some things couldn't just be accepted casually. He told them, "Wait a moment. I'll go ask my wife." The two men waited patiently outside. Qin Wenhua went back to the main room and said to Fu Mingxue, "Honey, people from FAW and the bicycle factory are here to bring you New Year's goods. They've filled a whole tricycle with stuff." Fu Mingxue, who was eating breakfast, looked up in surprise. "New Year's goods?" Qin Wenhua nodded. "Yeah, a lot. Why don't you go take a look?" Fu Mingxue couldn't even finish her breakfast. She got up and went outside right away. "Team Leader Fu, we're here on behalf of the Bicycle Factory and FAW. These are the New Year's goods selected by the factory leaders. Here's the list, please sign for it." Fu Mingxue remembered that when she ran into Director Zhang a couple of days ago, he had mentioned sending over New Year's goods. She just hadn't expected the factories to send so much. Looking at the list, 20 gin of rice, 20 gin of flour, oil, meat, candies, 3 boxes each of apples and tangerines, a whole ham, 20 gin of pork. And there was also a sealed red envelope, at least 500 yuan inside. And that was just the FAW's list. The bicycle factory's goods were the same. But the red envelope from the bicycle factory seemed even thicker than FAW's. She glanced at the forms. These weren't personal gifts, but official unit expenses, stamped with the company seals. So she said to the two delivery men, "Please thank your leaders for me." Then she took a pen from her pocket and quickly signed her name on both delivery receipts. Mother Fu was startled by the commotion. When she came out and saw all the things being moved into the yard, her eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, what on earth is going on? Qin Wenhua was helping move things too. They finished moving everything in no time. He handed cigarettes to the two delivery men. The two men left happily. Only after they had left did Mother Fu finally find her voice. "What's going on? Why are there so many things?" "They're from the automobile factory and the bicycle factory. They've had a really good year, so I guess they thought of me and sent all this over." Mother Fu was stunned. "Is it really okay for you to accept all this? What if someone reports you?" Forgive her for being a bit jumpy. After all, it's better to be cautious. If someone really did report them, that would be a big problem. Seeing her mother so worried, Fu Mingxue couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, don't worry. Director Zhang already mentioned this to me last time. Besides, this isn't a personal gift from them. It's all official, distributed from their company's warehouse." Mother Fu didn't really understand all the details, but hearing her daughter say it was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then." Looking at the mountain of New Year's goods, she clicked her tongue in amazement. Goodness, their company's benefits are amazing. This is way too much. How are we ever going to finish all this? This isn't even all of it. The Research Institute is distributing benefits today too. I heard they'll be delivering mine this afternoon. But the Research Institute doesn't give as much stuff, they give out bonuses instead. Mother Fu's eyes lit up at the mention of money. "How much of a bonus?" "It depends on your level and projects. For me, it should be about 2,000. But the money and salary hadn't arrived yet, they'd probably be delivered together in the afternoon. Of course, if she had time, she could go pick it up herself at the institute. Her salary was paid by the Research Institute. Mother Fu. A 2,000 yuan bonus? That number really made Mother Fu uneasy. She thought, "Mingxue, since you're free today anyway, why don't you go to work? The more time spent working, the better. Otherwise, just holding on to that bonus feels a bit nerve-wracking." Fu Mingxue. "Mom, you're on a roll. These things can't just sit here. You'd better start sorting them out. Oh, and look, there are 2 pork knuckles. Keep one, and let Qin Wenhua take the other to the Qin family." As soon as Mother Fu heard that, she said, "Take some of the other things too. There's just too much here, we can't possibly finish it all." Qin Wenhua was happy that both his wife and mother-in-law were thinking of his family. They have everything over there. That's their business. We can't finish all this anyway, so take more over. Mother Fu was feeling generous now. Mainly because the whole Qin family was so nice. Qin Wenhua could only nod. He didn't want to upset his mother-in-law. All right. I'll leave the rest to you two. I'm done here. I'm going to have breakfast. Fu Mingxue hadn't even finished her breakfast yet. Mother Fu immediately waved her off. You don't need to help here. Go eat your breakfast. And after you're done, you don't need to do anything else. Just focus on your research. If you have time, read more books. Her daughter was now the family's golden treasure. She couldn't let this golden treasure do any housework. If she had spare time, she'd rather her daughter focus on research. That way, earning her salary and bonuses wouldn't feel so nerve-wracking. Fu Mingxue didn't mention that the two factories had also given her red envelopes. She wasn't in a hurry to count them. Only after finishing breakfast did she start opening the red envelopes to count the money inside. The total was 1,800. The automobile factory gave 1,000. The bicycle factory gave 800. Since the amounts were smaller bills, the stack actually felt thicker than the wad from First Auto Works. Fu Mingxue happily put the money away. In reality, she stored it in her space. Who doesn't like money? 3 big payments in one day. The Research Institute delivered the New Year's goods even faster than expected. Just as Mother Fu and Qin Wenhua finished sorting out the pile of New Year's supplies, they heard a knock at the door. This time, Mother Fu went to open the door. When she saw it was a staff member, she immediately guessed who it was, especially when she noticed the car parked outside. She turned her head and called out into the yard, "Mingxue, come out quick, someone's here for you." Before she finished speaking, the person at the door said, "Auntie, I'm from the Research Institute. I'm here to deliver New Year's goods to Engineer Fu. Come in, come in. She's home," Mother Fu said enthusiastically. "All right, I'll start unloading." At this moment, Fu Mingxue came out, with Qin Wenhua following behind her. "Team Leader Fu, I'm here to deliver your New Year's goods." "Xiao Zhao, thank you for your hard work." "No trouble at all. I just came from Director Zhang's place. Since it's on the way, I'm dropping yours off too." "Oh, and here's your salary." Xiao Zhao took a large envelope from his pocket and handed it to Fu Mingxue. The envelope was sealed by the unit, so Fu Mingxue didn't need to open it to count. She already knew the amount of her salary and bonus from 2 days ago and had signed off on it. She'd just forgotten to pick up her pay the other day and then ended up working overtime, so she didn't go to the finance office. That's why she had someone deliver it directly. Once Xiao Zhao handed over the salary, he felt much more at ease. You have no idea how anxious he was carrying both Director Zhang's and Team Leader Fu's salaries before setting off. If he lost that money, even working for free for years wouldn't be enough to pay it back. He unloaded 50 jin of rice, 50 jin of flour, 5 boxes of fruit, and a 20 jin hunk of meat from the car. Fu Mingxue was speechless for a moment. This was just too much. How could they possibly finish it all? If this had happened in the past, people would probably have scolded her for it. The goods were quickly brought inside, and Xiao Zhao drove off right away. He still had a lot to deliver today. Some didn't need to be delivered, but some he had to take care of himself. Mother Fu had never imagined there would be a day when she'd worry about having too much stuff. This is just too much. If I'd known there'd be so much, we really wouldn't have needed to buy any New Year's supplies this year. If they'd gotten this a couple of days earlier, they could have given the meat to Qin Wishu for the wedding. After all, it was just in time. Even in both her lifetimes, Fu Mingxue had never seen so much pork at home. Was this what it meant to achieve pork freedom? We should cure some of the meat, or maybe make some sausages. I think we should send some meat to Wenhua's aunt's families. As soon as Qin Wenhua heard his mother-in-law say that, he quickly stopped her. "Mom, no need to send it to them. Let me make sausages out of it. You can teach me how. I'm sure I'll get the hang of it. I've got plenty of time anyway." Hearing her son-in-law say that, Mother Fu dropped the idea. "All right, then later you can take some more over to your family, and besides curing some, we'll make sausages this afternoon. Salt-cured meat is convenient. It can last a long time once it's cured." The main thing was, after the new year, she and the 2 kids would be going with her daughter to the family housing compound. It wouldn't be easy to take all that cured meat with them. When Mother Qin saw Qin Wenhua bringing over meat again, along with rice and flour, she was surprised. "Why are you bringing so much stuff over?" she asked. "It's all from Mingxue. She and my mother-in-law are both thinking of you and insisted I bring it over," Qin Wenhua replied. His words moved Mother Qin deeply. Mingxue and her family are just too kind. They always think of us whenever they have something. "All right, I appreciate the thought, but you should take this stuff back. You have so many mouths to feed at home, why bring it here? We're not lacking anything anyway. My wife and mother-in-law told me to bring it. If I take it back, they'll be upset." "Just keep it, it's for you," Qin Wenhua said, quickly unloading everything from the tricycle, ignoring her protests. Seeing this, Mother Qin knew she couldn't make him take it back. "I bought a few fish. Later, you should take 2 with you. By the way, aren't you coming over for New Year's Eve dinner tonight?" Qin Wenhua declined directly. "No, we'll eat at home tonight." Mother Qin understood. "Then have lunch here at least." "No, I've got a lot to do today. I won't come over. I'll visit tomorrow, it's the same." Mother Qin had hoped the whole family could gather for lunch at home. Now that they weren't even coming for lunch, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "All right, then come over for a meal tomorrow." Just then, Qin Weinian came out and said to Qin Wenhua, "Count me in for tonight. I'll come to your place for New Year's Eve dinner." Mother Qin immediately glared at her. "You have to eat at home tonight. Your grandma has been waiting so long for you to come back. If you don't even have New Year's Eve dinner with her, how sad would that be for her?" Qin Weinian. "Seriously? It's just a meal, how did it get so dramatic?" At that moment, Qin Wenhua twisted the knife. "Our family's having a reunion. Why are you trying to join in?" Qin Weinian's eyes widened. She gritted her teeth and said, "How about we have a little match right now?" Qin Wenhua looked at her with nothing but disdain. "It's not that I look down on you, but you've never beaten me. How do you even have the nerve to suggest a match? What, you think just because I got married I'll go easy on you?" Qin Weinian. Is this jerk really her brother? Why can't he ever say anything nice? "I don't need you to go easy on me. All right, I don't have time to mess around with you. I need to go home and make sausages. There's a ton to do," Qin Wenhua said, ignoring whatever look was on Qin Weinian's face. After unloading everything, he got on his tricycle and left. Qin Weinian. "Fine, Qin Wenhua, you jerk. Just you wait." At this point, Mother Qin spoke up. "All right, enough with the childishness. You're both adults now. Still want to fight like you used to? Come help me move these things into the kitchen. I need to cook with Andy Lee." With all that energy, she might as well help move things. So Qin Weinian had no choice but to carry all the meat, rice, and flour into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qin Wenhua quickly returned home. "Mom, let me cut the meat." "All right, you start. I'll show you how to season it in a bit. By the way, we don't have that, Ma. New York sausage casings at home." "Never mind, let's just marinate the meat. I'll go check at the meat processing plant, maybe they have some." Mother Fu thought, at this time of year, the plant would have long since run out. "Forget it, just marinate it. Just go buy some more salt." Qin Wenhua nodded. "Okay." Mother Fu thought for a moment and added, "Oh, and if you see any Sichuan peppercorns or spices, pick some up too." Of everyone in the family, Fu Mingxue was by far the most idle. Right now, in Mother Fu's eyes, she was like a precious golden nugget. There was absolutely no need for her to do any chores. Even when Fu Mingxue offered to help tend the fire, Mother Fu immediately stopped her. The reason was simple. Those hands are for drawing blueprints. What if you hurt them? You get such a good salary and bonuses at work, so you should focus on creating more value. That way, no matter how much money you earn, you'll have a clear conscience. So, Fu Mingxue was promptly shooed out of the kitchen. Fu Mingxue. Was that really necessary? Seriously? She glanced around and spotted the 2 kids in the main room, so she walked over. "Sweethearts, how about Mommy helps you practice your characters? It's been a while since we did that." Qin Hao immediately refused. "Mom, it's New Year's today. My sister and I are busy. Let's do it another day." Qin Kiki agreed with her brother. "Mommy, go play by yourself. We're busy." Fu Mingxue saw the 2 little ones peeling scallions, both of them totally focused. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Then I'll help peel the scallions. Qin Hao got anxious as soon as he heard that. No way, Mom. Your hands are golden. They can't do this kind of work. Go read your book. This is my and my sister's job. Qin Kiki nodded quickly, using her tiny hands to shield the pile of scallions. This is our job, Mommy. You can't take it. They were only just over 3 years old, but when it came to peeling scallions, they were pros. Not a single one got torn. Fu Mingxue. Then Qin Hao added, Mom, you should go. We're really busy today. We can't play with you. Qin Kiki nodded. Yeah, we have to help Grandma make dumplings this afternoon, and we're making steamed buns too. We're super busy, so you go play by yourself, Mommy. Fu Mingxue. At this moment, she felt like she could see a look on the kids' faces that said she was the one being childish. Speechless. She was honestly speechless. Apparently, she really was disturbing them. With a sigh, she had no choice but to go back to her room to read or, if inspiration struck, to draw blueprints. Suddenly, she thought, maybe she could come up with a little invention to help bring in some extra income for the family. After all, their household expenses were bound to go up. Qin Wenhua's allowance was based on his rank, and the bonuses from his missions were limited. If she didn't have any extra income, she'd be relying solely on her salary. And next year, there'd be another child in the family, so expenses would only increase. Thinking it over, she decided to design a new model of car for the automobile factory. As for the engine, she could upgrade that too. Her mind quickly opened up, and inspiration came flooding in. She was soon completely absorbed, right up until Qin Wenhua came in to call her. Wife, stop drawing. It's time to eat. When Fu Mingxue heard him, she glanced at her watch and realized it was already 11:30. What's for lunch? Mom made rice and a few simple stir-fried dishes for lunch. Dinner will be more elaborate. The real feast would be at night. Fu Mingxue got up and went outside. When she saw the 5 dishes and a soup laid out on the table, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. This was what they called a simple lunch? Back in the day, even New Year's Eve dinner wasn't this lavish. She sat down, and the 2 kids climbed onto their stools at the same time. Mommy, you've worked hard. Here's a chicken drumstick for you. At some point, the twins had decided if Mommy was home, the drumstick was always saved for her. Lunch was especially delicious that day. After eating, with nothing else to do, Fu Mingxue simply sat under the eaves and watched Qin Wenhua marinate meat. After all, she couldn't just read books nonstop, she needed to take some time to rest. Qin Wenhua was busy marinating the meat. Once that was done, he still had to chop the filling and knead the dough. There really was a lot to do. The 2 little ones were just peeling scallions. They were still young, so naturally they weren't very fast. So, all you could see was them peeling scallions the whole time. Of course, kneading dough was also very appealing to the 2 kids, so each of them took a piece of dough to play with. That afternoon, the steamer at home never got a break, constantly steaming all kinds of buns. Still, Fu Mingxue joined in to make dumplings. This time, Mother Fu didn't stop her. Dinner was a real feast. Mother Fu made 9 dishes. There was not only rice, but also steamed buns, stuffed buns, and dumplings. The whole family spent a warm and joyful New Year together. The happiest of all were the twins. The 2 little ones were quite sensible, and they received several big red envelopes. In the afternoon, Mother Qin came by to deliver some. The New Year's money she brought included not only her own, but also from Qin Weining, Qin Wenza, the old lady, and the other branches of the Qin family. They all gave their red envelopes to her to pass along. So, that afternoon, the twins collected a lot of red envelopes. But even so, the total amount didn't match what their mother gave them in the evening. Fu Mingxue gave each of them 50 yuan, a unique sum for this era. Grandma, Grandpa, and Great-Grandma each gave 10 yuan. Qin Wenhua only gave each of the siblings 5 yuan. He didn't give separate red envelopes to his nieces, Qin Yu and Qin Ruoqiao. Fu Mingxue did, giving each of them 5 yuan. There were a few other children in the other branches, and Fu Mingxue gave each 2 yuan. matching what her mother-in-law gave. They also gave 2 yuan each. This was the most relaxing New Year Fu Mingxue had ever spent. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, though she actually went back to work on the 2nd day. After all, she didn't need to visit relatives, and she wasn't the only one at the research institute working. Some people hadn't even gone home for the holiday. So, going back on the 2nd day was actually considered late. Wife, Mom, and I will head out first. You'll leave a bit later, right? Yes, you two go ahead. I'll leave on the 20th. Of course, if Mom wants to leave later, she can go with me. No, we'll go with our son-in-law. With her son-in-law taking the train with them, she felt much more at ease. After all, she was worried about losing the kids. She'd heard plenty of stories about children being abducted on trains. That's fine too, Fu Mingxue didn't mind. Mother Fu looked at Qin Wenhua. Wenhua, so we're leaving on the 10th? Qin Wenhua nodded. Yes, if that's settled, we'll leave on the 10th. I'll go buy the tickets this afternoon. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay a few more days, but the unit had called, looked like there was a new assignment, and he needed to hurry back. All right, I'll start packing this afternoon. By the way, are the kids starting kindergarten in the fall? They are, and over there. Qin Wenhua hadn't told his mother-in-law, but he was sure his wife would definitely get pregnant. He needed to plan ahead. Once there was another child, his mother-in-law would have even more to do. Besides, it would be good for the twins to start kindergarten earlier. That afternoon, Mother Fu started packing and realized there were so many things she couldn't take with her, it really gave her a headache. Qin's mother soon learned that her in-laws and the 2 children would be going back to the military family compound with Qin Wenhua. She hurried over right away. She arrived just in time to see her in-laws packing things up. At that moment, the twins came running out of the house. Qin was especially excited. Grandma, we're leaving tomorrow. Qin Kiki immediately hugged Qin's mother's leg. She looked up and said, Grandma, we're going to miss you. Daddy said we'll have to go to school from now on, but when we're on holiday, we'll come visit you. Qin's mother's heart melted at her little granddaughter's words. She picked the child up. Of course Grandma will miss you too. But, they're still so little, do they really need to go to kindergarten already? Is it really necessary? She didn't feel it was her place to comment on their education, since both her son and daughter-in-law were much more educated than she was. Since they'd made this decision, they must have their own reasons and plans. My in-law, you came just in time. I've packed all this up for you, later you can take it back on the tricycle. Some of it was meat, some rice, and other things. Actually, there was a lot of rice and flour left, but her son-in-law had already helped give away quite a bit. Otherwise, at the rate they're eating now, it would take them a year to finish it all. This is really too much stuff. How about this? I'll have Winza ship some of it to you later. You'll need to eat over there too, after all. Fu's mother immediately replied, no need, I've already sorted out the things to be shipped. Wenhua will go mail them later. The rest, if you don't take them, they'll just go bad. Qin's mother could only nod at that. Actually, if you ask me, it'd be better for you to stay in Beijing. The couple are always working anyway. If it's not one of them on assignment, it's the other on a business trip. They barely see the kids. If you stayed here, at least we could help look after them. Besides, doesn't Mingxue come back for a month every semester? As for the kids' schooling, if you really want to send them to school early, isn't the Yuhong kindergarten here in Beijing even better? And there's the compound's own kindergarten for military families. Those are both really good. Fu's mother was fine with going anywhere. She just listened to whatever the 2 of them decided. I heard from Mingxue that her main work focus will still be over there for the next few years. Hearing this, Qin's mother didn't say anything more. She put the child down. Is there anything else you need to pack? Let me help you. It's pretty much done. Actually, I started packing a few days ago. The kids' clothes and everything are all sorted. It's just these things, later you can take them back on the tricycle. Anyway, Mingxue isn't leaving yet. She'll still be coming home to cook. Qin's mother nodded. All right then. Still, she stayed to help clean up the house. Since Fu's mother was leaving, the kitchen definitely had to be cleaned thoroughly first. Even though Fu Mingxue would still be around, She probably wouldn't use the kitchen much. She spent all day at the research institute, after all. So the kitchen had to be cleaned properly, otherwise it would attract mice and bugs. The next day, Qin with Shu drove the three of them to the station. The big packages had already been mailed by Qin Wenhua. They only brought some fragile items and things they needed to carry themselves. Even so, they still had several bags with them. Fu Mingxue didn't have time to see them off. She had to go to work. And since there wouldn't be anyone at home for the next few days, she didn't plan to come back and would just sleep at the Research Institute's dormitory for now. The institute had arranged a dorm room for her. The Qin family came early to see them off. Father and Mother Qin even took another car, personally escorting them all the way to the train station. "Dear-in-law, we'll be counting on you from now on. If anything comes up, just call home," Mother Qin said warmly to Mother Fu, with whom she got along very well. That's why, with Mother Fu taking the children away, Mother Qin truly couldn't bear to part with them. Mother Fu was also feeling emotional about the farewell. It's no trouble at all. The kids are older now, they're easy to take care of. Besides, they'll be starting kindergarten in the second half of the year. I'll have even more free time then. Once the two kids start school, what else will she have to do all day? Just cook for them morning and evening and do some laundry, that's it. Isn't this life much more relaxed than working every day like before? The two mothers-in-law said their goodbyes reluctantly. This left Qin with Shu rather baffled. He whispered to Qin Wenhua, "I've never seen in-laws get along this well before." Not to mention anyone else, even his eldest cousin Qin Wenze, who, after all, married 2 wives, his aunt never got along well with either of her in-laws. Qin Wenhua shot him a glance. "That's because my mother-in-law is great. You don't have a mother-in-law, so you wouldn't understand." Qin Wenshu. That actually makes sense. But why does it sound so annoying and irritating? Just then, Qin Wenhua saw the train pulling into the station. He immediately called out to his mother-in-law, who was still chatting enthusiastically. "Mom, the train's here. We need to board now." As soon as Mother Fu heard it was time to board, she grew anxious. "In-law, we'll be off now." The two children were carried by Qin Wenhua and Qin Wenze, while the luggage was handled by Father Qin, Qin Wenshu, and Qin Wenze, who had come to see them off. Once the train stopped, they worked together to get all the luggage on board. Qin Wenhua had bought 4 sleeper tickets, so the 4-berth compartment was just right for their family. Mother Qin was especially pleased. "This is great, your whole family has this compartment to yourselves." It seemed her youngest son was reliable after all. After all, train tickets were so hard to get these days, and yet he managed to secure 4 sleeper tickets. Mother Fu, on the other hand, felt a bit sorry about the money. Originally, they could have just bought 2 adult sleeper tickets, but now they'd bought 4, which meant spending twice as much. But thinking about how this was safer and better for the kids, she no longer minded the extra expense. The train didn't stop for long, so after the Qin family got the luggage and children settled, they hurriedly got off. Only after the train pulled away did the Qin family drive back home. Mother Qin was a bit down the whole way. "Sigh, if only everyone could stay in Beijing." Father Qin replied at once, "That's not possible. For one, your son still has to serve in the army over there for a few more years, and Mingxue has to work there too. Even though Mingxue comes back to Beijing several times a year, most of their time will still be spent over there. It's more suitable for the whole family to live there together." Mother Qin thought about it and agreed. A 3-day train ride was a real novelty for the two kids. Their memories of the past faded quickly, so being able to sit on the train like this made them very happy. By evening, they went to bed early. Mother Qin said to Qin Wenhua, "It's a good thing you're here, otherwise Mingxue and I wouldn't be able to handle them." Although the two kids were well behaved, they were still young and very curious, always wanting to go out and look around. Plus, maybe because they ate and drank a lot, they also needed the bathroom a lot trip after trip. Who knew how many times a day they'd have to go to the restroom? When they got off the train, someone from the unit had come to pick them up. Mother Qin got into the car and looked out at the scenery, feeling a bit emotional. She thought to herself that she really was blessed to enjoy the good fortune brought by her daughter and son-in-law in this lifetime. being able to live together with them. When the car arrived at the family compound, it was just around noon. Everyone was at home cooking lunch. When the car pulled up and stopped in front of Qin Wenhua's house, everyone was quite surprised. Then they saw Mother Fu, whom they hadn't seen for over a year, along with the two children. One by one, they all came running out to see. Oh my, the kids have grown so tall. Auntie Fu, you're finally back. We've all been talking about you while you were gone. That's right, we all missed you while you were away. And the kids look so healthy, no wonder, after living in the big city. Mother Fu was also delighted to greet everyone. She was especially pleased when they kept praising the twins. After exchanging greetings, she said, "Let's catch up later. I haven't been home in so long. I need to tidy up the house first." The people in the compound were considerate and didn't bother her further. Some even invited her and the children to eat at their homes. Mother Fu took it as a polite gesture. She wouldn't just go eat at someone else's house so casually. Qin Wenhua and the comrade who had picked them up carried all the luggage inside. After entering the courtyard, Mother Fu quickly looked around. She found the place was still quite clean. Her son-in-law must have tidied up before he left. "I'll start cleaning up. Mom, let me handle the cleaning. You take the kids to bathe first. You can use the bathhouse of the unit. There's hot water now and no one's there. It'll be more convenient." Mother Fu agreed. "All right, I'll take the kids to wash up first." She hurried to find some clean clothes, then took the twins to the bathhouse. The twins were curious about everything. They had no memory at all of living here before. While his mother-in-law was bathing the kids, Qin Wenhua quickly cleaned the whole courtyard. He also scrubbed the kitchen and even heated the kang, the traditional heated bed. There wasn't enough time to cook, and he didn't plan to make lunch at home this time, so he asked someone to bring food over. Just as Mother Fu returned with the freshly washed children, the food was delivered. "Mom, let's just have a simple lunch for now. We'll cook dinner ourselves tonight." Mother Fu nodded. All right. After all, the young comrade had brought the food all the way to their door. They'd even brought rice and steamed buns. The two kids hadn't had anything tasty on the train, so now that they finally had a hot meal, their appetites were huge. Qin Wenhua got up to answer it. When he saw it was their neighbor Wang Xiang, he was surprised. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" "I made an extra pot of noodles for lunch. You just got back, have something hot to eat." Wang Xiang brought over a big bowl. "Sister-in-law, you didn't have to. We just got some food from the canteen and are eating now." "I know you got food. But these noodles aren't much, just a small bowl for each of you." Wang Xiang didn't argue, just walked right past him into the courtyard. Qin Wenhua. "Auntie, I brought you some noodles, not much, but at least it's hot." Mother Fu quickly stood up. "Oh, you're too kind, thank you so much." Wang Xiang was very pleased. "We're all neighbors, there's no need to thank me. You all eat while it's hot. I'll head back now." "All right." As soon as Wang Xiang left, Mother Fu divided the noodles into 4 bowls. Then she said to Qin Wenhua, "Later, I'll just send her some things in return." Qin Wenhua nodded. "Mom, you can handle that as you see fit. By the way, I won't be home this afternoon, so I'll have to trouble you to look after things here. Don't worry about it, just focus on your work. I'm here at home, so you don't need to worry." "Oh, when will the package we sent arrive?" Qin Wenhua thought for a moment. "It should get here the day after tomorrow. If I'm still around then, I'll go pick it up myself. If I'm not, I'll arrange for someone else to get it." Mother Fu nodded. "That works." It wasn't that she didn't want to pick it up herself, but the package they sent was quite large, and without a car, there was no way to bring it back. After finishing his meal, Qin Wenhua hurried out. Mother Fu looked at how clean and tidy the house was and felt completely satisfied with her son-in-law. Her own room hadn't been tidied up yet, but that wasn't a problem. She could take care of it quickly. The two children were supposed to take a nap, and after lunch, they soon started to feel sleepy. Fortunately, Mother Fu had already cleaned her room, and the heated brick bed inside was nice and warm. She let the two children nap there. Meanwhile, she began sorting through the packages they'd brought. She had brought along cured meat and sausages, as well as a small amount of rice, flour, some pickled vegetables, and dried veggies. First, she took out some candies and handed them out to the people chatting outside. Then she washed the bowl Wang Xiang had used to bring over the noodles, filled it with some candy and some dried vegetables, and carried it back next door. "Sister, these are for the kids to enjoy, and here's a bag of dried veggies I made myself. They're really good, perfect with noodles or stewed meat." She gave Wang Xiang about half a pound of candy, which was quite a lot. After all, not to mention that they were next-door neighbors, their families had the best relationship in the whole residential compound. "This is too much candy." Wang Xiang felt embarrassed to accept it. The candy looked much fancier than what they sold at the supply and marketing co-op, and she'd brought so much over. "It's not much, just a little something for the kids to enjoy." "All right, I've got things to do at home, so I'll head back." With that, Wang Xiang quickly thanked her. Even though her son-in-law had already cleaned the house, for the ever-industrious Mother Fu, there was always work to be done. She had to wash the clothes they'd changed out of. She insisted on rewashing all the dishes and utensils in the kitchen. She kept busy until nearly dusk. It was around then that Qin Wenhua returned, carrying a bunch of groceries. "Mom, I got some vegetables and a big fish. Let's have a nice dinner tonight." Mother Fu hurried out when she heard this. "Where did you get such a big fish?" They shared one at the canteen. "The meat and vegetables too." Mother Fu was delighted. "Then let's do the big fish for dinner. I've already cooked the rice." "Great." Qin Wenhua put the other groceries in the kitchen, then took the big fish to the well to clean and gut it. The two little ones weren't the least bit squeamish. They squatted nearby, watching their dad clean the fish. Fu Mingxue did a quick mental calculation and figured that Qin Wenhua and the others should have arrived at the compound by now. Sure enough, that evening, Qin Wenhua called their research institute. "Wife, it's me. We've arrived." Fu Mingxue finished her work quickly and returned to the compound. Mother Fu and the two children were especially happy to see her. "Mama, you're finally here. My brother and I missed you so much." Qin Keek's ability to express herself had really improved. "Mama, my brother, and I also made some good friends." Her words made Fu Mingxue raise her eyebrows in surprise. "Good friends? Were there any kids their age in the family compound?" At this moment, Mother Fu chimed in, "These two are quite something. The kids around here all want to play with them. Even the kids next door like to play with them." Fu Mingxue's lips twitched. "You mean Sister Wang's kids next door? Aren't her children several years older? How could kids with such an age gap play together?" "Anyway, they just like playing with our Hao Hao and Kiki," Mother Fu said proudly. "That's her kids for you." Fu Mingxue didn't quite understand, but soon she figured it out. Compared to the other children in the compound, her twins looked especially clean and tidy. And even though they were young, their thinking and communication skills were impressive. Plus, their family always had plenty of snacks to share. The twins were generous, too. Who wouldn't want to play with generous, clean friends? Our Hao Hao and Kiki are the best. Hearing the praise, the twins were overjoyed. "Mama, my brother, and I really like it here. There are so many friends to play with." There were plenty of kids living in the alleyways near the courtyard, too. But usually, Mother Fu wouldn't let them go out for too long. What if she lost sight of them and they got taken away? She'd have nowhere to cry. Since she was looking after the kids, she felt it was her responsibility. She couldn't let anything happen to them. Seeing how happy the siblings were, Fu Mingxue was delighted as well. "As long as you're happy. You'll be going to school here soon, too." When the two little ones heard they'd be going to school here, they were even more excited. At this point, Mother Fu said, "You two go play for a bit. Let your mom take a shower and eat something first. She must be tired after that long train ride." When the kids heard their mom was tired, they immediately felt sorry for her. "Mama, go take a nice bath. We'll talk later. My brother and I have so much to tell you." Fu Mingxue couldn't help but find them adorable. She reached out and patted their little heads. "All right, we'll have a good chat later." She went to wash her hair and take a shower. Meanwhile, Mother Fu quickly made her a bowl of noodles. Eating the hot noodles, Fu Mingxue felt especially content. "Mom, I was craving these noodles the whole train ride. Now I finally get to eat them. They're delicious. Mother Fu said, "Eat more, there's plenty in the pot." By the way, are you going back to work tomorrow? Fu Mingxue nodded. I'll head to the factory in a bit. Mother Fu was surprised. So soon? Don't you want to rest a little? She'd just gotten back. And it was already around 3 o'clock. No need, I rested enough on the train. Don't wait for me for dinner, I'll probably be home late tonight. Last time she came back for New Year's, she'd already returned the car to the factory. Of course, even now that she was back at work, she wouldn't use that car again. She didn't want to take up the factory's resources. Anyway, her electric bike was still pretty fast. Besides, she probably wouldn't spend much time at the factory over the next few months. She'd be spending more time at the base. Fu's mother knew her daughter was busy with work, and she was actually glad to see her working. After all, the year-end bonus and salary were nothing to sneeze at. Oh right, when Hua has gone out on a mission. He still hasn't come back since the last one? Fu's mother nodded. That's right. It'll probably be a while. I just hope he's safe. Mom, don't worry so much about his safety. There's always some risk when they go on missions, but he can handle it. He'll definitely come home safe in the end. He'd been on missions for so many years and suffered all kinds of injuries, big and small. He definitely wouldn't act recklessly. Fu's mother thought about it and agreed. Hurry up and eat. There's more in the pot if you want. Okay. Fu Mingxue ate 2 big bowls of noodles. She felt like her appetite had grown lately. After she finished eating, she went back to her room to tidy up. She took out some things and said to her mom, "Mom, these are things from home. I brought over everything you had left, and some are from my mother-in-law too. There were some dried goods, some cured meats, and even some milk powder." Even though the twins were already over 3 years old, Fu Mingxue had never stopped giving them formula. It's not like she couldn't afford it. Besides, sometimes the system would even reward her with more. As soon as Fu's mother heard, she hurried over to sort through the things. No wonder the package you brought was so big, turns out you packed all this inside. Fu Mingxue smiled. She really had packed it all in there. She didn't want to use her space ability. If anyone found out, that would be bad. I'm heading to the factory now. All right, go on. Fu's mother was busy sorting things out. Fu Mingxue rode her bike to the factory. When factory director Gung saw her return, he was overjoyed. Team leader Fu, you just got back and you're already here at the factory? Yeah, I've already missed a lot of work here. Since I'm back, I just had to come by. I'd just be sitting at home otherwise, so I thought I'd come check things out first. All right, go ahead and get to work. Director Gung didn't want to hold her up. Fu Mingxue went to Team 6. When the team saw she was back, everyone was thrilled. We've all missed you. Oh right, team leader Fu, tomorrow Lao Xiao and I are going to the base. Since you're back, why don't you come with us? It was Chang Qingze who spoke. Fu Mingxue nodded right away. Sure. By the way, how's the progress over there? Chang Qingze replied, it's going pretty well, but there are still some tests that aren't working out, so we need to go check it out. All right. Let's have a meeting in 10 minutes, everyone get ready. Okay, Chang Qingze responded. No need to notify anyone specially. After all, everyone was already here. 10 minutes later, Fu Mingxue started the meeting. Around 10 o'clock that night, Fu Mingxue was getting ready to head home. Just then, Director Gung happened to walk by. Team leader Fu, let me have someone escort you home. After what happened last year, he was still a bit worried. Fu Mingxue quickly declined, no, it's fine, I can go by myself. Besides, my bike is really fast, it won't take me long to get home. Director Gung glanced at her modified bicycle. It really was quite good. All right then, be careful on your way. With that, he went off to ride his own bike. When Fu Mingxue got home, she found that her mother was already up. Mom, why aren't you sleeping? I couldn't fall asleep. Are you hungry? Want something to eat? Her mother asked. Fu Mingxue was about to say she wasn't hungry, but just then her stomach started growling. She gave an embarrassed smile. I'll have some noodles then. She'd actually eaten quite a bit at the cafeteria earlier, so why was she hungry again so soon? Her mother heard her stomach rumble and assumed she'd been too busy with work to eat dinner. There are dumplings too. How about I make you some dumplings? As soon as Fu Mingxue heard there were dumplings, she nodded eagerly. Sure, dumplings it is. I haven't had them in ages. Ever since her mom came to stay, she'd mostly been eating at the Research Institute's cafeteria. The food there was good, but they didn't have dumplings. Now that her mom mentioned it, she realized how much she missed them. Her mother went to the kitchen to cook the dumplings. Fu Mingxue went back to her room to wait. Dumplings cooked quickly, and before long she heard her mom calling, "Come out and eat." Fu Mingxue came out and saw the dumplings already set on the table. Mom, they smell amazing. Hurry up and eat. When you're done, just leave the bowl. I'll wash it in the morning. Okay. Mom, you should go rest. Her mother went back to her room. After finishing the dumplings, Fu Mingxue washed the bowl and chopsticks anyway. It was just one set, so it didn't take long, no need to leave it for the next day. She came out to find the two little ones already awake. They saw her too. They immediately ran over. Mommy, good morning. Fu Mingxue's heart melted at the sight of their rosy cheeks. Her mood was especially bright this morning. The twins hadn't gotten to talk to their mom much yesterday since she'd gone to work. By the time she got home late at night, they were already asleep and didn't see her. They'd been thinking about it all morning. They wanted to go find her as soon as they woke up, but Grandma stopped them. She said Mommy worked hard and needed her rest, so they shouldn't wake her up and should let her sleep a bit longer. So, they counted on their fingers and waited for her outside in the yard. Mommy, do you have to go to work today too? The little girl asked, tilting her head up. Seeing her daughter's hopeful expression, Fu Mingxue suddenly felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had to go to the base again today, and she might be gone for a long time, maybe 2 or 3 months at least. Mommy has to work today, and I have to go on a business trip. I won't be able to be with you two for a long time. When the twins heard their mom was going on a business trip, they were really disappointed. Even though they were still little, they knew what business trip meant. It meant Mommy would be away working for a long time and wouldn't be able to come home. But they were used to it by now, so after feeling sad for a bit, they quickly comforted themselves. They even tried to comfort their mom. It's okay, Mommy. Work is important. Mommy, work is hard. You don't have to miss us too much. Just a little bit every day is enough. The little girl even held up her fingers to show how little. Fu Mingxue couldn't help but laugh, touched by their words. She gently spread her daughter's fingers apart. Mommy will miss Hao and Kiki this much, so much, every single day. That made the twins incredibly happy. Me and brother will miss Mommy this much, too, so much. Qin Hao nodded quickly in agreement with his sister. Just then, Fu Mingxue's mother came out. You're going on a business trip again? She'd overheard her daughter's conversation with the kids. Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes, I'll probably be gone for at least a month. Mother Fu knew how busy her daughter was at work, and there was nothing to be done about these business trips. So she reminded her, no matter how busy you are at work, you still have to take care of your health. Make sure to rest and eat all your meals properly. Don't worry, Mom. I care about my health more than anyone. After all, I need to live to 100 with you. Actually, you need to outlive me by 20 years. Mother Fu rolled her eyes at that. Outlive her by 20 years? Wouldn't that make her 120? She'd be an old monster by then. All right, enough with the jokes. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Since you'll be away for so long, make sure to pack plenty of clothes. She'd come home so late last night, she probably hadn't had time to pack yet. Oh right, she'd better hurry and boil some eggs for her daughter to take on the road. Fu Mingxue went to brush her teeth and wash up. When she sat down at the table, breakfast was already set out for her. There were meat buns and plain rice porridge. Fu Mingxue polished off 5 meat buns in one go and drank a bowl of thick rice porridge. After breakfast, she went back to her room to pack. When she was about to leave, Mother Fu brought out about 20 boiled eggs. Take these with you. Fu Mingxue was surprised. Mom, why did you boil so many eggs? I just bought some at the market yesterday. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many. Take them with you. Don't worry about the ones at home. I've got 3 hens, and in another month or so, they'll start laying eggs. Since she'd moved back, she'd gotten everything set up, including raising chickens. This time, instead of buying chicks, she'd bought 3 half-grown hens. When the weather got warmer, she'd get a few more chicks. Anyway, these days, no one would report her for keeping a few extra chickens. Mingxue had no choice but to take the 20 eggs. Just then, a car pulled up outside. "Mom, the person picking me up is here. I have to go." She crouched down to say goodbye to her 2 kids. "Mommy has to go to work. You two be good and listen to Grandma." "Don't worry, Mommy. I'll take care of Grandma with my little sister," said little Qin Hao, full of confidence. He looked especially determined. Qin Kiki nodded quickly. "Yes, my brother and I will take care of Grandma." Mother Fu. What did she just hear? Who's taking care of whom? Mingxue was amused by her adorable kids. "Then I'll count on you two to look after Grandma." She kissed both children on the cheek. "Bye, my darlings." "Bye, Mommy." The 2 kids walked their mom to the door and watched as she got into the car and drove off. Only then did they start to cry. Mother Fu sighed when she saw them crying. "Come here, you two. Your mom will be back before you know it." Maybe it was right for her daughter not to have more kids. Look at these 2. They hardly get to see their parents. But then she thought about her daughter's salary. Maybe kids don't always need their moms around. Having a grandma like her was just as good. No one in the family compound had expected Mingxue's job to be so busy. Didn't she just come back yesterday afternoon? And now there was a car picking her up again, with a suitcase and everything off on another business trip? TSK, people with jobs really are different. Not like some of them who don't work at all. They wondered if the army could arrange a good job for them like Mingxue's. Meanwhile, Mingxue arrived at the base. She'd never gotten carsick before, but this time, she did. After Mingxue got out of the car, she started vomiting so hard it felt like the world was spinning. She nearly threw up bile. The people with her were truly startled by her reaction. After all, she hadn't shown any signs of this at all during the car ride. "Team Leader Fu, are you alright?" Chang Qingze asked worriedly. Mingxue's face was ashen, with a sickly pallor. She took a moment to recover, then waved her hand. "I'm fine. It's probably because I've been on the train for a few days and came straight here without much rest. I feel much better now. Let's go in." Since she said that, Chang Qingze didn't press further. "We should still have a doctor check you out later. You really don't look well." "I'm fine." Mingxue had just taken a breather, and after getting some fresh air, she really did feel much better. Of course, she didn't think much of it. And neither did Chang Qingze or the others. After all, they were always focused on their research and weren't very sensitive to other things. Seeing that she kept insisting she was fine, Chang Qingze just nodded. As soon as they entered the base, there was no time to rest. Some issues had just come up with the testing on site. Mingxue and the others immediately threw themselves into work. Qin Wenhua had been away on a mission for over 2 months. When he got home and didn't see his wife, he was a bit disappointed. Especially after hearing from his mother-in-law that his wife had also been away on a business trip for 2 months and still hadn't come back. He started to get anxious, because he didn't know whether his wife was pregnant or not. Unfortunately, not just anyone could visit the base. And even though he was back from his mission, he didn't have any leave. There were still other things to take care of in the unit. So he could only wait for his wife to come home. What he didn't expect was that this wait would last half a year. When Mingxue was finally brought home by car, the people in the family housing compound were all stunned when she got out. "Oh my God, what's going on here?" After not seeing her for 7 or 8 months, her belly looked like she was about to give birth. When Wang Xiang saw Mingxue getting out of the car with her big belly, she was frozen in shock. "Mingxue, you, oh my God, no one ever mentioned that Mingxue was pregnant. How did her belly get so big all of a sudden?" Mingxue smiled. "I'm back from my business trip." Wang Xiang. No, that's not what she was asking about. She wanted to know what was up with that belly. The driver who brought her home picked up her luggage. "Shaoli, go knock on the door." Mingxue was really having trouble moving around now. According to her calculations, she was due to give birth this month. If it hadn't been for her late return, she wouldn't have been able to leave her work at the base at all. Fortunately, the results were worth it. After 8 months of hard work by the whole team and the base, the new engine had been successfully developed and passed its first round of testing. Her phase of the mission was finally complete. Xiaoli, the driver, picked up team leader Fu's luggage and went to knock on the door. Mother Fu was in the kitchen making lunch. When she heard someone knocking, she came out to open the door. Seeing a young stranger outside, she was momentarily stunned. But her gaze quickly landed on the other person outside, or rather, on her belly. Her eyes widened to the size of saucers. Oh my God, what is going on here? Someone come pinch her, otherwise, she must be seeing things. At this moment, Fu Mingxue spoke with a bright smile. Mom, why are you standing there in a daze? I'm back. Her mother snapped out of her stupor at those words. You. Is that belly of yours inflated with air or something? Mom, don't block the doorway. Let Xiaoli come in. Oh, right. Mother Fu quickly came to her senses and stepped aside. Xiaoli carried the luggage inside. Xiaoli, just leave the luggage in the main hall, Fu Mingxue instructed. Xiaoli responded, quickly set the luggage down, and came back out. Engineer Fu, I'll head back now. Fu Mingxue nodded. All right, just come pick me up tomorrow morning. Okay. Xiaoli replied, then drove off. Now, Mother Fu was finally fully awake from her daze. Her gaze was glued to Fu Mingxue's belly. Still, she knew this wasn't the right time to ask too many questions. Your belly is so big already, are you still going to the factory tomorrow? I have to give a report tomorrow. By the way, where's Qin Wenhua? Is he out on a mission? No, he's at the base. She wasn't sure if her son-in-law knew his wife was about to give birth. But she guessed he probably didn't. If he did, why hadn't anyone told her? Looking at her daughter's huge belly, she hurried over to support her. Once the mother and daughter entered the courtyard, they closed the main gate behind them, shutting out the prying eyes of the neighbors. As soon as they entered the main hall, Mother Fu couldn't hold back any longer. What's going on with your belly? How did you end up pregnant? This was just too shocking. There hadn't been any sign at all. She honestly didn't know whether to feel delighted or terrified right now. Fu Mingxue was a little speechless at that. Mom, I'm a married woman. Isn't having a baby perfectly normal? Mother Fu. Normal? Since when is it normal to say nothing and then show up about to give birth? Seeing her mother's dumbfounded expression, Fu Mingxue couldn't help but laugh. Mom, Qin Wenhua and I stopped using contraception before the new year because we wanted a child. I got pregnant back then. I've just been so busy with work and staying at the base that I never got the chance to tell you the good news. Oh, by the way, my sister-in-law, Qin Weining, found out months ago. Didn't she tell you? I heard she was planning to come visit. Qin Weining had visited the base 3 months ago. At the time, she'd been shocked to see Fu Mingxue's big belly. Mother Fu. That girl Qin Weining really knows how to keep a secret. Last time she came, she didn't let a single word slip. She didn't even mention that she'd seen Mingxue. When Fu Mingxue saw her mother's expression, she was surprised too, then burst out laughing. I thought Qin Weining would have told you. I didn't expect she'd keep it completely to herself. Looks like her sister-in-law wanted her to break the news herself. Maybe she thought it would be a nice surprise. Mother Fu. She really didn't know what to say. If you'd come back any later, would you have just shown up with the baby in your arms? That's actually possible. If my project hadn't finished ahead of schedule, I might have ended up giving birth over there before coming back. Actually, when the people at the base saw how big her belly was, they wanted her to stay and give birth at the hospital there. They were afraid the journey home would be too bumpy and she'd go into labor on the way. But she insisted on coming back. After all, if she came home, her mom could take care of her during her confinement. Mom, let's talk later. I need to take a shower first. Oh, and I'm a bit hungry. Could you make me something to eat? Once I've eaten, we can catch up properly. As soon as Fu Mingxue mentioned she was hungry, her mother quickly replied, I'll go make something for you now. I just happen to be making dumplings. I'll cook some for you right away. When Fu Mingxue heard there were dumplings, her mouth started to water. Great. Then she suddenly remembered something. Where are the kids? You've been gone for so long. Over 8 months. They're both at school now. They won't be back until the afternoon. Mingxue. Oh, right. It's already November. All right, go take your shower. And be careful, okay? Her mother couldn't help but worry Shimi. GHD slip. After all, her belly really did look quite big. On Qin Wenhua's side, it was Coach Xia who brought him the news. Qin Wenhua, I heard your wife is back. By the way, you really kept this under wraps. Your wife's about to give birth and you didn't breathe a word. Qin Wenhua had just started to feel happy at the news that his wife was home when he heard the second half of the sentence. He was completely stunned, and then his legs reacted faster than his brain. He took off running. Coach Xie, was it really necessary to run that fast? Still, he'd better prepare a gift for Qin Wenhua's baby. Of course, he was mostly happy for Qin Wenhua. This guy was finally going to have a child. Mingxue being pregnant and about to give birth was definitely good news. It would also put an end to all the gossip in the family compound. What he didn't know was that there might soon be a new wave of gossip in the compound. But that was just a few people. Meanwhile, Qin Wenhua ran home faster than ever before. He burst through the door, looking for his wife, but didn't see her. But he quickly spotted the luggage in the main room. Hearing the commotion, Fu's mother came out and saw her son-in-law. Before she could say anything, Qin Wenhua anxiously asked, Mom, is Mingxue back? Fu's mother nodded. Yes, she's back. She's taking a shower right now. As soon as he heard she was in the shower, Qin Wenhua got even more nervous. Mom, isn't Mingxue's belly really big now? Is she okay taking a shower by herself? Fu's mother looked at him in surprise. Why wouldn't she be? As long as she's careful, it's fine. Don't worry, she looks very healthy. But Qin Wenhua was still nervous and worried. If he could, he'd have rushed straight into the bathroom to check on her. Unfortunately, his mother-in-law was there. At that moment, Mingxue came out of the bathroom, looking refreshed. Both Fu's mother and Qin Wenhua turned to look at her. When Qin Wenhua saw his wife's big belly, he froze on the spot. His eyes were glued to her stomach. Fu's mother hurried over when she saw her daughter come out. Why didn't you dry your hair? It's still dripping wet. What if you catch a cold? Come inside, I'll dry it for you. Just then, Qin Wenhua snapped out of it. Mom, I'll dry Mingxue's hair. He quickly stepped forward to support Mingxue. Wife, you. But he couldn't finish his sentence. His hands were trembling. Mingxue looked at him and smiled. What's wrong? Aren't you surprised? Sir, surprised. But more than anything, he was shocked. He'd been pretty confident before, sure that his wife would get pregnant. But then she'd been away on business trips and hadn't called with any news. He'd assumed she hadn't gotten pregnant. He'd been disappointed for quite a while because of it. She never expected that she was about to give birth so soon. At that moment, Mother Fu grew anxious. She urged the two of them, stop chatting for now and hurry up and dry your hair. Catching a chill is no small matter. Qin Wenhua snapped back to his senses. That's right, honey, dry your hair first. He carefully helped Mingxue into the main room. After fetching the hairdryer, he gently dried Mingxue's hair. The hairdryer was actually one Mingxue had made herself, and it worked like a charm. In no time, her hair was dry. Just then, Mother Fu brought in a tray of freshly boiled dumplings. Weren't you saying you were hungry? Come and eat quickly. Qin Wenhua had wanted to ask his wife about the pregnancy, but when he heard his mother-in-law say she was hungry, he immediately helped her to the table. Honey, eat up. Mingxue really was starving. She didn't say another word and dove straight into the dumplings. After polishing off 2 plates, she finally let out a satisfied sigh. Nothing beats Mom's homemade dumplings. Mother Fu's eyes turned a little red. Honestly, child, you should have called home. If you had told us you were pregnant, I could have come to take care of you. It's not easy for a woman to go through pregnancy. And her daughter still had to work. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. She had planned all along that when her daughter got pregnant, she would take good care of her. But now, her daughter was about to give birth, and she hadn't even cooked her a single meal. I was just so busy with work that I didn't think to call. But don't worry, once the base found out I was pregnant and still working, they had a chef make special nutritious meals for me. Haven't you noticed I've put on quite a bit of weight? Mother Fu glared at her. Your belly's so big because you're pregnant, not because you've gained weight. Honey, you've really had it tough. Qin Wenhua didn't even know what to say. If he had known his wife was pregnant, he would have applied to go to the base to be with her, or at least taken some time off to take care of her. Instead, he knew nothing and couldn't help at all. I'm fine. I actually didn't even know I was pregnant until 3 months in. She really just lacked experience. Plus, everyone at the base was a workaholic. And she always wore loose work clothes, so no one noticed. If it hadn't been for the canteen auntie congratulating her one day, she wouldn't have realized it herself. So, when are you due? The due date is in about half a month. Mother Fu grew even more anxious when she heard there were only 2 weeks left. She hadn't prepared anything yet. Qin Wenhua was worried too. Honey, let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. You must be tired after such a long journey. We should get you checked out. Tomorrow won't work, I have to go to the factory. The day after tomorrow, okay? I'll start taking a few days off then. Mother Fu grew even more anxious when she heard that. Work can wait, can't it? Go to the hospital first tomorrow, then you can go to work after. Right now, nothing was more important to her than her daughter's pregnancy. Fu Mingxue shook her head. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow's important. Don't worry, I had a checkup before I came back, otherwise, they wouldn't have let me travel. Mother Fu was relieved to hear she'd had a checkup. Then go get some rest now. She had a lot to do, like getting diapers ready and wrapping blankets and clothes for the baby. At this moment, Fu Mingxue really was a bit tired and sleepy. She did get drowsy easily these days, especially after eating. All right, I'll go take a nap first, she said. As she was about to get up, Qin Wenhua hurried over to help her. After helping her into the bedroom, he couldn't help but ask, Wife, can I touch your belly? His eyes fell on her rounded belly. He still hadn't quite wrapped his head around the fact that his wife's once flat stomach was now so big. Honestly, even now, he still couldn't quite believe it. It all felt a bit unreal. Fu Mingxue couldn't help but laugh. Of course you can. Go ahead. I'll have the baby say hi to you. Qin Wenhua. The baby saying hi? How? He gently placed his hand on her belly. A strange, unfamiliar emotion welled up inside him. Before he could even savor the feeling, suddenly, he felt the belly move beneath his palm. It was very obvious. His eyes widened in surprise. Wife, this. Fu Mingxue chuckled softly. That's the baby saying hi to you. Qin Wenhua was completely stunned. Just then, he felt a kick in the center of his palm. This time, it was even more obvious. The little foot was strong. Yes, he could clearly feel that it was a tiny foot kicking his hand. Qin Wenhua was dumbfounded. Wife, the baby's kicking me. That's the baby greeting you. It's probably the first time they've sensed their dad, so they're excited. The baby was really moving a lot. Qin Wenhua was thrilled, but also a little at a loss. He was worried he might accidentally press too hard on the baby. This was just too amazing, so powerful even before being born. Wife, I'm sorry, you've worked so hard these past months. Didn't you just say that? Yes, being pregnant is tough, but it's also an incredible experience. I'm really enjoying it. In her previous life, she'd never been a mother. She'd only helped raise 3 ungrateful children for someone else. In this life, having a child who shared her own blood had become her greatest wish. Now she felt truly fulfilled. So, all this hardship, she was happy to endure it. She was having this child for herself, not for Qin Wenhua, nor for the Qin family. Qin Wenhua, on the other hand, felt guilty and remorseful. After all, his wife had been pregnant for so long, and he'd known nothing about it. Everyone said pregnancy was hard on women, but he hadn't done anything to help her. At that moment, he suddenly made a decision. He looked up, eyes full of determination. Wife, I want our child to take your surname. What do you think? Fu Mingxue was stunned when she heard this. You want the baby to have my surname? Why? No particular reason. I just want the baby to have your surname. Boy or girl, I want them to take your name. I haven't contributed anything, everything up to now has been your hard work. So, I want the child to have your surname. Qin Wenhua was more serious than she'd ever seen him. You're really sure? Fu Mingxue looked at him just as seriously. Qin Wenhua nodded. Yes, the baby will take your surname. Honestly, Fu Mingxue didn't care whose surname the baby took. But since Qin Wenhua insisted, then her surname it would be. Alright. Then when the baby's born, their surname will be Fu. As for the given name, there was no rush. They didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl yet. Oh, should we tell your parents about this? Qin Wenhua looked at her. You mean the child taking the Fu surname? Why should we tell them? This child is ours. What surname the baby takes is our decision. As grandparents, all they need to do is be happy. As for the naming rights, they have no say in it. Fu Mingxue. Besides, they probably don't care what surname the child takes. In fact, if they find out the baby is surnamed Fu, I bet they'll be even happier. The Qin family isn't lacking in grandchildren, but the Fu family is. Fu Mingxue. To clarify, the Fu family I'm talking about is my wife's Fu, no relation to any other Fu families. The old Fu family? They can stay far, far away. She gave the child the Fu surname because she herself is a Fu. It has absolutely nothing to do with the old Fu family. Those two branches of the Fu family cut ties long ago. Qin Wenhua nodded quickly. Right, you're Fu. Okay, honey, you must be tired. Get some rest. When you wake up, we'll talk more. All right. Oh, and you should call your family first. Let them know the baby is almost due, so they're not caught off guard when the baby arrives. She was pretty sure her sister-in-law had a mischievous streak and probably hadn't told the Qin family anything. Okay, I'll call them in a bit. He figured the Qin family would be completely stunned. He could already picture the shocked looks on his parents' faces, just as surprised as he was. Fu Mingxue didn't say anything more. She could hold out just fine before lying down, but the moment she touched the bed, she was overwhelmed with sleepiness. In no time at all, she was fast asleep. Qin Wenhua didn't leave. He watched his wife's face for a long while, eyes full of tenderness and concern. How exhausted must she be to fall asleep the moment her head hit the pillow? His gaze drifted to her round, swollen belly. His eyes softened even more. Hello, little girl. I'm your dad. Half an hour later, he came out. Mother Fu saw him and asked, She's asleep? Qin Wenhua nodded. Yeah, she was really tired. She's asleep now. That's good. Mother Fu didn't know what else to say. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. Who does things like this? Hiding such a big belly and not saying a word to the family. Mom, I'll go kill a chicken. Once it's ready, could you make some chicken soup for my wife? Sure, go ahead. We still have a few chickens left, but that's not enough. I'll go to the market tomorrow and buy a few more. We'll need to keep more chickens on hand, otherwise, there won't be enough chicken soup for her confinement. Qin Wenhua agreed. Buy whatever else we need at the market tomorrow. I'll go take care of the chicken now. All right. After you're done, call your parents and let them know too, it'll make them happy. Got it. Even if his mother-in-law hadn't said anything, Qin Wenhua would have done it. His wife had just reminded him. Qin Wenhua went to the chicken coop to catch a chicken. Mother Fu went to boil water. Half an hour later, Qin Wenhua had finished preparing the chicken. He handed it to his mother-in-law. Mom, here's the chicken. I'm going to make a phone call. Mother Fu took the chicken. All right, go ahead. Qin Wenhua rode his bike to the local phone office. Meanwhile, Mother Qin was in the living room. As soon as the phone rang, she picked up. Hello, who is this? It's me. The moment she heard Qin Wenhua's voice, Mother Qin couldn't help but say, Well, this is rare. You actually remembered to call us. What's up? My wife is due to give birth in half a month. You and Dad are about to be grandparents again. Mother Qin nearly threw her phone when she heard this. What did you just say? My wife is pregnant and about to give birth. You and Dad are going to be grandparents soon. What? Really? Mingxue is pregnant? Wait, did you just say she's about to give birth? She's already that far along and you're only telling me now. Mother Qin's joy hadn't even made it to her face before she was already fuming. What's wrong with this brat? Such a big, happy event and he didn't tell the family sooner? But what she didn't expect was that, after she said this, Qin Wenhua didn't sound the least bit guilty. Instead, his voice was full of anger. I'm only telling you now? Do you know that, thanks to your precious daughter, I only found out about this today myself? Mother Qin. What? What do you mean? Are you talking about whinnying? What does this have to do with whinnying? She didn't get it. Qin Wenhua gritted his teeth. Ever since my wife came back from Beijing, she went straight to the base the next day. She's been busy with work and didn't have time to call and tell me the good news. But a few months ago, Qin Weniying went to the base. She met Mingxue and later when she came to my unit, she didn't say a single word about Mingxue being pregnant. What was she thinking? If she'd just told me, my mother-in-law and I could have gone to take care of Mingxue. But she said nothing, so we had no idea, and my wife had to go through pregnancy all alone. We didn't help at all. He was practically grinding out the words. Mother Qin. Her anger from a moment ago instantly vanished. Goodness, if it were her, she'd be mad too. That girl Qin Weniying, how could she be so though? Atlas? Even if she didn't tell Qin Wenhua, she could have at least told her own mother. So Mingxue was pregnant and working at the base all by herself? You didn't take care of her at all. That's right. We planned to have a baby before the new year, but my wife was so busy with work, she didn't even have time to tell me the good news. Qin Weniying clearly saw her, but didn't say a word to us. Is there something wrong with her head? Listening to the angry voice on the other end, Mother Qin couldn't help but agree. That girl really needed a good scolding. Didn't she always want to spar with you? When the time comes, you should give her what she wants. Just don't go too hard, as long as you don't break any arms or legs. It's not that a real mother is acting like a stepmother. It's just that this girl really has it coming. Qin Wenhua sneered. Don't worry. Even if you didn't say so, I'd make sure she learns her lesson. Sister or not, he didn't care. But let's put off scolding her for now. Tell me, is Mingxue really due in half a month? Yeah, about that. Oh my god, then I'll come over tomorrow. Honestly, didn't you say you'd wait a few more years before having kids? Mingxue is so busy, and you still let her get pregnant? She's pregnant and you didn't take care of her at all. You're no better yourself. And you still have the nerve to complain about Qin Weniying. Take a look at yourself first. You know how important your wife's work is? Would it have killed you to wait a few more years? Qin Wenhua was silent for a second. He didn't explain that it was his wife who suddenly said she wanted to have a baby. They had agreed to wait until this year. But right before the new year, she suddenly said there was no need to use birth control anymore. I'm hanging up now. My wife just got back today. I need to get things ready. He didn't give her a chance to reply and hung up straight away. On Qin Mother's end, she listened to the beeping tone on the phone, itching to curse out loud. But then, remembering she also needed to prepare things for Mingxue, she swallowed her anger. Just then, old Madam Qin happened to return home. Qin Mother immediately shared the good news with a beaming smile. Mom, wonderful news. Mingxue is pregnant. She's about to have a baby. You're going to be a great-grandmother again. The moment old Madam Qin heard that Mingxue was pregnant, she was overjoyed. Are you serious? Mingxue is really pregnant. Qin Mother nodded quickly. Of course it's true, Mom. Qin Wenhua just called to tell me. And the baby's due soon, about half a month from now. Old Madam Qin was taken aback. Only half a month left? Qin Mother nodded. Yes, that's what he said. She went on to explain how Fu Mingxue had been working in isolation at the base and only discovered her pregnancy later, not having time to tell Qin Wenhua. After hearing this, old Madam Qin's eyes grew red with emotion. Mingxue has had it so hard. She worked so tirelessly, even while carrying such a big belly. She's borne so much on her own, our Qin family really owes her. Qin Mother nodded as well. Exactly. And that Qin Wenhua, honestly. They could have waited a few more years to have a baby, but no, he just had to have the child at such a crucial time for Mingxue. He's really something else. By the time Qin father and Qin Wenzi got home, they'd already heard the good news. The whole family was delighted at the arrival of this new life. But at the same time, the entire family collectively crusaded against Qin Wenhua and Qin Weining. The siblings sneezed countless times that day, not knowing why. Meanwhile, Fu Mingxue slept for quite a long time. She didn't wake up until the twins returned from kindergarten. As soon as she came out, the twins shouted excitedly, "Mama!" Fu Mingxue hadn't seen her two children in a long time. Now, seeing them, she was overwhelmed with emotion. "Oh, my precious daughter and son, I've missed you so much. Come give Mama a hug." Before she could finish, Qin Wenhua, who had been on guard, quickly stepped in front of her, nervous. "No, you can't hug them right now. How, Kiki, you can't let Mama hug you either, because Mama has a little sister in her tummy." The twins were stunned. Then they finally noticed their mother's big belly. Both their faces lit up with excitement. "Mama, is there really a little sister in your tummy? Is Kiki going to be a big sister?" Fu Mingxue smiled. "There's a baby in Mama's tummy, but we don't know yet if it's a little sister or a little brother. Kiki, do you want a brother or a sister?" "Mama, I'm not picky, either one is fine. They'll both have to call me Big Sister Kiki anyway." Qin Kiki's logic was crystal clear. This really surprised Fu Mingxue. "I didn't expect Kiki to have gotten so clever since starting kindergarten." "You're right, Kiki. Whether it's a brother or a sister, they'll have to call you Big Sister." Qin Hao quickly chimed in, "And they'll have to call me Big Brother, too." Fu Mingxue laughed. "That's right, they'll have to call you Big Brother. From now on, you'll be the eldest brother." Qin Kiki's eyes lit up. "Mama, does that mean I'm the eldest sister?" Looking at her bright eyes, Fu Mingxue nodded immediately. "Yes, you're the eldest sister." That made Qin Kiki so happy she could hardly contain herself. The twins quickly accepted the news that there was a baby in their mom's belly. They were even quite happy about it. Especially Qin Kiki, after all, she was going to be a big sister. At first, Mother Fu had been worried that the two little ones might have a hard time accepting the idea of having more siblings. But seeing how excited and happy they looked now, she finally felt relieved. Smiling, she said, "All right, go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Qin Wenhua hurried over to help bring the dishes to the table. Meanwhile, Fu Mingxue took the two kids to wash their hands. Now that the kids saw their mom moving a bit awkwardly, they sensibly tried to help her walk, though they were both a bit short, so their help didn't quite reach. This made Fu Mingxue laugh out loud. She hadn't expected these two to be so well-behaved. Once they sat down at the table, Qin Wenhua served her a bowl of chicken soup first. Just then, Qin Hao suddenly piped up, "Dad, you forgot to give Mom a chicken drumstick." He struggled to pick up the big drumstick and put it in his mom's bowl. At that moment, Qin Kiki quickly reminded him, "Brother, there's another one. Give that to Mom too." Fu Mingxue was deeply touched by this. These two little ones actually remembered to save the drumsticks for her. "Thank you, my precious son and darling daughter. Mommy loves you both." When the twins heard the word love, their eyes crinkled into happy smiles. After all, the only one who would say "I love you" to them so openly was their mom. They loved hearing it. "Kiki loves Mommy too," Qin Kiki said directly. Qin Hao, on the other hand, was a little shy. He liked hearing it, but that didn't mean he liked saying it. But since his little sister had already said it to their mom, he didn't want to be outdone, so he declared, "I love Mommy too." Mother Fu was practically overwhelmed by how sweet the three of them were. "All right, let's all hurry up and eat." Except for the first time she went to the base, when she felt dizzy and nauseous. She'd thought it was just car sickness. Fu Mingxue hadn't had any other pregnancy symptoms. She really was a bit clueless. She hadn't even considered the possibility that she might be pregnant. It was just lack of experience. Plus, when she was working at the base, she never had any pregnancy reactions. If she ever felt sick or uncomfortable, it would pass quickly. She was so busy with work that she didn't think much of it and just brushed it off. Otherwise, she would have realized she was pregnant right away, instead of waiting until her belly was already big. So, when she polished off 2 big bowls of rice at dinner, Mother Fu was shocked. You sure are eating a lot. With all those dishes, plus 2 big bowls of rice, it was almost double what she used to eat. Isn't this normal? It's not just me eating now. Ever since I got pregnant, my appetite's been great. If she didn't have such a good appetite, how could she keep up with such intense work? Everyone in the unit knew about Qin Wenhua's wife being pregnant. Some people even said that Qin Wenhua had kept it way too secret. He hadn't said a word to anyone. Of course, any grumbling was quickly shut down by their own spouses. After all, everyone could see with their own eyes, Qin Wenhua was always buying groceries, killing chickens, and had a huge grin on his face the whole time. If the baby wasn't his, would he be this happy? Any rumors were nipped in the bud before they could even start. Even though Fu Mingxue took long naps in the afternoon, it didn't stop her from going to bed early at night. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Qin Wenhua, who had wanted to chat with his wife for a bit, immediately shut his mouth. He barely slept at all that night. His wife's big belly was right beside him in bed. He was so worried he might accidentally press on her stomach. It was only as dawn was about to break that he finally drifted off, half asleep. Suddenly, he heard his wife calling him, "Qin Wenhua, wake up." Qin Wenhua's heart jumped, and he opened his eyes instantly. He pulled the light cord. The whole room was instantly flooded with light. He turned to her, nervous, and asked, "Honey, what's wrong? My stomach really hurts. I think the baby might be coming." Those words gave Qin Wenhua a real fright. His face went pale in an instant. Coming. Wasn't there still half a month to go? How could the baby be coming now? Fu Mingxue gritted her teeth through the pain. Yeah, my stomach's hurting more and more. I think I'm going into labor. You need to take me to the hospital, quick. Now Qin Wenhua was completely panicked. He'd never been this flustered, not even on his most dangerous missions. Honey, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Then he started fumbling to get dressed in a hurry. Once he was done, he quickly helped Fu Mingxue get dressed too. Luckily, his nerves were strong. After the initial panic, he managed to calm himself down. After helping Fu Mingxue get dressed, he said to her, "Honey, sit here for a moment. I'll go get the car and I'll wake up Mom too." Fu Mingxue's contractions were coming in waves. She didn't feel like talking, just waved her hand to urge him to hurry. Qin Wenhua rushed out the door. He knocked on his mother-in-law's bedroom door. "Mom, come out quick, Mingxue's about to have the baby." It was around 5 in the morning, and Fu's mother usually got up around this time to start making breakfast. So when she heard her son-in-law's words outside the door, she was so startled she quickly got dressed and came out. What's going on? How is she having the baby already? Isn't there still half a month left? Qin Wenhua quickly explained, maybe the car ride yesterday tired her out. "Mom, go to Mingxue, I'll get the car." Fu's mother nodded. "All right, hurry." She hurried over to her daughter's room. "Mingxue, are you really going into labor?" Fu Mingxue's forehead was already sweaty from the pain. "Mom, I think so. My stomach really hurts." "Oh heavens, don't panic. It's normal to deliver a couple weeks early. With me here, you'll be just fine." Fu's mother tried her best to comfort her. She didn't even realize her own voice was shaking. What should she do? She hadn't even prepared the baby's swaddling blanket. These things should have been ready long ago. But this couple had always said they probably wouldn't have kids for a few more years. So she hadn't prepared anything. Luckily, she hadn't slept much last night and had dug out some unused cotton cloth. She'd managed to sew a few baby shirts and pants. She'd even cut up some cloth for diapers. She'd planned to go to the market today to buy some cotton, so she could make a swaddling blanket. And maybe sew some thick cotton jackets and pants for the baby. But plans never keep up with changes. There was supposed to be half a month left, but now the baby was coming. "Mom, see that bundle over there? That's the hospital bag I packed for the baby. Take it with you later." "Huh, you already prepared it?" Fu's mother was shocked and surprised. Fu Mingxue fibbed casually, "I asked a friend to help me buy everything early. There's a lot. That other bag too, that's the baby's clothes." She'd packed formula and bottles in the hospital bag. Thank goodness she'd gotten everything ready ahead of time. Mother Fu looked over. Sure enough, There were 2 large parcels in the corner. Wait a minute, did her daughter see these 2 parcels when she came back yesterday? She seemed to remember that yesterday, the young comrade only brought a single suitcase. But none of that mattered now, and it wasn't the time to dwell on it. She quickly walked over and opened the large maternity bag. There were all sorts of things inside: swaddling blankets, several sets of baby clothes, both for inner and outer wear. There were even pre-cut cloth diapers and the like. Everything was really well prepared. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they were prepared, it was fine. Mom, bring this bag and also pack some of my change of clothes from the suitcase. All right. Mother Fu opened the suitcase and took out some clothes for Fu Mingxue. But what she took the most of were underwear and such. Once everything was ready, she said to Fu Mingxue, I'll definitely go with you to the hospital. The 2 kids aren't up yet, so I'll go tell Wang Xiang next door to come over and help watch them. Okay, Fu Mingxue nodded. It was 5 in the morning, and there were still quite a few early risers in the family compound. At first, no one paid much attention to the Qin family. It wasn't until Mother Fu went to find Wang Xiang that people overheard that Fu Mingxue had gone into labor. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't the due date still half a month away? How come she was giving birth early? But early births by a couple of weeks weren't that uncommon. When Wang Xiang heard Fu Mingxue was in labor, she immediately reassured Mother Fu, Go be with Mingxue. I'll take care of your 2 kids, don't worry at all. All right, sorry to trouble you. I'll head back now. Mother Fu hurried back home. Her daughter was about to give birth. She really couldn't relax. Qin Wenhua soon drove the car over as well. But it was Instructor Xia who was actually driving. After Qin Wenhua got out of the car, he rushed into the yard. Wife, let's go to the hospital. As soon as he came in, he was ready to pick her up. Fu Mingxue quickly stopped him. I can walk myself. With her belly so big, how is he supposed to carry her? Qin Wenhua could only support her as they walked. It was true in her current state, it wasn't easy to carry her. Mother Fu slung the 2 bags over her shoulder and followed them out. I'm coming with you to the hospital. Wang Xiang was there too, and she immediately said, Don't worry about the 2 kids at home, I'll watch them. And don't worry about them going hungry, I'll personally take them to kindergarten later. Qin Wenhua thanked her, Sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law. Here's our house key, please take it. He handed her the key. Wang Xiang took it. All right. She watched as the car drove off. In her heart, she silently prayed, Heaven bless Mingxue with a safe delivery. Please, let nothing go wrong. By now, word had spread through the compound that Fu Mingxue was on her way to the hospital to give birth. People chatted about it for a bit, but most of them sincerely hoped she'd have a safe delivery. Instructor Xia was a skilled driver. Even on the bumpy roads, he managed to drive smoothly. When they arrived at the hospital, Qin Wenhua helped Fu Mingxue out of the car. Doctor, my wife is about to give birth. At his shout, a nurse on duty immediately led them to the maternity ward. Fu Mingxue's delivery went fairly smoothly. Still, even so, she was in pain for 2.5 hours before finally giving birth. Good heavens, she had no idea having a baby would hurt so much. Meanwhile, outside the delivery room, Qin Wenhua listened to his wife's cries of pain for 2.5 hours. Several times, he almost rushed inside. Thankfully, each time, Mother Fu held him back. When the sound of a baby's cry finally came from inside, Qin Wenhua felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body. She's given birth, finally, she's given birth. Mother Fu was just as emotional. About 10 minutes later, the delivery room door opened and a nurse came out holding the baby to offer her congratulations. Congratulations, both mother and daughter are safe. The mother gave birth to a girl, weighing 8 Jin and 8 Liang. Oh, and the baby was born at 8:10. Please remember that. Mother Fu hurried forward to take a look at the baby wrapped in the blanket. She exclaimed happily, Oh my, this little girl is so pretty. The nurse nodded. Yes, she's a beautiful baby. With such a good-looking mother, it's no wonder the baby is so lovely too. She had never seen a newborn look this good. At that moment, Qin Wenhua anxiously asked the nurse, "How's my wife?" The nurse looked up at him, noticing how worried he was. Clearly, he was truly concerned about his wife. Hadn't she just said mother and daughter were both safe? Still, it was rare to see a man so devoted to his wife. It seemed this woman had married well. "Your wife is just a little weak from giving birth, but otherwise she's perfectly fine. Can I go in and see her?" Qin Wenhua just wanted to see for himself. "She'll be out soon, just wait a moment." No sooner had the nurse finished speaking than Fu Mingxue was wheeled out. As soon as Qin Wenhua saw his wife being brought out, he rushed over. "Honey, are you okay?" His eyes fell on Fu Mingxue's face. She was deathly pale and looked extremely weak. His heart ached for her. "I'm okay," Fu Mingxue managed to say weakly. Hearing how hoarse her voice was, Qin Wenhua's heart ached even more. "Don't talk, let's get you to your room first." In this lifetime, he only wanted his wife to go through this once. Mother Fu, having already held the baby, hurried over to Fu Mingxue's side as well. Seeing her daughter's pale face, she felt a pang of heartache too. "Don't say anything, just rest." Soon, she'd have to go home to make some soup and porridge. Fu Mingxue didn't say another word. She was wheeled to her hospital room. It was a shared room for 3 patients. There were already other new mothers there. After the nurse settled Fu Mingxue in, Mother Fu placed the baby by her side. "Let the baby sleep with you for now. I'll go home first. Wenhua, you stay at the hospital and look after the baby." At this moment, Xia Zhidao, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Auntie, why don't you come back with me? I'll bring you back here later." Qin Wenhua immediately said, "Mom, you should go back with Instructor Xia and bring whatever we're missing. He can drive you back later. I'll take care of Mingxue and the baby. Don't worry." "All right. If the baby cries, just give her a little water." Mother Fu was actually quite worried. Could Qin Wenhua really take care of both the baby and Mingxue? But there was nothing to eat here, so she had to go home. She left with Instructor Xia. When Wang Xiang saw her, she was surprised and quickly asked, "Auntie, has she given birth?" "She's given birth, it's a girl." Mrs. Fu beamed as she shared the happy news. As for the fact that her daughter Mingxue hadn't had a son, Mrs. Fu really didn't care. After all, she herself had only given birth to a daughter back then. And daughters are wonderful, often much more capable than many men. Men don't necessarily earn as much as her daughter does. She never fussed about having a boy or a girl. As long as mother and child were healthy, that was all that mattered. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xiang quickly offered her congratulations. "Congratulations, congratulations. Having a daughter is great, next time you'll have a son." Mrs. Fu was pleased with the first part, but the latter half made her frown. She immediately waved her hand and said, "Oh, there won't be a next time. My son-in-law and my daughter are done after this one. My daughter's career is important, and besides, 3 kids in our family is just right." Wang Xiang realized she'd spoken too hastily and made a mistake. Right, having this one is perfectly fine. After all, Mingxue's job is so important, and 3 kids is just right. All right, I won't chat any longer. I need to make some porridge for Mingxue. With that, Mrs. Fu opened the door and went inside to get busy. She had plenty to do and really didn't have time to sit around and gossip. But their conversation hadn't gone unheard. Soon, everyone in the residential compound knew that Fu Mingxue had given birth to a girl. Of course, many were genuinely happy for her. But there were also those who took a bit of schadenfreude. See? Just her luck to have a girl. And now she says she's not having any more, huh? That's just an excuse because she can't have a boy. She's probably afraid the next one would be a girl too. No matter how capable a woman is, what's the use if she can't give birth to a son? Poor Commander Qin, those 2 adopted kids, even if Qin has a boy, he's not his biological son, is he? Exactly. Commander Qin's line ends here. That's why, when choosing a wife, you really have to keep your eyes open, or you'll end up with no heirs. These comments were whispered in small groups. They only dared to mutter among themselves, never openly. After all, The military supported Fu Mingxue, and Qin Wenhua was especially protective of his wife. When Qin Wenhua saw his wife wake up, he hurried over and asked, "Honey, how are you feeling?" After a nap, Fu Mingxue felt much of her strength return. She was in much better spirits. "I'm fine, much better. By the way, how's the baby?" She was hungry earlier, so I made her some formula. She's sleeping soundly now. When she wakes up, I'll bring her over for you to see. Wasn't she sleeping with me before? Where did this little crib come from? Fu Mingxue still remembered a bit from before she fell asleep. Qin Wenhua quickly explained, "One of my old comrades lives nearby. When he heard you'd given birth, he brought the crib over." Fu Mingxue said, "Please thank your friend for me. This crib is perfect. It looks brand new, like it was just made." Qin Wenhua explained, "His wife hasn't given birth yet. He got this crib ready for their own baby, but when I ran into him at the hospital and he heard you'd delivered, he lent it to us first. He'll just have another one made for himself." Fu Mingxue hadn't expected that. She was truly grateful. After all, they really hadn't prepared a crib at home. No need to worry about it. Since it's a kind gesture, we'll accept it. When his wife has her baby, we can give them something else in return. Fu Mingxue nodded. "All right. Oh, you must be starving. Let me pour you some water first." Thankfully, they'd brought a thermos, or there wouldn't even be any hot water to drink. Fu Mingxue really was hungry. She'd given birth early in the morning, which had taken a lot out of her. Now, she was both hungry and thirsty. Qin Wenhua poured her a glass of water and helped his wife drink from the cup. At that moment, the door to the hospital room opened. Mother Qin came in, carrying several large bags, with a young comrade following behind her. The young comrade was also carrying a lot of things in both hands. When Mother Qin saw her daughter sitting up, she hurried over. "Why are you sitting up? You should still be lying down." Then she turned to thank the young comrade. "Thank you. I won't trouble you to take me back, you can go ahead." Qin Wenhua also thanked the young comrade and told him he could leave. Once the young man had left, Qin Wenhua helped his mother-in-law arrange the things she had brought. "Mom, you got here pretty quickly." "Not really. Since you're sitting up, let's eat something before you lie down again." She had brought a lot this time. After all, it wasn't right to trouble Comrade Xia with everything. But this time, it wasn't Comrade Xia who drove her over. Instead, he sent a young comrade to bring her. She took out 2 large jars. "This one is sweet boiled eggs. Feed Mingxue first." "Oh, I made plenty, so you should eat 3 as well." "Mom, just let Mingxue have them." "I don't eat eggs. There's a place to heat things up here. If they get cold, I'll just warm them up later." "That works too. Once she finishes the eggs, give her some porridge." "I brought you food as well, it's right here." Mother Fu took out 2 metal lunch boxes. One was filled with rice, the other with dishes. Qin Wenhua took out 3 eggs and poured plenty of sweet syrup. Fu Mingxue wanted to feed herself, but Qin Wenhua wouldn't let her, and even Mother Fu disagreed. "You just need to eat right now. Don't worry about anything else." After Qin Wenhua finished feeding her the eggs, Mother Fu scooped out a bowl of porridge. Fu Mingxue. She was being fed nonstop, she wasn't a bottomless pit. But Mother Fu insisted and wouldn't take no for an answer. By the time Fu Mingxue finished eating, her stomach was uncomfortably full. "By the way, how many days do I need to stay in the hospital?" Qin Wenhua immediately replied, "The doctor said 3 days is enough since you had a natural delivery, but I think 5 days would be better." "No, not 5 days. 1 day is enough, I want to go home tomorrow." Seeing Qin Wenhua's disapproving look, Fu Mingxue added, "It's just not as convenient here as at home. It's much better to recover and eat at home, and the food will be hot." Mother Fu nodded quickly. "I agree. Let's go home tomorrow. At home, I can cook more things for her." It really was inconvenient at the hospital. Even the hot porridge she brought over was barely warm by the time it was served. "I'll ask the doctor. If the doctor says it's okay, then it's okay." Qin Wenhua still hoped his wife could stay in the hospital a few more days. After all, with doctors around, it was safer in case anything happened. Just as he finished speaking, a nurse came in. Fu Mingxue asked her directly, "Comrade, could you ask the doctor if I can be discharged tomorrow?" The nurse glanced at her. That's fine. It was normal for people to want to leave the day after giving birth. Many women didn't stay long. After Qin Wenhua finished the meal his mother-in-law brought, Fu Mingxue finally asked, "Have we decided on a name for our baby?" Qin Wenhua immediately said, "Let's call her Fu Jinbao. Her nickname will be Jinjin." "Mom, honey, what do you think?" "Fu Jinbao? That's nice," Fu Mingxue agreed. She thought the name sounded good. Anyway, she didn't want to rack her brains over it. Just then, Mother Fu snapped out of her shock, her face full of surprise. "Wait a minute, why is the baby's surname Fu? Shouldn't it be Qin?" It was only then that the couple remembered they hadn't told her yet that the baby would take Fu's surname. "Mom, Qin Wenhua said I went through a lot to give birth, so he wanted the child to have my surname. I think it's great." After all, she was the one who carried the baby, suffered all the hardships. As for Qin Wenhua, all he did was contribute a tiny little, well, he didn't do much at all and suddenly got promoted to dad. There's nothing wrong with the baby taking her surname. Qin Wenhua quickly nodded in agreement. "Mom, that's exactly what I meant. We've already discussed it, let the baby take Fu's surname." "Mother Fu, you two already decided, but couldn't you at least let me know? Is this really appropriate? What about your parents? What if the Qin family gets upset about the surname?" Qin Wenhua immediately replied, "What's inappropriate about it? If my parents find out the baby's surname is Fu, they'll probably be all for it." "Mother Fu, Mom, what's wrong? Is it not okay for the baby to have my surname?" Fu Mingxue asked. Mother Fu shot her a look. "Of course it's okay, I'm just surprised. I was worried your in-laws." "Oh, Mom, don't worry about that. You need to broaden your perspective. My parents-in-law are such open-minded people, they won't care about something like this. Just tell me, are you happy that the baby's surname is Fu? That's all that matters. Are you happy? Mother Fu? Isn't that obvious? The baby has her surname, how could she not be happy?" She was overjoyed, practically bursting with excitement. She turned to Qin Wenhua. "Wenhua, thank you. Fu Mingxue? Mom, I'm the one who gave birth. It's only natural for the baby to have my surname. Why are you thanking him?" Even though the pregnancy wasn't too tough, those 2 hours of labor were absolute agony. "Mom, Mingxue's right. It's only natural for the baby to have her surname. No need to thank me." Mother Fu's feelings at that moment were something the two of them couldn't possibly understand. So, she didn't say anything more. "Oh right, since Mingxue gave birth today, Wenhua, why don't you call home and let them know?" "I'll stay here with her, you go ahead." Qin Wenhua thought for a moment. "All right, I'll be right back." He figured he could also check the supply store and the little shop to see if there was anything they needed to buy. As soon as he left, the elderly lady in the next hospital bed turned to Mother Fu and said, "Your son-in-law is really something. So good it made people envious. He actually agreed to let his child take his wife's surname. That's a rare thing in this world." Mother Fu beamed. "Yes, my son-in-law is truly wonderful. But my daughter is absolutely wonderful too." In her heart, her daughter was one of a kind. When Fu Mingxue heard her mother say this, she was surprised too. She hadn't expected her mom to think so highly of her. Her heart swelled with happiness. Meanwhile, Qin Wenhua called home. As usual, it was Mother Qin who answered. "Who is this?" "Mom, it's me. Mingxue gave birth this morning, a baby girl. I decided to have her take Mingxue's surname. We've already picked the name, Fu Jinbao. Her nickname is Jinjin, or you can call her Xiao Bao." Mainly, he wanted to give them a heads up so they wouldn't be caught off guard when they heard the surname Fu. Mother Qin was a bit overwhelmed by all the news. "You're saying Mingxue gave birth? To a baby girl? Wait, wasn't there supposed to be half a month left? Why so early? Did something happen to bring on labor?" It's probably because she was tired from the trip back, so she went into labor early. Luckily, both mother and daughter are safe, and the baby weighs a healthy 8 Jin and 8 Liang. Qin Wenhua's words made Mother Qin overjoyed. "Oh wow, 8 Jin and 8 Liang. That's a big baby. Looks like even without your help, Mingxue took great care of herself and the baby. By the way, what did you say the baby's name is? Fu Zhenbao. Mingxue went through the whole pregnancy alone. I didn't help with anything. I thought it was only right for the child to take her surname. That was my idea, not hers. Hearing this over the phone, Mother Qin couldn't help but roll her eyes. What's the point of emphasizing that last part? Do you think we'd be upset? It's great that the baby's surname is Fu. She'll definitely be as smart as Mingxue. Besides, what's wrong with taking the mother's surname? I think it's wonderful. We're not those old-fashioned in-laws, you know. Don't go making up stories about us in your head. And besides, you were right about one thing. From pregnancy to birth, you didn't do a thing. This child really shouldn't have the Qin surname. Fu is good. Fu Zhenbao, what a lovely name. No wonder my daughter-in-law picked it. Qin Wenhua couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. I picked the name. Mother Qin was silent for 2 seconds. Then she said, you didn't do anything, didn't contribute at all, and you still got to name the child. Mingxue is way too good to you. Qin Wenhua? Well, she's not wrong. But he did contribute a little after all. Without him, the child wouldn't even exist. All right, I'll stop talking now. Go take good care of Mingxue. My train is at 8 tomorrow morning. That's it, I'm hanging up. Mother Qin hurriedly hung up. Originally, she'd planned to leave today, but she thought she couldn't show up empty-handed. So she went shopping and bought a bunch of things. Now that she knew Mingxue had a baby girl, she had to make another trip to the store to buy things for a baby girl. Of course, she had to share the good news with everyone. Just then, she ran into the old lady and happily shared, Mom, Mingxue had her baby, a girl. She's sure to be as beautiful as her mother when she grows up. Old Madame Qin was overjoyed to hear her granddaughter-in-law had given birth. She hurried back to her room to prepare red envelopes to bring along. Mother Qin also spread the good news to the rest of the Qin family. By the time Father Qin got home from work, almost everyone in the family already knew that Fu Mingxue had given birth to a daughter. The whole Qin family was delighted. Father Qin was especially happy. When he heard that his granddaughter would have the Fu surname, he was even more excited that Wenhua finally did something right. The Qin family wasn't short of children with the Qin surname, but the Fu family was. His old comrade in arms needed it even more. If Mingxue's father knew from the afterlife that his granddaughter would carry on the Fu name, he'd be thrilled. That night, several branches of the Qin family sent over gifts for Mother Qin to take with her. Of course, they also sent money for the baby and for Mingxue's postpartum recovery. Qin Wenxu's mother came along with Mother Qin. Originally, she hadn't planned to come until after the baby was born, but now that the child had arrived, she insisted on coming to show how much she cared about Mingxue and the baby. The next day, Fu Mingxue was discharged from the hospital, bundled up tightly. When she arrived at the family compound, many people came to offer their congratulations. But Qin Wenhua stopped them directly. My wife can't talk right now. Please let her go home and rest first. Wife, lie down quickly. Qin Wenhua helped her onto the kung bed. After Fu Mingxue lay down, she couldn't help but sigh. It's still most comfortable at home. Mother Fu came in carrying the baby as well. She tucked the child into the little quilt. This baby really isn't the fussy type. She didn't cry at all on the way here. Mother Fu looked at the baby, liking her more and more the longer she looked. She thought the child was beautiful, looking just like Mingxue did as a baby. And both of them were so fair-skinned. When her Mingxue was little, her skin was paler than other kids, like a porcelain doll, so pretty, just like those New Year's calendar babies. Fu Mingxue gazed at her child, her eyes full of motherly love. No wonder, this really was her own child, absolutely wonderful. Mom, she looks like me. Mother Fu immediately countered, she does look like you, but her temperament is much better than yours. When you were little, you'd stay up all night. Fu Mingxue protested, no way, I was the best-behaved kid. That was after you turned 2. When you were this little, you were a handful. All right, I'll go make you something to eat. You get some rest first. Mother Fu had plenty to do. She needed to hurry and cook. Qin Wenhua settled the baby, then tidied up the room a bit. Wife, get some sleep. I'm going out for a bit. If you need anything, just call for me. Okay. Fu Mingxue was feeling tired too. She needed some rest. Qin Wenhua went out to the kitchen. Mom, what do you need done? Let me help. Mother Fu refused right away. No need, I can handle things here. You go do your own stuff. Now that they didn't have to stay at the hospital, everything was so much more convenient at home. She could cook whatever her daughter wanted. But since her daughter had just given birth yesterday, there were still lots of things she couldn't eat. Suddenly, she remembered something else and asked, by the way, what should we do if people from the family compound come by with eggs? If it's anyone else, we don't need to accept them. They probably won't come anyway. Usually, it's just Instructor Xia and maybe the neighbors next door. If I'm not here, you can accept it, Mom. Just like back home, if you're close, accept it, but don't bother with people we're not close to. No need to keep up appearances with those we don't interact with. We don't need to take things from others. Honestly, if it were up to him, he wouldn't take anything from anyone. But that wasn't realistic. At least people like Instructor Xia, who were married, would definitely come. After hearing her son-in-law's advice, Mother Fu knew what to do. All right, I know how to handle it. You go do your thing, leave this to me. Seeing that he really couldn't help in the kitchen, Qin Wenhua left. He couldn't help with cooking, but he could still wash the baby's diapers and such. At the hospital, the diapers had already been washed, but he rinsed them again and hung them out to dry in the yard. When Mother Fu brought out the cooked porridge, she saw her son-in-law washing the wet diapers again and hanging them up in the yard. Wenhua, next time just leave the diapers for me. With her around, how could she let her son-in-law wash diapers? It's nothing, just a small chore. Qin Wenhua didn't mind washing his daughter's diapers at all. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Qin Wenhua went to the kindergarten to pick up the two kids. Dad, is Mom and little sister home now? Qin Kiki asked eagerly. They're home. You'll see Mom and your little sister when we get back. Hearing this, the two kids urged their dad to pedal the bike faster. When they got home, the two kids were lifted off the bicycle. They hadn't even found their footing before they dashed inside. Mama. Seeing how fast they were running, Mrs. Fu got anxious. Hey, slow down. Don't fall. Mama and your little sister are inside, they're not going anywhere. The two kids dropped their little school bags in the hallway and rushed eagerly into the main room. As soon as they entered, both siblings instinctively lowered their voices. Mama. Fu Mingxue saw her children and immediately waved them over. Sweethearts, come to Mama. The two kids hurried over. Mama, where's our little sister? Fu Mingxue pointed to the baby girl sleeping by herself nearby. Look, she's sleeping. Go take a look. The twins immediately went over. When they saw the tiny bundle, they were both stunned. Mama, our little sister is so tiny. Mama, she's so cute. The moment they saw their tiny, adorable little sister, the siblings instantly fell in love with her. It was like magic. Qin Hao couldn't help but reach out and poke his little sister's soft, chubby cheek. But Qin Kiki quickly slapped his hand away. Brother, don't touch her. What if she starts crying? And what if you break her by touching her? Hearing this, Qin Hao immediately pulled his hand back. Fu Mingxue couldn't help but laugh at her daughter's words. It's okay to touch her gently. Your little sister isn't that fragile. The siblings stared at their new sister for a long while. Just then, Qin Kiki suddenly looked up and asked, Mama, you won't only love our little sister and stop loving me and brother, will you? As soon as she said this, Qin Hao also looked up at their mother, eyes wide. Fu Mingxue hadn't expected her daughter to ask such a question. Clearly, someone must have said something to them. She immediately replied seriously. How could that be? Whether it's Hao Hao, Kiki, or your little sister, all three of you are Mama's precious darlings. I'll love you all the same. I won't stop loving anyone just because of someone else. Hearing this, Qin Kiki beamed. I knew it. Mama is the best mama in the world. She would never stop loving me and brother just because we have a little sister. Qin Hao was happy too. Fu Mingxue looked at them and said, No matter if it's daddy, grandma, or mama, we'll all treat you and your siblings the same. The three of you are the closest people in the world, so you have to respect and love each other. And remember, if anyone does something wrong, big or small, brother or sister, you'll all get scolded just the same. Now the siblings were completely reassured. Mama was still the same mama. She wouldn't stop loving them just because of their little sister. At that moment, Qin Wenhua walked in. You too, don't disturb your little sister and let your mama rest. Go wash your hands, grandma's calling you for dinner. Let's go eat first. After we're full, we'll come back to keep mama and our little sister company. With that, the two little ones happily ran out. Qin Wenhua said to Fu Mingxue, Wife, I'll bring your food in for you. All right, but I'll eat by myself this time. I've got my strength back, and it's easier for me to eat on my own. Her body recovered quickly. After all, she'd taken a constitution pill from the system. After such a good sleep today, she felt completely recharged. Qin Wenhua set up the small table, then went out to bring in the food. By then, Fu Mingxue was already sitting up by herself. Qin's mother and Qin Wenshu's mother arrived together at the military family compound. Qin Wenshu came along with them as well. The Qin family didn't feel comfortable letting the two women travel alone, especially since they were carrying a lot of luggage, so they had Qin Wenshu accompany them. Coincidentally, Dr. Xia had also recently been transferred to the military hospital here, which made Qin Wenshu quite happy. After all, he could take the opportunity to visit his wife. When the three of them arrived at the compound, Fu's mother was overjoyed. You all got here so fast. We're not that fast, considering Mingxue has already given birth. If only we'd made it in time for the delivery, Qin's mother said, feeling a bit guilty. If she'd been there when her daughter-in-law went into labor, her in-laws wouldn't have had to handle everything alone. Fu's mother quickly reassured her, it's fine. Mingxue's delivery went pretty smoothly, she didn't suffer too much. Qin Wenhua, however, didn't agree with his mother-in-law. Mom, Mingxue was in so much pain that day. How can you say she didn't suffer? She went through a lot. Fu's mother. That's just how childbirth is. She was only in pain for less than half a day. That's actually pretty fast. My wife had it the worst. But we're only having this one. She's never going through that again. Qin's mother rolled her eyes at her son's words. What's that supposed to mean? Are you thinking about having another one and making Mingxue go through that again? I'm warning you, absolutely not. In fact, I think you should just go get a vasectomy when you have the time, just to be safe. If there's an accident, Mingxue will be the one to suffer. Fu's mother. Wait, did she just hear that right? Her in-law was actually telling her son-in-law to get a vasectomy? That won't do. I've heard vasectomies aren't good for men. Qin's mother immediately countered, that's not true, in-law. Vasectomies aren't bad for men at all. And if you don't get one, even if you use birth control, what if something goes wrong? This is Mingxue's last child. She absolutely can't have another. Fu's mother. She felt a little embarrassed. Why did it suddenly feel like she was the mean mother-in-law here? At that moment, second Aunt Qin chimed in, Mingxue's mom, my daughter-in-law is a doctor, and she says vasectomies don't affect men at all. In fact, I'm going to have Wenshu get one in the future too. Qin Wenshu. Can't you all just talk without dragging me into this? He hasn't even had kids yet. Why should he get a vasectomy? Seeing the three women going on and on about vasectomies, he quickly interrupted, Mom, Auntie, since you're here, shouldn't we go see my sister-in-law and the little one first? Qin's mother and second Aunt Qin snapped back to their senses and said, right, let's go see Mingxue first. Look at them coming all this way and not even checking on Mingxue first, getting caught up in a debate about vasectomies instead. It was all Qin Wenhua's fault. Qin's mother shot her son a glare. Qin Wenhua. Why glare at him? The two sisters-in-law went into Fu Mingxue's room. Fu Mingxue had already heard their voices from inside and wasn't surprised to see them. So when they came in, she immediately called out Mom, second aunt. Qin's mother and second Aunt Qin hurried over. You're still in your confinement period. Why are you sitting up? Lie down quickly. Mom, I'm fine. Sitting up a bit is actually good for recovery, and I only just sat up. Mom, second aunt, you got here pretty quickly. Not really. If we'd found out sooner, we would have come earlier. Oh, these are red envelopes from everyone for you and the baby, double sets, one for you, one for the baby. I didn't open them, just wrote everyone's names on the outside. Qin's mother took out a thick stack of red envelopes. Fu Mingxue took the red envelopes, and there really were quite a few. 3 of them were especially thick. One was from the old lady, as she'd signed her name. The other 2 didn't have names, but they were obviously from her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Thank you, Mom, and thank you, everyone. Oh, what are you thanking us for? Everyone gets these after having a baby. Mingxue, you've worked so hard. Mom, it wasn't hard at all. Being a mom is actually really wonderful. Mingxue's words made both Qin's mother and Aunt Qin laugh. At that moment, Aunt Qin simply took out 2 big red envelopes from her own family and handed them to Mingxue as well. Mingxue, these are for you and the baby. You need to take good care of yourself during your confinement. This month is really important for women. No matter how busy work gets, you have to put it aside for now. Qin's mother immediately nodded. That's right, work can wait. And don't read, either, or your eyes won't be able to take it. I know, I will. Even if I wanted to read, I couldn't. Qin Wenhua and my mom are both watching me like hawks. Her mom had given her a serious warning. She'd said absolutely no reading, and even told Qin Wenhua to keep a close eye on her. And it looked like Qin Wenhua was determined to enforce it. Thank you, Auntie. She thanked her for the red envelopes. No need to thank me, I'm just here to see the baby. Aunt Qin walked over to look at the baby. Qin's mother quickly joined her. Oh my, this baby is just too beautiful, just like Mingxue. She really is. Most newborns are all wrinkly, but this little one is so fair and chubby. The 2 sisters-in-law liked the baby more the longer they looked at her. They knew with such good-looking parents, the baby wouldn't be bad-looking, but they hadn't expected her to be this cute. So fair and rosy-cheeked. They were both absolutely delighted. Aunt Qin even felt like taking the baby home with her. Just then, the baby suddenly started crying loudly. The 2 women got a bit flustered. Mingxue quickly said, "She's just hungry. I'll call Qin Wenhua in." But before she could call, Qin Wenhua and Mingxue's mother came in together. Qin Wenhua felt embarrassed to come in, so he stayed outside. Mom, you and Auntie have been on the train all day. You know where the bathroom is, why don't you both go take a shower first? Actually, Qin Wenhua had wanted to say this earlier. After a long train ride, if they picked up the baby, what if they brought in some germs? But he hadn't had a chance to say it before. Qin's mother and Aunt Qin agreed. They really did feel a bit grimy after the trip. It wasn't a good idea to hold the baby like that. And there wasn't much they could help with anyway. All right, we'll go wash up first and come back in a bit. The 2 of them left. When Qin Wenhua saw them come out, he immediately asked, "Why are you 2 coming out? Isn't my little niece adorable? How about bringing her out so I can see her?" Aunt Qin reached out and smacked him. "Are you out of your mind? She's only a few days old. You want her brought out just for you to see? Go on, go wash up. You stink, you don't realize how bad you smell." Qin Wenhua. It's only been 3 days since I last showered, how can I possibly stink? Besides, if he remembered right, they'd all gone the same amount of time without bathing, hadn't they? None of us have bathed in 3 days, so who's disgusted with whom? Qin's mother pointed to the bathroom and said to Aunt Qin, "That's the shower. You go first, I'll go after you." Aunt Qin didn't argue. All right. Both sisters-in-law were sticklers for cleanliness. Half an hour later, the 2 of them came back into the room, freshly showered. But by then, the baby had already finished feeding and was fast asleep. Because Qin's mother and Qin's second aunt came to visit Fu Mingxue, and both of them showed an unprecedented fondness for the children. Any rumors secretly questioning whether Fu Mingxue's child was really Qin Wenhua's vanished without a trace. After all, both the grandmother and Qin Wenhua himself liked the child so much. How could anyone doubt that the child belonged to the Qin family? Those who'd harbored such suspicions were even thankful they hadn't gone around gossiping. Otherwise, Qin Wenhua would never have let them off the hook. They might even have gotten their own husbands in trouble with the army. That afternoon, Qin Wenhua brought the two children home. Grandma. Second grandma. The two little ones were thrilled to see Qin's mother and second aunt. Qin's mother was overjoyed to see them too. "Oh, my precious babies, come let Grandma have a good look at you. I've missed you so much." The three of them cuddled for a while. Then the second aunt also spent some time playing with the kids. Qin Kiki was especially excited. "Grandma, second grandma, I have good news. I'm a big sister now. My little sister is super cute. She's not as pretty as me, but she's still really, really pretty." Her words made both grandmas laugh. "How come you're the prettiest?" Second aunt teased. Qin Kiki answered right away. "My mom is the prettiest, I'm the second prettiest, and my little sister is the third prettiest." In her mind, of course her mom was number one. Her baby sister was still too little. Even though she was cute, she couldn't possibly be prettier than her. "Big brother, don't you think I'm prettier than our little sister?" Qinhao thought about how their baby sister's face looked a bit like a monkey's bottom. "Yeah, your second sister's pretty, and the little one is pretty too." The siblings' banter had all the adults in stitches. Fu's mother told the two to go wash their hands. They'd been delayed a bit after seeing their grandma. "Grandma, we're going to see Mom and our little sister first," Qinhao said. Now that he had two little sisters, he'd started calling the new baby little sister and his other sister second sister. It helped keep things straight. Qin Kiki nodded. "Yeah, let's go see Mom and our little sister first." The two of them dashed inside. "Mom, we're home from school." They greeted their mother, then ran over to look at their sleeping baby sister. Qin Kiki asked in confusion, "Mom, why does our little sister sleep so much?" "She was sleeping when we went to kindergarten, and she's still sleeping now that we're back." Fu Mingxue smiled and explained, "She's still too little. When you and your brother were this small, you loved to sleep too." "Oh, I see. So when will she be able to play with me?" "When she's as big as you and your brother, she'll be able to play with you." The twins were still very fond of their baby sister. They thought their sleepy little sister was adorable. And most importantly, since Mom had the baby, she didn't go to work anymore. Now, every day when they came home from kindergarten, Mom was there waiting for them. That made them feel so happy. They loved having Mom, Dad, Grandma, and their little sister all at home. Just then, Qin Wenhua came in carrying food for his wife. "All right, you two go wash your hands and eat. After you've finished your meal, you can come back in." The twins dashed out as soon as they heard their dad. Dinner was lively, especially with Qin Wenhua there to keep the conversation going. And the meal was especially sumptuous. This dinner had been cooked together by Fu's mother, Qin's mother, and the second aunt, three mothers-in-law working side by side. The next day, Qin Wenhua went to see Dr. Xia. Meanwhile, Mother Qin and second aunt Qin had been busy together in the family compound for about half a month. It wasn't appropriate for them to stay any longer. Not to mention Mother Qin, even second aunt Qin had already been away from home for quite a while, and there were a lot of people waiting for her back home. So, she had to go back. As for Mother Qin, it went without saying, there was still the old lady at home, and two children as well. So, Qin Wenhua took the initiative to have them both return, and asked Qin Wenhua to buy their train tickets. Mother Qin was a little reluctant to leave. "Mingxue, your second aunt and I will head back now. You need to take good care of yourself during your confinement. Your health is the most important thing." That's right, a woman's confinement period is extremely important. You have to really take care of yourself. Don't read any books either, it's bad for your eyes. Wait until after your confinement to read again, second aunt Qin added, having caught Fu Mingxue reading twice before. She made a point to remind her now. Mother Qin nodded in agreement. "Yes, don't read at all. There'll be plenty of time for books later. We can't let you ruin your eyes during this month." Fu Mingxue nodded. "All right, Mom, I understand. Thank you both for taking such good care of me these past few weeks. Have a safe trip home. Bring the baby home for New Year's next time," Mother Qin said, still reluctant to part with her increasingly beautiful granddaughter. "Once Wenhua gets the photos developed, have him mail a few back home." Fu Mingxue replied, "Okay." After saying a few more words to Mother Fu, the two sisters-in-law finally left. Qin Wenhua personally saw them off, and of course, Qin Wuxu was there as well. Dr. Xia had come to visit Fu Mingxue earlier and had given her a red envelope with 200 yuan, a very generous gift. Normally, since Dr. Xia hadn't split from second Aunt Qin's family, she wouldn't have needed to give this money, but Dr. Xia insisted, so Fu Mingxue had no choice but to accept it. However, Dr. Xia had already returned to the military hospital in Beijing 5 days earlier. Her main position was now at the military hospital in Beijing, and she only did a few days of specialist consultations at other hospitals. With Mother Qin and second Aunt Qin gone, the house felt much emptier. But Mother Fu could still manage on her own. Fortunately, Qin Wenhua had been stationed nearby lately and could come home every day to help. Soon, the day of Fu Mingxue's end of confinement arrived. She felt like she was coming back to life. The first thing she did was plan to wash her hair and take a bath. She'd been cooped up for a whole month, and it had really gotten to her. Mother Fu asked her son-in-law, "Who did you invite for the baby's 1-month celebration tomorrow? How many people are coming?" Qin Wenhua immediately replied, "Mom, just 2 tables, Instructor Xia, and a few comrades from the unit." He'd arranged it based on who had sent gifts. As for those who had just sent a dozen or so eggs, he'd simply sent them some wedding candies in return and didn't plan to invite them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough room in the yard tomorrow, which wouldn't do. The baby's 1-month banquet was important, but there was no need to make it too big, just keep it simple and invite a few close friends. "I'll take care of the food, Mom. I'll go out early tomorrow morning to buy everything we need." Mother Fu had no objections. "All right, then buy a bit more meat." The next morning, Qin Wenhua got up early and left. When Fu Mingxue woke up, it was already 6 o'clock. She'd eaten and slept well this past month, and she looked radiant. Her face was especially fresh and rosy, not at all like a new mother. She looked just as she had before pregnancy. At that moment, the baby woke up. Hearing the baby's cry, Mother Fu immediately came into the room. She first prepared some warm water and gave the baby a good bath. Only after that did she let Fu Mingxue feed the baby. Once the baby was fed, Mother Fu took her back into her arms. Looking at her fair, delicate little granddaughter, she couldn't help but adore her. "By the way, are you going back to work as soon as your confinement is over?" "I'm going to the factory tomorrow," Fu Mingxue replied. After staying home for a month, what she cared about most now was the engine at the factory. They had succeeded before, but there was still data to collect, and they needed to run multiple tests. She still didn't have mature data yet. When Mother Fu heard that she was going back to the factory the very next day, she hurriedly asked, "Then what about the baby while you're at work?" "I'll come home at noon. In the morning, you can give her some formula." She planned to breastfeed for 3 months, then wean the baby and switch to formula entirely. After all, the system had rewarded her with plenty of formula, all tailored for each stage from birth onward. The system only produced the best quality. It was no worse than breast milk. Mother Fu instinctively wanted to protest. How could a baby be weaned after only 3 months? But thinking of her daughter's work, she swallowed the words. She just felt sorry for her little granddaughter. Fu Mingxue could tell exactly what her mother's hesitant expression meant. But she really had no way to keep breastfeeding. She had just finished this stage of work, and soon she'd be developing a new generation of engines. Only by constantly innovating and developing could they avoid falling behind. Besides, all the departments had to work together if every other part was the latest model, but the engines still lagged behind. That just wouldn't do. "Mom, give me the baby. You go and get busy." "All right, there's a lot to do today." Once Wenhua gets back with the groceries, the ladies helping with lunch will be here soon. There were only 2 tables worth of dishes today, not a huge amount. Mother Fu was about to say she could handle it all herself, but her son-in-law had already invited a few of the sisters-in-law to help, including Wang Xiang from next door. Since they'd be eating together anyway, she said nothing more. Once Mother Fu left, Fu Mingxue looked at her daughter, all dressed up for the occasion, and couldn't help but kiss her little forehead. "Baby, today's your full moon." She herself was finally free too. Meanwhile, Qin Wenhua soon returned with the groceries. He bought a lot. Mom, I bought 5 fish. We'll eat 2 for lunch, and I'll keep the rest alive for Mingxue to eat later. Mother Fu came over and her eyes widened in surprise. These fish are huge. You bought 5? Will they even stay alive that long? Mom, they'll be fine for 2 or 3 days. I'll give Mingxue 1 a day. All right then. While they were talking, Wang Xia, Ying and 2 of the sisters-in-law came in. With their help washing and chopping vegetables, lunch would be ready right on time. When Instructor Xia and Qin Wenhua's comrades arrived, none of them came empty-handed. What surprised Fu Mingxue most was Director Geng actually showed up. Director Geng, what brings you here? Director Geng replied immediately, it's your baby's full moon today. How could I not come? Actually, your whole team wanted to come, but they couldn't get away. Oh, and here are the red envelopes they asked me to bring for your baby. You must accept them. He took several red envelopes out of his pocket. Everyone was amazed, especially Wang Xiang and the other military wives. Is Fu Mingxue really this well-liked at the factory? So many people came to give her child red envelopes. Most importantly, even the factory director showed up. It looks like Fu Mingxue must hold a pretty important position at work. They all knew she worked at that factory, and apparently her position wasn't low, but as for what exactly she did, none of them really knew. Fu Mingxue accepted the red envelope without hesitation. Thank you, Director Geng. As for the people from Team 6, she planned to thank them personally when she got back to the factory. She also noticed a few extra envelopes. One was from Master Yang, which really surprised her. Even Li Zhao and Gu Zhen had given one. Each envelope was quite generous. 50 yuan apiece. These are for the baby, there's no need to thank us. Oh, by the way, when Director Zhang heard you'd had your baby, he wanted me to give you an envelope too, but I turned him down. Director Geng could collect the red envelopes from Team 6 on Fu Mingxue's behalf. After all, they were all in the same team, and he trusted that Fu Mingxue would accept them. As for the others, that was none of his business. It was better for Fu Mingxue to handle those herself. Thank you, Director Geng, Fu Mingxue said gratefully. At that point, Qin Wenhua saw that their conversation was winding down, so he quickly said to Director Geng, please, have a seat and join us for a drink. Director Geng had arrived right at mealtime, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He was familiar with Instructor Xia, so he sat at his table. Originally, they'd only planned for 2 tables, but when Mother Fu saw how many people had come, and with Wang Xiang and a few of the other sisters-in-law there as well, she cooked up an extra table. After all, she couldn't just let Wang Xiang and the others squeeze around a tiny table, could she? The food at the full-month banquet was quite good. Qin Wenhua had also prepared some candies and pastries for everyone to take home when they left. Before leaving, Director Geng was delighted to hear that Fu Mingxue would be able to return to work at the factory the next day. After the banquet, the residents of the family compound also found out that Fu Mingxue's baby girl had taken her surname, Fu. This left everyone in the compound utterly astonished. Why would the child have the mother's surname? Was it because Fu Mingxue had a daughter, so she wanted her to take her own name? There were all sorts of guesses. Still, many of the sisters-in-law were envious. After all, it was a rare thing for a child to take her mother's surname. Even if it was a girl, it was still something to be proud of. Fu Mingxue didn't care about the gossip. Her daughter was named Fu Zhenbao, and just from the name, it was clear how much she and Qin Wenhua loved their child. The next day, after feeding her baby, Fu Mingxue was just about to leave when she heard the sound of a car outside. Mother Fu heard the car stop right outside their door and said, I'll go take a look. When she opened the door and saw a young man standing there, she was a little surprised. Before she could say anything, Xiao Zhao spoke up first. Andy, I'm here from the factory to pick up team leader Fu for work. Director Geng specifically asked me to come get her. Director Geng's exact words were, team leader Fu just had a baby, so she shouldn't be exposed to the wind. He told Xiao Zhao to be in charge of picking her up and dropping her off for the time being. Mother Fu hadn't expected Director Gung to be so considerate, even sending a car to pick up her daughter. Any lingering worry she had about her daughter going back to work instantly vanished. She turned and called out, "Mingxue, come out. Someone from your factory is here to pick you up for work. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Then she turned to Xiao Zhao and said, "Comrade, come in and have a glass of water first." But Xiao Zhao quickly waved his hand. "No need, Auntie, I'm not thirsty." Just then, Fu Mingxue came out with her things. "Mom, I'm heading out now." "All right, off you go." What a good workplace. She'd be happy to work there until she retired. Fu Mingxue arrived at the factory. The security guards at the gate were surprised to see her. Wasn't she just on maternity leave? How is she back at work so soon? That's some serious dedication. Team leader Fu, congratulations on your baby girl. Fu Mingxue beamed. Thank you. She loved hearing that. After all, her daughter was absolutely adorable. After entering the factory, she went to her office first. Once she'd put her things away, she headed over to the lab. The members of Team 6 were all delighted to see their team leader back. Team leader Fu, you look great. Congratulations on your beautiful baby girl, Team leader Fu. Everyone offered their well wishes. Thank you. And thank you all for the red envelopes for my daughter yesterday. That was very thoughtful of you. When your daughter's a bit older, bring her by so we can meet her. They were all busy with work and couldn't leave their posts, otherwise they would have visited in person yesterday. Of course, there'll be a chance. By the way, do we have the third round of test data for the engine? Chang Qingze immediately replied, "Yes, I have it right here. I'll go get it for you." Fu Mingxue followed him. She took a look at the data. Chang Qingze said excitedly, "The results from the third test are excellent. By this time next year, we should be able to finish assembly." Fu Mingxue was pleased. That's great news. Also, could you gather everyone for a meeting? I want to discuss the new assignment from above. I'd like everyone to share their thoughts openly. Chang Qingze's eyes lit up. Sure, I'll go let everyone know right away. Just then, Director Gung arrived, along with Li Jiao and Gu Jin. They walked over to Fu Mingxue. Director Gung. Fu Mingxue greeted him first. Then she thanked Li Jiao and Gu Jin. Thank you both for the red envelopes for my baby. Gu Jin quickly replied, no need to thank us, we're all colleagues. It's just a shame we haven't met your little one yet, but I'm sure she's beautiful. Fu Mingxue nodded. She is, my daughter is very cute. Her words made Director Gung and Gu Jin chuckle. Team leader Fu was certainly straightforward. Most people were modest about their children, but she was happy to praise hers. Honestly, they liked her personality. By the way, we're about to have a meeting. Since you're all here, why not join us? Director Gung smiled. I knew you'd call a meeting as soon as you got back. Are we discussing the new assignment? Fu Mingxue nodded. Yes. We've successfully completed the previous task, so it's time to get started on the new one. I want everyone to share their ideas, don't hold back. She turned to Li Jiao and Gu Jin. That goes for the materials team too. If you have any thoughts or suggestions, speak up. Li Jiao nodded. Of course. Gu Jin nodded quickly as well. 10 minutes later, everyone was seated in the meeting room. It's already noon, why isn't she back yet? Fu's mother was getting anxious. If she didn't come home for lunch, did that mean she was eating in the cafeteria? The cafeteria food was probably a bit salty. Hopefully, it wouldn't affect her breastfeeding. Fortunately, the baby was well behaved and had formula in the morning without any fuss. She seemed to like the formula just fine. I'll go check, Qin Wenhua said, also worried. He was mainly concerned that the cafeteria food wouldn't be as good as home-cooked meals and his wife wouldn't eat well. Just as he finished speaking, they heard a car pull up outside. Fu's mother's eyes lit up. She's back. Qin Wenhua immediately walked over to open the door, just in time to see his wife getting out of the car. He quickly went up to greet her. Honey, why are you back so late? Fu Mingxue explained. The meeting ran long. So you haven't eaten yet? No, I haven't. That's why I came back. There's food at home, right? There is. It's still hot in the pot. Let's go in. The couple entered the courtyard. Mother Fu saw her daughter return and asked, Why are you back so late? Doesn't it hurt? Her gaze fell on Fu Mingxue's chest. Fu Mingxue immediately replied, I didn't feel anything until you mentioned it. Now that you say it, it really does hurt. Her chest still felt hard as a rock. Enough, I'll go deal with it first. With that, she quickly headed to her room. Mother Fu. So it only hurts because she said so? Could it be that she didn't feel any pain all morning? At that moment, Qin Wenhua spoke up, Mom, Mingxue hasn't eaten yet. Should we make a fresh dish for her? Mother Fu was speechless for a moment. She'd seen people dote on their daughters-in-law, but never to this extent. All the dishes were cooked at noon, they're fresh, and there's plenty for her to eat. If I make more, it'll just go to waste. Qin Wenhua immediately said, if it's for my wife, it's never a waste. Even if she can't finish, I'll eat the rest for dinner. I'm not picky. Mother Fu. What's the point of all this fuss? She should eat first. If it's not enough, I can always cook more. Since her mother-in-law insisted, Qin Wenhua could only nod. All right, Mom, I'll go check on them. Mother Fu. What's there to check on? Isn't he supposed to be at the training grounds with his unit? To be continued.